Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the live stream of the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association State Track and Field Championships out here at Homebush. I begin today by acknowledging the Gadigal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and to all Aboriginal elders of other communities who may be here today. Throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have access to 3 live streaming channels. 2 of those channels will be featuring on the field events and 1 will be featuring on the track. And with me today I have Matt Langdon from Bowral, who's going to assist with the commentary throughout the day, and we hope you will enjoy the events of this championship. Just as a little bit of background, all of these students have come through their schools to zone to their regional championships to win a position here at the state championships. In fact, we have over 2,300 students participating today, and they represent their schools. 956 schools in New South Wales are represented here today. Throughout the course of the event, we'll have 209 relays. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the pinnacle for many of these students as they've worked hard to get to this event. For some, or for a lot of them, this is the first time we've been able to hold the event in the last 3 years, due to the COVID pandemic. So it is a great learning experience. Could I, at this point in time, thank all the teachers involved in getting the students here, the parents, and the officials who will operate today, and hopefully the weather will remain pleasant. I have a few worries about tomorrow. Our first event will be the 8 to 10 years girls 1500 metres. They'll be time finals. That means the best times will go through. At the end of the state championship, a New South Wales Primary School Sports Association track and field team will be selected to compete at the School Sport Australia Championships, which are going to be held in Brisbane in November. So we wish all the students good luck, and we hope you enjoy the coverage. For all those schools in around New South Wales that may be tuning in, enjoy cheering your students or your colleagues on, and you're going to see some magnificent racing here today. We're only moments away from starting the 1500 metres. Our field event athletes are moving to their various stations. So enjoy the presentation, and we'll talk to you throughout the day.
First marshalling call now for field event 6, our senior girls multi-class long jump. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Field event 6, senior girls multi-class long jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first event on the track today, and it's the junior girls 1500 metres. We've got 2 heats in this age group, and as I mentioned earlier, they are time finals. So the best times, the medalists will be decided when they compare the results from both heats. And at the moment, in the lead, we have a runner from McKillop, followed by 3 Sydney North runners, and a Riverina runner. No, they're not. It should be our lady to say. Yep.
Well, good morning, everybody. Beautiful morning for 1500 metres, and the weather seems to be clearing, which is great for all of the competitors, track and field. Competitors that we have in the junior girls 1500 metre final in the first heat. We'll just run through those competitors, and you may have somebody from your school involved here, which would be great if you're getting a chance to watch them. Lenny Stenhouse from St Joseph's, Wagga Wagga. Indy Aquilina, Wilberforce. Maeva Clifford, St Paul's, Gateshead. Emily Halem, Our Lady of Sacred Heart. Stella Mace, St Joseph's, Walgett. Stella Flynn, Wagga Wagga in the Riverina. Haven Billingham, Wilton in Sydney, Southwest. Meredith Lee from Chatswood. Giselle Bashara from PLC, Sydney. Ayla McBain, St Joseph's, Glen Innes. Amelia Williams, Corindi. Emma Shields, Tukley. Freya Went, Coraro, North Coast. Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay. Brooklyn McWilliams, Flinders. Ariana Calavarias, Peakhurst. Caitlin Eddy, Matura Riverina. Sage Boothroyd from Grays Point, Sydney East. Freya Ray from Albury, and Sienna Woolley from Gerringong on the south coast of New South Wales. They're all the competitors in Heat 1 of the junior girls 1500 metres final. And apologies for any mispronunciation of names there, but if you've got someone running, we hope you're enjoying watching their performance.
The young girl from McKillop has maintained her lead, and she approaches the bell lap. She's coming into the straight. And there has been a change in the second and third positions. And I'll see when I can pick up the team colours where they're from. No. And I think now we have a runner from Northwest in second position. And the girl from Riverina has maintained her position. Many of these students have travelled from throughout New South Wales, as far up north as Byron Bay, down to Deniliquin and out to Broken Hill, and all points in between. So for some of them this is quite an experience. Well, I think for all of them it's a big experience. And they're in the bell lap, and our leader still has a strong lead, but there are some moves coming from behind. Sydney North has moved into second position, and Riverina has maintained third. But I think they'll have to, well, it might be Sydney West, yes, sorry. They'll have to do some work to catch our leader from McKillop. She's got a 20-metre gap as she approaches the last bend. The Sydney North runner is closing that gap, and it's going to be a very tight finish. She might have the legs to get her, although she's picked up the speed, the lead runner. And I think she's comfortable now, but that's a great run from Sydney North and a great tussle for third place from Sydney North and Riverina. So well done girls. And in a time of 5:23.27, so 5:23.27 will be a target for the girls in the second heat. And well done to those runners still coming in, fighting right to the end. Oh, I think the head dip just got that girl from folding over the line first. What's he done? I think it was a good. And all of the competitors are pretty well spent. They'll have to relax before their next event, which will probably be the 800, I'd say, for a lot of these girls. Our second heat is at the starting in the hands of the starter. They'll just clear the track here at the finish line before they let those competitors go.
This is the final marshalling call for event F6, the senior girls multi-class long jump. Final marshalling call event F6, the senior girls multi-class long jump.
And we've started the second heat of the girls 8 to 10 years, or junior 1500 metres. Time final. The time they're aiming for is round 5:23. If they can all get under 5:23, they're going to be in with a good chance. That was the finishing time in the first heat of this 1500 metres. Yep.
So they're away in the second heat of the junior girls 1500, and they're just approaching the finishing straight and the finishing line for the first time. When they come past that line, they'll run 3 more laps. And the competitors that we have in Heat 2 are as follows: Riley Nair from Martin, Sydney East; Taylor Hassan, Danebank; Eva Charamont, Bathurst; Caitlin Peterson, Glendore, Hunter Region; Safi Went, Kororo; Isabel Curran, Canopolis; Dakota Ferguson, Tamworth; Chelsea Grishot, Our Lady of Fatima; Imogen Maidment Ponton from Lapston at the base of the Blue Mountains, and from nearby, from Penrith, Charlotte Morris; Leah Dager from Carramar; Hallie Owens, North Beaches; Amelia Harrigan, Kororo; Eleanor Scott, Barramurra; Charlotte James, Charlestown and Charlestown South; Olivia Facer from Burke Ward; Kaylee Powell, Glendore; from Werris Creek, Riley Munn; Ava Harris, School of the Air; Daisy Ford, Grenfell; Jasmine Corbett, Thirroul on the south coast; and Harlow Garrett from Thornton. So as you can see, scattered across both of these heats, girls from throughout the state, and of course welcome to everybody to Homebush for the State Championships.
And as they went past the finish line for the second time, we have a runner from CIS, and I think it's Hunter in second place, but they are shoulder to shoulder as they go up the far straight. So I think this is going to be a very good race, and maybe a race in 3. I'll just check that logo. I think it's Hunter. The colours are very similar sometimes.
From the program.
Two front runners and still neck and neck as they approach the finish line, and they've bell lapped. So this is going to be a very close race. They both got good styles. Well, it could be Hunter. I think it is a Hunter. And there's been a big break by the girl from, we believe it's Hunter. Hopefully it's Hunter. And not the South Coast and Hunter colours are very close. Well, I believe it's a Hunter runner who's opened up a good 30-metre lead as she comes into the last bend. We have a runner from CIS in second and a runner from CIS in third. And they've got a gap back to the 5th and 6th runner. But here comes our winner. She may be lapping this girl from Western, or Barrier, which is the Broken Hill area of New South Wales. What a magnificent run from this young lady. And she's going to go across the line in 5:07, so she's well inside that time of 5:23. And the two CIS runners are working hard at each other. Oh! Very close for second and third. And our fourth runner in is also from the Hunter. CIS. And these runners are giving it everything they have. Well done to them. Yeah, no, they're just punting pole. Yeah. That's McKillop. Yep, Region. Ladies and gentlemen, just to explain that at the Primary Schools Association, we have students from all educational sectors represented here today. We have 10 government associations, New South Wales Department of Education associations, plus one sub-region, the Barrier being the schools of the far west of Broken Hill and close to the South Australian border. And we also have representatives from the combined independent schools, the Catholic school sports associations have McKillop and Paulding. McKillop are a line from Sydney across to Broken Hill south, and Paulding is schools from across the middle of Sydney to the north. And these two runners from Barrier are coming in, and they're doing it in fine style, and congratulations to both those girls on a great effort. I remind our listeners that if you'd like to be watching the field events, and we've got, at this point in time, we've got discus, high jump at the northern end, and across the other side of our field we have long jump. Our next event will be should be. The girls, 11 years, 1500 metre, sorry, the boys, junior, 8 to 10-year-old, 1500 metres time final. And the record for this one, I'll just check for us, is, I'll need to check that again because we have conflicting information here. That's not good. I believe the current record is 4:47 sent by Trent Allenly at St Columba CIS in 2019. And we have the boys, junior boys, the first heat of the junior boys in the starters' hands. That's not good. Glad to be the king. No. Yeah, see how it is. Come on, that's Waverley, I'd say. And that could be the King's School. The King's polling could be anywhere. So just there. And we have the start, and they're off and running. And the boys 8:10s junior, 1500 metres, heat 1 of 2 heats, time final. And as they approach the finish line for the first time, we have quite a tight bunch with a runner from McKillop in front, followed by Sydney North and River. Sorry, I'll have to check on who that one is. It's Sydney East in third place. I'll hand you over to Matt, who'll take you through the competitors.
Thanks, Neil. We've got 19 runners here, according to our program, and our competitors for the junior boys, 1500 metres in Heat 1 are as follows. From Albury, Lewis Ritchie. From the independent schools, Lachlan Kidd. Josh Spinks from Gunnedah. Reed Martinez from independent schools. Kai Swadling, Merriweather, up in the Hunter region. Owen Kelly, West Lawn. Isaac Robinson, Balgala North. Alistair Leahy, Albury. Max Eastwood, Glen Innes. Alfie Dunstan, St Matthews. Cameron Beatty, Balcombe Hills. Rory Mercer, Box Hill. Cruz McBride, St Joseph's Katara. Jacob Meredith, Eschol Park. Billy Bright from Blaney in Western Region. Oliver Halfard, Warrawee. Archie Galvin, Wanuna. David Carty, Roselle, and Billy Herb from Sylvania Heights. That's the competitors list for Heat 1 of the junior boys 1500 metres as they move into, I think, their penultimate lap. Neil, would that be right? And the race is on out front at the moment. A tight little bunch contesting at the moment for what looks like the medals, and we've still got fourth and fifth runners that are certainly not out of touch with that lead group. So it's going to be quite an interesting couple of last laps. I think the indication from the officials in the finish line, that's right, they're coming down to what will be the bell lap. So this is going to be quite an interesting final lap in Heat 1 of the junior boys 1500 metres.
Currently we have students from MacKillop, Sydney North, Sydney East, CIS and Sydney East in the first 5 positions. The young lad from MacKillop has led all the way at the moment, but I think he's going to get a challenge from the runners behind. There's still 5 in that top group. I think the back straight might be where it all starts to happen.
Certainly starting to string out, so the pace is going on.
Young Sydney East boys making a move. Sydney North have just taken the lead, I think. No, he's fought back again. He's tenacious, a young runner from MacKillop. But the Sydney East boys put on the pace now. And we'll be interested to see if he can fight back.
Sydney East putting his cards on the table now with 150 metres to run. And
MacKillop's coming back.
Young man fighting back. So he's still got plenty in his legs. And he's still up for the challenge. Very gutsy run from these boys.
Isn't it? Look at this. They are going too. What a fantastic effort from both those lads. It looks like the young Sydney East boy has come through at the last minute.
That's a good time, 4:55, and no doubt helped along by the fact that they were both really charging at each other in that last 400 metres.
Oh, that was an exceptional race.
Of course, they're trying to post a time in Heat 1 that will be competitive when Heat 2 unfolds in a few minutes' time.
Congratulations to all the boys from the 8, 10 junior 1500 metre Heat 1. They've really put in a tremendous effort. And the good thing about it, they're all congratulating each other, which is even better. Well done for that young lad from Northwest who pushed all the way through. Our next event will be the second heat of the boys' junior 1500 metre event. And so it'll be the second heat of that one. And again, as Matt said, they are vying to post good times.
Always hard in that first heat in the sense that you don't know. You're actually trying to post the time. I guess a slight advantage running in the second heat is I guess if you're really interested, you can look at that time that was set in the first heat and base your race off that. Plus, you've got to race everybody else. But anyway, it was a smart piece of running from particularly those guys that set that time of around 4:55 in Heat 1. They're about to go in Heat 2. They're away in Heat 2. A lot of runners there, a lot of traffic that's got to be sort of negotiated, I guess, in that first 100 or 200 metres, just trying to avoid other runners, keep out of trouble, and then try and settle into a bit of a rhythm. We've got a couple of guys that are taking it out at good speed here. The lineup of competitors for Heat 2 in the junior boys in 1500 metres is as follows. Daniel Stone, Kajagong. Nixon Hewins, Hastings, Matthew Faulkner, Bonnet Bay, Darcy Bradley, Woolgoolga on the north coast. MacArthur Davis, Nowra, south coast. Carter Bergen, Ironbark. Christian Boutros, Strathfield. Zane Fletcher, Forster. Beau McRae, Glen Innes. Mac Oxley, Armidale. Levi McKenzie, Mawara. Hamish Bailey, Orange. Jesse Baker, Helensburgh. We also have a runner from the South Coast. Michael Rodov, Combined Independent Schools. Patrick Conroy, How Long. Reese Bergen, Ironbark. John Brevulis, Camaray. Kobe Short, Valentine. In the Hunter, and Bailey Smith from Glenwood. So as you can once again see, a scattering of competitors and runners from well throughout the state.
At the moment we have our runner from Sydney West in the lead, closely followed by an athlete from Sydney Southwest. And in third position, a runner from Sydney North who unfortunately just tripped, but he's all right, and a young Hunter athlete, so in third and fourth. Again, this I think is going to be a very close race, man. They look like they're starting to develop.
800 metres to run, Neil, and we've got a Sydney West boy up front, is that right?
That's correct.
Yep. Sydney Southwest, they're going through in 2 minutes 20. And I guess with half an eye on the clock to try and be competitive with that time set of around 4:55 for Heat 1. .500 metres to run in this second heat of the junior boys 1500. We've got a young man from, I believe, Sydney Southwest leading it out, and he has 10 metres on runner from Sydney West. Looks like he's doing it comfortably. Good rhythm, both of them. They'll probably fight out the first place for this heat, and then a good group that'll probably contest not the bronze medal, because that's going to be decided across the two heats, but the higher placings in this second heat. Great effort from all these boys. A grueling race, 1500 metres. Three and a half laps of the track. A young man from Sydney Southwest now coming into 200 metres to run, and he's extending his lead. It's a strong run. Yeah, and still full of running. What a beautiful run over 1500 metres. The time will possibly be just outside the time from the first heat, but close enough to be competitive, and a great run from all these fellows in 1500 metres. If you're viewing from one of your primary schools, certainly welcome to the coverage. of the primary schools state championships. We've got a beautiful morning here with the cloud lifting, and even though we have some heavy weather predicted for tomorrow, at the moment the weather's great. Next event to go on the track will be the 11-year-old girls over 1,500 metres, and they will go in 2 heats. They're away. 11-year-old girls, 1,500 metres. And once again, if you're watching from one of your primary schools and you've got a friend, classmate, someone from your school running, you certainly know that you wish them all the best and you're going to enjoy watching them back in your classroom. We hope you are enjoying the coverage. Eleven-year-old girls from Curl, NSWPSSA. Kororo from Kororo, Aliyah Parsons. Olivia Callum-Vokas from Blakehurst. Sophie Orngle, Sutherland. Molly Walter, Dudley. Leah Fowler, Engadine. Sophie Squires, Combined Independent Schools. Lana Crawford from Tarara. Ava Jacob, Combined Independent Schools. Gracie Bishop from Manly. Savannah Glynn, Umina. Harper Billingham, Wilton. Alexandra McWilliam, the Independent Schools. Ruth Costello, Abbotsford. Ruby Harris, School of the Air. Matilda Eddie Mathura in the Riverina. Lily Delabosca, Wallerawang. Sunny Samuelson, Yuki. It's an interesting one. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yuki. Thanks, Neil. From Penrith South, Phoebe Morris and Kayla Hancock from way up on the north coast, Yamba.
Nice part of the world.
Yamba got the big prawn, haven't they now?
No, I think that's Ballina.
Ballina, is it? Yeah, okay.
And we have a runner from Sydney East. In fact, it's Ruth Costello from Abbotsford in first place. I'm just having trouble reading the hip numbers. Number is Ovilia Callum-Vokas from Mater Dei Blakehurst in second place. And what a very powerful run from this young girl.
She's certainly established
Hasn't she? She's gone out a long way.
a nice lead, and she'll come through to take the bell lap here. So she has 600 metres to run, but she's established a good gap into second and third place at the moment. And who are we watching here, Neil? This young lady?
This young lady is Ruth Costello.
Ruth Costello,
From Abbotsford
Yep.
Public School, Sydney East.
Obviously
She's
enjoys a bit of 1,500 metre running, this girl.
Yeah, by the looks of it, she's doing very well.
Got nice rhythm, looks comfortable going into the final lap.
In second place, we have Olivia from Mater Dei. In third place, we have Gracie Bishop, I think it was. No, I can't be correct.
Is that an independent
Yeah, the girls
school?
from the independent schools.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of those in there.
Yeah, I think there'd be three.
Mm-hmm. But Ruth Costello appears to be maintaining or even extending that lead.
Yes, she does. Well, and if memory serves me correctly, she had a very good cross-country championship earlier this year. And she's actually lengthening her stride now as she comes into the final bend.
Looks like she's enjoying this run. She's going in Heat 1, so she's going to post the time that they'll be chasing in Heat 2. And I imagine that's going to be a pretty handsome time.
I'd say it would be. She finished it off. Her time.
She's going to go in 4:58.
72.
Yep.
In second place, we have Olivia. And in
Callum
her big finish, number 9, Ava Jacob from Loreto, Kirribilli.
And Alexandra McWilliam. Little contest there between the combined independent girls.
Competitors. Yes.
Other girls completing the 1500 now, and some strong running back in the pack.
I remind our viewers, if you're interested in the field events, we still have the boys high jump at the northern end of the arena. At the southern end, we have the boys shot put, senior shot put, while the discus is the junior boys discus, I'd suggest. And while we have this opportunity, we'd like to express our thoughts to all those people who are experiencing difficulties with the recent flooding in southern New South Wales and northern New South Wales again. Our wishes and thoughts are with you. For those people that have struggled to get here, congratulations on making the journey. And we can empathise with your hardship at the moment. When you consider the last time this event was held in 2019, we've been through a lot here in New South Wales. In fact, it's been a few years of horrendous weather, difficult social situations, but we're all here back competing, which is fantastic.
It is great, Neil, and it was only a few weeks ago that we also had the combined high schools, the high school kids here as well, and they'd also been through that sort of hiatus or the gap in competition. So there is a sense amongst competitors and officials that it's really nice to be back and be competing again. And not only at this level, but also if we go back and look at all of those school events that were lost and disrupted. You know, many kids missing out on those opportunities. So it's nice to be back and nice to see people competing again.
Our second heat of the girls 11 years 1500 metres is about to get underway, and again we have a full field of 21 competitors. And I might hand you over to Matt again because he's doing a wonderful job with all the names and schools in New South Wales.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. I'm wondering if I'm getting all the names correct, and there might be some kids and teachers sitting in classrooms listening to the pronunciation and when I muck one up, and I do apologise if I muck some of them up. But the great news is your students and friends are here competing. All right, so we are about to go in Heat 2. And our competitors are as follows. Abby Lowe from Newcastle, Alexandra Dogan from Ballina. And we said Ballina had the big prawn, didn't we? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Maya Tabeek from Floraville, Georgina Lewis, Roseville, Zara Calder, Glendenning, Ronia Wazowska, Engadine, Frida Caraberis, Cecil Hills, Matisse Berry, Griffith, Imogen Biddle, Glen Innes, Amelia Kirby, Perthville, Eva McKenzie, Balcombe Hills, Mackenzie Gartner, Waitara, Erin Casillas, Nuara, Sienna Gilchrist, Corindi, Macy Braithwaite, Griffith, Abby Armstrong, Cumnock, Alexis Patterson, Golgol, Madeline Oak, Nara Hill, Taylor Murray, Ulladulla, Lily Molokino, Cogra, and Sophie McMaster, Northern Star, Northwest. And they're away with 3 laps to run. And looks like Ronia Wazorska. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Wazorska. She's leading it out at the moment. Strong lead and putting in some serious work to have established a lead that's going to be coming into around 40 metres, I'd say.
She's followed by an athlete from Paulding, I think it is, Matt, and can't make out the uniform on the third runner. It may be McKillop, I think.
Yeah, we might get a better look as they
come down
a bit closer.
Down the straight. What was the time from the first heat? Do you remember? 4:57 or something?
You might be right, yep.
It's definitely Aronia from Sydney East. Engadine Public School.
She has 800 metres to run. And have we got the uniform on
Paulding.
the second girl? Paulding.
Paulding, and that is Alexandra Dogan. And in third place we have 23. Oh, that's your number from McKillop.
We don't have a name for that girl.
No.
She's running well though. And
Ronia is really showing a clean pair of heels.
Yeah.
She's almost the length of back straight in front.
That's right. That's coming into a 90 to 100 metre lead. And she's continuing just to pump it out here with 550 metres to run.
That's very good maths, Matt.
That was a bit of a guess, but I
think you're pretty close.
I think it was about right, yeah. We're lapping a bit to run. And she's running with no fear. She's just,
She's maintained a rhythm, hasn't she?
Yeah. Good upper body, just good use of the arms in the running action, and just a really strong action. Looks like she might be enjoying herself out front there.
Yeah, she just certainly does.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the
Alexandra
in second place still.
Mm-hmm.
And our runner from McKillop.
Trying to get a name on that girl, but
20. Is it 20? And that is Lily Molokino.
Molokino, if that number is correct, that is Lily Molokino, and she's from Cogra. Got a girl from Sydney West there. Is that correct?
In fourth, and Northwest in fifth. Oh, but our leader is hitting. He's now coming into the
certainly is.
the straight for the last lap.
She has 100 to run.
That's a very strong run.
Yeah, and the crowd enjoying it too.
Appreciating it, aren't they?
Yeah.
And she's finished in a time of 4:51.
Full of running.
Alexandra's held on to a position in second.
And that's a strong run in itself because she's established a gap of, close to 80 metres there as well. So sort of highlights, how strong that run of Ronia was as well. That's a great run.
And our third runner is Lily Mollicino from St Patrick's Cogra.
We believe it's Lily. And if it's not Lily, I'm sure in their classrooms they'll be telling us that.
Yes, they might be. And some strong finishes coming here. Well done to the young lady from Riverina. Our next event to take to the track will be the boys at 11 years, 1500 metres time final. And the record here is 4:34.62 and it's held by Kobe Stewart of Sylvania Public School and was set in 2019.
Great conditions now, around just around 20 degrees. The rain seems to have cleared out for the moment, and I'd imagine that's a pretty good temperature to be, warm the body up enough, but not be too excessive to perform these 1500 metre events. And just a pleasant temperature by the looks of things. Feels all right in the box. Might be a little bit different out on the ground.
We're all very comfortable here. And the runners in the boys 11 years Heat 1, we have Callum Martin from Charlestown, Hunter, Joshua Ford, Mimosa, Sydney North, James Cutacre, Deniliquin North, the Riverina, Jake Suine from Griffith East in the Riverina, Gus Rossington Taylor from Glen Innes, Northwest, Fletcher Barrett, St Joseph's, Glen Innes, Paulding, Johnny Tooth, Brunswick Heads, North Coast, Nathan Lewis, Avondale, CIS, Callum Kajar, Good Samaritan, Ferry Meadow, McKillop, Ollie Cardale, Holbrook, Riverina, Fraser Buckley, Wilton, Sydney Southwest, James E. from Broughton, CIS, Chase Trappell, Southwest Rocks, North Coast, Hugh Knox, Millthorpe, Western, Benjamin Case, St Mark's, Des Moines, Sebastian Chalhoub from Belair, Hunter, Jed Fowler from Shell Cove, South Coast, Lachlan Dorothy from St Madeline's, Kenthurst, McKillop, Koji Howard, Abbotsford, Sydney East, and we have Billy Fitzgerald from the school of the area representing the Barrier Association. The president looks like a runner from McKillop that is in front, followed by Sydney East. And I'm sorry, I just can't, I think it may be Paulding.
We'll get a better look at them when they come through through the finish line.
Yep.
A little group of 5 appears to have broken away. And they'll come down to receive the 800 metres to run 2 laps. We'll try and get a look at some of these numbers and competitors.
So we've got McKillop, number 18.
19, 6.
18 is Lachlan Dorothy from St Madeline's, Kenthurst. In 19 is Koji Howard from Abbotsford East.
And Fletcher Barrett
from St Joseph's, Glen Innes.
But our runners in fourth, fifth, fourth, not out of touch.
Yeah.
The pace seems to have lifted just a little there with 500 to run. 600 to run. They're just sort of feeling each other out, I guess, just to see who's got some running left in them over this last 500 and 400 metres. It's developing into something that's looking like it's going to be a race. We've seen some comfortable victories in the 1500 this morning in some of the heats, but this one looks like it's going to be a contest over the last lap. 4 runners just locked together here.
So we have 2 runners from McKillop and 1 from Paulding and 1 from Sydney East. There might be a little break or attempt to close a gap from the next group of 4 runners.
Yes, our other runner that's in that group is Benjamin Case.
Okay.
From Des Moines, and he's set himself up nicely. He's moved up into the 3rd position, and he's just going to sit on the shoulder there. Nothing's changed here. They've kept that group of 4, and our runner in 4th position is keeping it as a tight little pack. Might just be starting to feel it a little bit now. 200 metres to run. This is gutsy running. Our competitor in 4th, he looked like he might have been feeling the pace there, but he's hung on and moved up again now. And now he's going to sit on the shoulder. And now the pace is lifting. 80 metres to run. What a great race.
Oh, what a great finish. Well done, boys.
Excellent finish. Lachlan Doherty, we think, would that be right, Neil?
Yes.
18.
Yep.
Yep, he's managed to take out that heat in 4:50, I think the time.
Yeah, it was around that 4:50 mark. Yeah, Lachlan, he led for the entire race. It was a great effort from all 4 of those boys, and it's a great effort from all of the boys, I should be saying. They've done a great job. As our second heat, I was just doing a little bit of a warm-up on the far side.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, you come out to run 1500 and to compete, and then but you've probably been standing and marshalling, waiting to come onto the track, and then you finally get onto the track, and it is nice to have a bit of a run and a loosen up.
Yeah, I think that's most important for them.
Runners in the second heat for the boys, 11-year-old, 1500 metres, and they're chasing a time of, we think, around 4:50 from heat 1. Beau Adams, Beaumont. Zach Bailey, Timbumbury. From Forster, Liam Fletcher, Xavier Zara. From Barnia, Cristiano Calcareo from the independent schools. Jarvis Penman from Dubbo. Benjamin Wall, Inverell. Zui, Zwei, Rat, Zach, Engadine, Lorenzo Payonessa, Darlinghurst. G'day, mate. Sorry, just saying g'day to a friend. And I'll continue the list of our competitors in the second heat. So it's we've got Riker Moore from Parks East, Alexander Torta from Pleasant Heights, James Bell, Goulburn North, Clancy Mates, Picton, Max McIntosh, Pimble. We also have another competitor from Sydney West. We've got Edward McGilvray, Cudgegong, Philip Batonis, King Park, Jet Stokes, Forestville, and Rocco Davidson, Ocean Shores. Good luck to those competitors. They're away, and they already have 150 metres, 200 metres under their belt in Heat 2 of the 1500 metres.
As they come around to the bell, we have Sydney East in front, number 8, which is Sui Radajak from Engadine. And I'll get those other place personnel as the next time they come round. Oh, there's a big jump from the runner from McKillop, I think it is. He's putting in some big strides to try and create a break. But the runner from Sydney East, and I think there's 2 runners from Sydney East, they've brought him back to the pack.
That's a pretty courageous piece of running, right? This chap that's leading, you know, he's still, 900 metres from home, and he was just sort of testing them out a little there down the back straight. I mean, they managed to answer the call, but that can really break it up, make it very difficult for the other competitors. It's crossing with 800 a run.
It was actually the runner from Sydney Southwest that made that jump, and now the 2 Sydney East boys are up on his shoulder.
Do you think that's Philip Batonis out there?
It could be,
Neil?
It could be. And we've got a second group of 3 runners that are trying to bridge that gap. 2 from Sydney West, who I think are running very well together. Well, there's been another break from the Sydney East runner, and he's opened up a 10-metre gap at the moment. And in fact, I think our Sydney boy from Sydney Southwest may have dropped right back in the field. He seems to have disappeared over on the far side behind the discus nets.
All right, they're going to come down here with a lap to run, and there's been a bit of movement at the front. Obviously, there's been some movement at the front because they're running really well, but in terms of just shaking the pace up, we've got
Zui Ross.
Zui.
Yeah, and he's ahead of Lorenzo from Darlinghurst, Lorenzo Pananesa, and we have 2 Sydney West boys together, Bo Adams and Zach Bo Adams and I've got missed the number, unfortunately.
Would that be Xavier? Xavier Zara, the other Sydney West runner?
Yes, it probably is. It was a fall. Thank you. Wow, and that lead's increased.
It'd be fair to say we've got some runners that are really comfortable and very strong over 1,500 because there have been some, very, as we say, probably, some courageous runs from out front, really taking the pace.
And Swee's done a tremendous job. Swai Radajak from Engadine. And he's going to go across.
Looks great. Good action.
4:40.55. That's a very strong run. And Sydney East, and that was Lorenzo Pananesa from Darlinghurst in second. I didn't see who finished in third. Is it the Sydney North runner?
Could be Max McIntosh. We think in third place.
And Max is from. Where is Max from? Max is from Pimble, Sydney North.
Sorry, backstraight is the camera on the hill.
And Cristiano Calcareo. I think he might have been the other fellow in the contest there for third.
So they've set a very good time for the. No, that was the second heat, wasn't it? So it'd be interesting to see what the final positions are.
I mean, these guys are 11 years old. They're athletes in high schools that at their school carnivals aren't running that much quicker than what these young fellows are doing. So it's a huge credit to them, and you know, the training and their ability to run at pace. Girls are warming up on the back straight. Another 1,500 metre race event about to go. Will be the girls 12 to 13 years, I believe, and heat 1. So we're looking at the big girls here, aren't we? The oldest kids in the primary schools about to take off here.
That's correct. And these girls will be moving on to high school next year, all things equal. So this is maybe their first time at the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association.
It could very well be.
Track and field, or this will definitely probably be their last.
Yep, with all the interruptions.
Yeah.
Certainly wish them the best here. About to go in heat 1 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 1,500 metres. Have we got a record on this one?
Yeah, I'm not. It's one of those ones I'm not convinced. But a record in 2017 was 4 minutes 30 and 62.
That's moving, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, starter has them here, and they're away in heat 1 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 1,500 metres. Grace Mueller, Valentine. Ania Cole, Mudgee. Claudia Wyatt from the combined independent schools. Georgie McDonald, Lake Albert. Maddie Phillips, Regentville, Georgia. Betar, Harrington Park. Ivy Kim, Dundas. Charlotte Williams, Corindi. Is it Corindi? Corindi. Scarlett Shadiak, Strathfield. Hannah Mounter, New Lambton. Molly Bright, Blaney. Taylor Tracy, Browley. Macy Kenworthy, Araya Park. Lucy Campbell, Millthorpe. Kaya Gallen, Engadine. Lila Reading, Winston Hills in Sydney West. Bonnie Bacali, I hope I got that right. Someone in a classroom will tell me. Tamworth. Jasmine Jackson, Oyster Bay. Emily Park, Eldersley, and Eliza Williams from Manly make up the field in heat 1 of the girls 12 to 13 years, 1,500 metres. A reminder that they're timed finals, so the final placings will come across 2 heats, the results of 2 heats. So the girls in heat 1 are running to set a time that will be competitive across the 2 heats. Thanks. Pace is strong. Rhythm's good from our runners out front here in heat 1. Kaya Gallen leading it out at the moment, and just on her shoulder, Ivy Kim from Dundas. In third place at the moment, Claudia Wyatt. Great effort from all the girls. If we take our attention back through the whole field, most of the girls now have settled into a rhythm and are holding their respective positions. We've got our lead group in the home straight, but with 500 metres to run. So they'll get the bell as they come through. And it will continue to be Kaya Gallen from Engadine, who has held off what I think was a little challenge down the back straight there a while ago. We had Ivy Kim just move up to her. And now we've got Kaya starting to establish about a 5 to 8 metre lead there. Claudia Wyatt from the independent schools is holding steady, holding strong in 3rd place. Kai Gallen now opening the stride and starting the run for home, I guess, with 200 metres to run. But the contest is on here very much for 2nd place in what is Heat 1, with Ivy Kim and Claudia Wyatt. Looks like they're going to have to do some. They're going to do some serious work here. They're actually making a little ground on Kaya, but we'll see if Kaya can hold them off here. She appears to be lifting with 80 metres to run, and it looks like she's going to get the job done in Heat 1. It's a strong run, strong finish by Kaya Gallen. We believe it's Kaya Gallen from Engadine. And looks like Claudia may have just got the better of Ivy there in the last couple of metres, but what a great run from those first 3 place getters. We've got Eliza Williams, Maddie Phillips just finishing there in 4th, what I think is 4th and 5th place in that heat. So that doesn't guarantee the overall places, because remember these 1500 metre heats with close to 20 runners in each of them has to be run over 2 heats. Too many runners to put on the track in one event, just too dangerous, too difficult to compete in. So it is run across, and the places, final placings are decided with the times across the 2 heats. We've got all the competitors now just about home. And we've got the girls 12 to 13 years competitors lining up now. They're in the starters' hands for Heat 2 of the 1500 metres. Competitors in Heat 2, Amira Shah, all the way from Lismore. Kit Purnell, Terrigal, Amelia Wilson, Alda Villa, Eliza Lawton, Bilgola Plateau up on the northern beaches, Yana Nikolaeva, Padstow Heights, Penelope Brewer from Lane Cove, Coco Seddon, Gerringong on the south coast, Emma Gorringe from Hunters Hill, Lucy Hayes, Gladesville, Frances Bond, Yukai, Sienna Ship, Drummoyne, Sasha Maas, Moree, Lexi Kinder, Merriweather, Alana Dimmock, Merriweather, Piper Sweeney from the independent schools, Poppy Barclay from Coffs Harbour on the north coast. Come down to Austinmere on the south coast, and we have Lucy Hoskins from Griffith, Millie Aitken and Emma Walton representing the combined independent schools. They're away in the second heat. Even though these events are split into 2 heats over 1500 metres, we still have, close to, as I said, close to 20 competitors trying to sort out in each heat, and they're trying to. That first 100 is quite challenging because there, as I say, a lot of traffic, a lot of bodies there just trying to get comfortable and get up and running. and we haven't. It appears that we haven't had any problems with that. We haven't in the box. It's the competitors that have got to work that out on the track. And these girls in the second heat appear to have got away quite well. All right, going through with 3 laps to run and 1,200 metres left in the event. It looks like from Bilgola Plateau, Eliza Lawton, Sydney North. And she's established a 20-metre lead over Piper Sweeney from the independent schools. Eliza Lawton has established what appears to be a commanding lead at this stage. It's about a 60 metre gap she's managed to put into second place as she comes through with 800 metres to run. Amira Shah from Lismore enjoying a run in third place in this heat at the moment, along with Lucy Hoskins just joining her in that battle for third. So we've got a girl there, 2 girls running beside each other in the battle for third place in this heat, one from the far north coast and one from the south coast. Eliza Lawton putting on a bit of a clinic here in this 1,500 metres. She's running well and she looks comfortable. She'll come down to the finish line to receive the bell, and she has 400 metres to run. Her rhythm's good. She looks strong. And I'm sure the kids, if they're watching, and teachers from Bilgola Plateau would be enjoying this performance by Eliza. Piper Sweeney going nicely in second. It's easy to watch these races from the stand. This event now is at that point where, you know, with a lap to go, there's a lot of fatigue. It's very hard, and 1,500 metres, very hard race in that regard, that endurance event. But here she comes, and the fans and supporters from Bilgola Plateau will enjoy that win by Eliza Lawton. What a run. Piper Sweeney comes in, strong run from the independent schools. And Lucy Hoskins from Austinmere, little township just north of Wollongong on the south coast, south of Sydney. Alana Dimmock from Merriweather has had a very good second half of that event. She's run herself into 4th place in the heat, and then it's going to come down to the placings across both heats to decide the overall results for the girls 12 to 13 years 1,500 metres. we continue with 1500 metre events as we roll into the boys 12 to 13 years, 1500 metres. We've got all our girls in just about from the 12 to 13 years age group. Still got one or two just to finish. And it's just as hard running towards the back of the pack as it is running out front. What a strong finish though from this young lady, appreciated by the crowd. She's found something there at the end. It's a great run, hard work. And I think that's Sasha Mars from Moree. I think that's Sasha. I'm just trying to get her number. It is. It is. Yes, it is Sasha. It's a great effort. Thanks, mate. About to go with Heat 1, boys 12 to 13 years. Savo Kiampa from Griffith, Ben Doherty, Kellyville Ridge, Hamish Kirkman, Charlestown, Nathan Longster, Independent Schools, Archie Hetherington, Lindfield, Patrick McMahon, Lewisham, Jaden Sanders, Wollongbar, Harry Keats, Independent Schools, the combined Independent Schools, Eric Murray, Leppington, Jesper Whippy, Burraneer Bay, Owen Richards, Panania, Rocco Eastwood, Glen Innes, Daniel Williams, Tamworth, Lachlan Mulligan, Tamworth, Shay Casillas, Nuwara, Barnaby Hackney, Dudley, Ewan Thompson, French's Forest, Sebastian Sentas, Summerhill, and Jake Booth from Millthorpe.
Okay. Okay, we've got Heat 1 of the boys 12 to 13, 1500 metres, and we've got some big lads out there. And at the moment we've got from CIS, Harry Keats from Oxley College CIS, and Ewan Thompson from French's Forest, Sydney North. In second, and Patrick McMahon from Christian Brothers Lewisham in third position. But we've got a group of 5 runners out the front at the moment. 2 from Sydney North, 2 from CIS, and 1 from MacKillop. And they're all maintaining a good pace.
Pace is on, and they're going to come through 500 metres to run. Could be anyone here, Neil. It's
Yeah.
they're all grouped together, and when the pace lifts, they all seem to be able to go with it.
Coming to the bell lap. The pace will start. He's a very powerful runner, young.
Yeah, we've got Harry Keats and Patrick McMahon there charging away out in front. And they're starting to lift the pace here. But guys in third and fourth are going with it. They haven't given it away yet.
No.
And they're just starting to apply
A bit more pressure.
Yeah,
there.
he's putting Harry Keats. He looks like he's just starting to apply a little bit of heat now. Although, look at this. I mean,
Harry Keats, and I think it's Patrick McMahon who's in second place, who's maintaining his pressure on the lead runner.
Harry seems to have found something else.
Yeah, he's pushing away again.
A little kick. And they're going to set a pretty handy time in this first heat. It's a great run, though. What a race. That's hard. He's held him off, though.
And in third position, we have Nathan Longstar from Northern Beaches College, CIS.
You see a couple of athletes, you know, that after their massive effort, you know, sort of fall at the end of fall down to the track. It's a pretty unforgiving surface. That it looks lovely, doesn't it? Blue and.
I'm not sure if it's, I'm not much of an athlete, never was, and never will be. I think that might be the lactic acid when they.
Yeah. But, if we've got heat 2 warming up. So heat 2 will be the following. Kurt Andrews from Lillipilly. Maximilian Clayton from Mascot. Daniel Panabianco, Griffith, Jed Ferguson, Golgol, Jackson Bowden, Forbes, Axel Coma, Wollongong, Aidan Rayner, Balgownie, just up on the hill from Wollongong, Toby Ward, Camaray, Patrick Mifsud, Kotara, Charlie Lewis, Camden South, Fletcher Pascoe, Morgan Street.
Barrier.
Okay.
Broken Hill.
Thanks, Neil. Will Bittar, South Wagga. Saxon Smith will be representing the combined independent schools. We have another South Coast runner in there as well. From Gunnedah, we have Nash Carlyon. Billy Baldwinson from Tottenham. Ellis Hayden, Blaxland. Flynn Ward, Kotara, South. Joe Williams, Blackheath, up in the Blue Mountains in Sydney West region. And Tom King has come all the way from Broken Hill. It's the second heat.
We have Sydney West at the moment in front, ahead of the Hunter. And CIS in third. So we've got going through in first position, number 8.
18.
18.
Yep.
And that's Ellis Hayden from Blaxland East. And from the Hunter, I didn't catch his number, did you?
Missed him. Coffee's not tasting too bad this morning, Neil. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I went to the wrong outlet though. The other one has
right.
lovely cinnamon donuts.
Oh goodness, yeah. Well, I'll make sure I get to that one when I get out there. Must be coming up to recess in most primary schools around the state.
Oh, another little bit, another little
bit longer.
Yeah.
Kids in the classrooms wouldn't be pestering their teachers to let them out a bit early.
No, they might have. No, I don't know. I think that'd be right.
Yeah.
I used to enjoy a little lunch at school.
Yeah. Well, this young man has extended his lead, Ellis Hayden from Blaxland. A lot of good running up around the Blaxland area. Good, lot of great training there in amongst the hills. Used to run the. It used to be a venue for the secondary cross country.
Yes.
Up there for the region for a while.
And we have young Kurt Andrews from Lillipilly, Sydney East, in second place. And
19.
Jordan Flynn, or Flynn Ward, sorry. Flynn Ward from Katara South in the Hunter. So Hunter's been performing very well in these races today. They've been, may not be always in the top three, but they've been having strong finishes. But young
We've got a young bloke there, Jed Ferguson, just crossing the line. He's heading off with 2 laps to run. He's going quite nicely.
We've had a major change at the front here, I think.
You might be right. Yeah.
I'll say our runner from Sydney West.
Oh no, yeah, he's that Sydney West boy still cranking it out out front. Ellis Hayden, he's.
Oh, of course, yes.
That's him. He's established that gap.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I thought it was Kurt Andrews was one in second place.
Yeah,
that was the one I was looking at. I thought he was
just a little hidden behind that that event marquee down there. But here he goes. He has 350 metres to run, and it looks like he's established enough of a lead to secure first place in that heat.
Currently, Toby Ward is in third place, and Toby's from Camaray Public School there in Sydney North. And we have a move coming from the South Coast now. South Coast runner into third place. He's just gone round. Oh no, he hasn't quite got around.
So there has been a changing of the guard there for the minor placings.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of a battle down that back straight on the previous lap, and we've got Ellis Hayden now starting to just lengthen it out, and
yes,
he's looking strong. He has 110 metres to run. He looks great. He's just striding out. In fact, he looks like he's increasing his speed, which is important when you're running in a heat, because you're trying to compete with a time from the previous heat.
We have had some jockeying in the minor
There he
placings.
goes.
4:48.03. We now have Sydney North and Sydney North, number 8, is Toby Ward, ahead of Saxon Smith from Scots College. So that's a good run from Toby Ward, great run from our front runner, Ellis, and a strong finish also there for Saxon Smith.
Well, second and third there did some serious work with about 500 metres still to run there, to sort of break up that lead group.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more heat to go in the. Oh no, do we? Oh,
No.
That's it.
No, we're going to move in. I think it looks like we're going to move into the 200s now.
We are.
Now.
Sorry,
Yep. So it's a change of pace.
I'm a event behind.
That's all right.
So we are moving into the 200.
That's what that coffee can do, you know.
We'll be fast and furious here for a little while with the 200s coming up.
They'll be a little bit harder to call.
Yeah, so we'll do our best. For those people while we're waiting for the 200s to get started, don't forget you can be watching the field events. They are currently still, our boys high jump is going at the northern end. And at the southern end, we have a break. There's a discus still event at the moment, and we're waiting on a shot put. They might be going to their final 8 throws in the shot.
All right, we can see the 200-metre runners, the girls 8 to 10 years age groups, making their way down the back straight to the 200-metre start. I think it's important. It would be correct, Neil, to say that, I mean, we could call what we think is a place or person, but that's not the official result, is it? Because it's got to be confirmed by trackside officials.
That's correct.
They're the people in the positions of power and correct decision making. We just do our best to sort of interpret it from where we are.
Yeah, that's correct. All the finishes go up as unofficial, but we've had a few medal presentations already, so the events have been decided.
Yeah. So for information for all of our people taking the live stream, once again we welcome you to Homebush, and we've just got absolutely beautiful conditions of around 20 degrees. The sun is out, and the great news is that we've had successful running of a number of field events, and on the track, the 1500 metres. Those events have been completed. We move now to one of those very exciting track events, which is 200 metres, so the pace is going to go up here significantly. Starting on the back straight, girls are moving up for heat 1, and if you're watching from your school and you've got a friend or a classmate competing, that's going to be great. I hope you enjoy watching them run or throw or jump. In heat 1, there are 5 heats here for the 8 to 10-year-old girls, 200 metres. Here are our competitors, and once again, I'm sure you'll let me know if I get the names incorrect. Tori Winters from Wodenbong, North Coast, Maddie Burge, Caitlin Barnard, Molly Tom, Miliani Tai, Manatu Ashman, Zara Richards, Addison Stevens and Capri Vincent will make up heat 1 of the girls 8 to 10-year-old 200 metres, and they're just organising their starting blocks now. The competitors in the sprints will use starting blocks, and those girls are just getting organised now.
So you'll be from the brass tent on the 200 metre start, and then we'll keep you in that position for the 100s, which is the event after 200s. Yeah, so you'll be shooting them as they come around the corner, and then down the main straight as well from the back. Yeah, cool. Thanks, mate. Alex is on his way over as well. I'll get Pele to get them from the corner and then follow them down the main straight, and Andre can do like the start to as they get around the corner.
We're getting close to a start here in heat 1 of the girls 200 metres for the 8 to 10-year-old age group. They're away.
Following, ready, Palais. Still on you, Andre.
Speed on, obviously. And they come into the straight with 80 metres to run. Getting a good look at this.
Good one. Oh, and Andre, you can frame up that shot with that behind the line.
Looked like we had Miliani Ty taking out first heat there. Second heat, Scarlett Larson, Bailey Fisher, Eva Colvin, Avery Lennox, Spandala Yardam, Priscilla Darwin, Ayla York, Harlow Pate and Jasmine White. My apologies for not announcing all of their schools and regions, but these 200 metre events tend to happen pretty quickly on top of each other, and therefore I'm trying to get all of our competitors announced in time for their heat. So not always providing the school. Apologies, but I'm sure if you hear the name of someone from your school, you'll know who they are. Here we go, heat 2, we're away.
Back to Palais. Back to you, Andre. And Palais will back to the wide shot, hold the shot, Andre. Mix Palais with that. Palais live, Andre.
Looked like possibly Harlow Pate there from Wilton. Successful first across in heat 2, heat 3, Emma Shields, Savannah Gray, Lindsay Jabanillo, Lara Hooper, Aurora Stanek Bradshaw, Chloe Anthony, Jasmine Morrison, Imogen Wynne will make up the field for heat 2. Going in heat 3 here, the girls, as announced, strong running off the bend, 100 to run.
Palais, you can go a little tighter on the next one.
Looks like Chloe Anthony, Independent Schools, lane 6, going to take out this heat. Strong running, came off the bend very, very well. And pretty close finish right across the track there. Strong running from all of the girls. Heat 4 of 5 heats. Ellie O'Brien, Ella Clayton, Alara Barnes, Savannah Leigh Toomey, Addison Lockyer, Lani Mogliotti, Savannah Cox, Alyssa McDrury will make up heat 4 of the girls 8 to 10 years, 200 metres. Girls are behind their blocks for heat 4 of what will be 5 heats of the 8 to 10 years girls. They're ready for a start. And the starter's not happy there, he's just standing them up. Very important for these sprint events that the competitors are very still on their marks, still on set, and then when the starter's happy, let them go. They're away now in heat 4.
Still on you, Pele. Still on you, Andre and Rudy Pele. Pele can go much tighter for us.
It's the commentator's curse.
Yes, yep, that's all right. That's okay. Here come the girls. And it looks like an independent schools girl there. And I'm going to say
First and second.
That's Alara Barnes taking out heat 4 of the 8 to 10-year-old girls. I think Alara Barnes. I had a few people standing in front of me there, Neil, so I couldn't quite get all the other. All the other
Girl
finishes.
from Western in lane 1 was third, and the second runner was another competitor from Sydney South, CIS.
So
One of the
that-
great things of these events, you've just seen 2 girls walking off who just competed arm in arm,
Yes,
congratulating each other.
yeah, good camaraderie,
Yeah.
good support for each other.
Just before this next heat starts, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls who are listening in their classrooms or watching in their classrooms, for the 200 metres, the heats to semi-finals, the first, second, third place from each of the heats, plus the next fastest times to complete the field of 18 will move through to the semi-finals. So in the heats, we have the first 3 place getters, plus the next fastest time will move through to the field of 18 for the semi-finals.
So therefore, Neil, a competitor that finds that they might be slipping back a bit in the field, it's still important to run as fast as they can, because
that's
they
right.
may get taken through as a next quickest competitor.
That's correct.
We're going in heat 5 here, the final heat, I believe, for the 8 to 10-year-old girls. And we've got Charlotte James, Poppy Lee, Ciara Nixon. I hope that's Ciara Nixon, but the Corrimal East primary school kids will be able to make the corrections there. Hallie Bostick, Rachel Gilmore, Jade James, Elwyn Evans and Lana Bozic.
Unfortunately, where we're situated, ladies and gentlemen, we have spectators in front of us, so we'll do our best, but it may come down to just watching them across the finishing line.
Yeah. All right, girls are set for, they're still behind their blocks for this final heat. Wonder why, just talking about the kids sitting in a classroom down at Corrimal East. I wonder what the weather's like down there at Corrimal today. And then we've got competitors here from other places as well. Charlestown, Freshwater, Stanwell Park, Mudgee, Moree, Orange and Sutherland. All over the state. We hope you're enjoying the coverage, and we hope we get you getting to watch some of your classmates compete. Well, we have a completely blocked view here, Neil, with people in front of us. So the people watching in classrooms are certainly getting a better look at it than we are. But we'll try and give you some results as they come across the line.
It's a very strong run from the Sydney East competitor in lane 7, I think it is. Well, and the girl from Hunter is also, very close.
Yes, she's from Charlestown, Charlotte James, and if that's lane 7, Elwyn Evans.
From?
Orange, all the way from Orange, we think.
Well, no, it was a Sydney Southwest runner.
Okay.
Sorry, and we had the girl from Orange in Western come through in 3rd place.
All right, yeah. That's it. You got a good look at that. I couldn't quite get it, but once again, 5 very, very strong heats there, and a number of those runners to go through into finals. Do we say top 3?
Top 3 in the next
In
fastest.
each, yep.
In each heat.
8 to 10-year-old boys will go next in the 200 metres.
Okay. And in Heat 1, we have a record here of 26.48 set by Alex Jello of Burmore North, and he could run. It was set in 2005, a magnificent athlete who had a stint with the Sydney Swans not so long ago. In Heat 1, in Lane 2, we got Nolan Grantham, Baronier, Sydney East. In Lane 3, Isaac Robinson, Balgowlah North, Sydney North. Lane 4, Harper Gallagher, St Anthony's, Kingscliff, Polding. Lane 5, William Bailey, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill. Lane 6, Ryder Sharp from Thirlmere, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Elvis Nathan, Wallsend South, Hunter. And Lane 8, Cooper Gaddies from Coppenhurst on the north coast. Excuse me.
Heat 1, boys 8 to 10 years, 200 metres is off and running, and they have 100 metres to run. We've got a young man.
From McKillop, out in front.
Yeah.
And I think that might be William Bailey.
From Hunters Hill.
Yeah, William Bailey from Hunters Hill.
Did it easily, and good run from the boys. Heat 2, getting ready.
Heat 2, we have in Lane 1, Marshall Taylor from Oberon, Western. Lane 2, a famous rugby name, Corbin Fangai from Pico South, Sydney East. Lane 3, Bo Argett from Blackwell Street, Sydney West. Lane 4, Nate Schofield from Lake Albert and the Riverina. Lane 5, Archie Collins from the Cathedral School, Bathurst, Polding. Lane 6, Teddy Sharp from Shaw Preparatory College, CIS. Lane 7, Ryan Uni from Camden Southwest, Sydney Southwest, and Lane 8, Jace Dawson, Tamworth West, Northwest. They're in the starters' hands. Well, they will be shortly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a good start by the looks of it. Inside lanes, or the middle lanes, have powered to the front.
These be seeded. I don't think they would be seeded heats.
No.
And
we had a big run from the boy from Sydney East in lane 2.
Corbin
Fainga.
Mm-hmm. Very strong. And then
might see what they have. Unfortunately, on the board at the moment, they've got a presentation that's going on downstairs.
Possibly Ryan Uni.
Ryan Uni, was it?
Second place there. Was he a Sydney Southwest boy wearing the green?
Yes.
The green jersey. Yep.
From Camden. Very nice part of the world. We have Heat 3 in lane 1, Clay Thompson, Bungendore, South Coast. Lane 2, Edward Clay, Temora, Riverina. Lane 3, Axel Bryant, Kahiba, Hunter. Lane 4, Ethan Warner, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 5, Roland Cohen, some Finbars, Byron Bay, with McKillop. Lane 6, Anderson McMahon from Forbes of Western. Lane 7, Victor Ogbani from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. And in lane 8, Caden Bartlett for Inverell Northwest. And hello to the students at Bungendore and their principal, Mrs. Tina Duffield. Enjoy. And they're up behind their blocks at the present moment. And they're now in the starters' hands. Some students are choosing to use the blocks, others are just a standing start. There's a big jump from the Sydney North runner in lane 4, I think it is. And that'd be Ethan Warner. And he's shown a clean pair of heels, a very good run. He's been challenged, though, by the runner from McKillop, which is Roland Cohen. And a good run, 28.08. Heat 4, we'll see in lane 1, Max Israel from St Aidan's, Maroubra Junction. Lane 2, Cameron Beatty from Borkham Hills North, Sydney West. Lane 4, Archer Wilson from Thaguna, Riverina. Lane 4 is Mitchell Taylor from Corrimal East, South Coast. Lane 5, Lucas Hill, the Oxley College CIS. Lane 6, Leo Donaldson from Kingscliff on the North Coast. Lane 7, Ryan Jose from Lurran Public School CIS, and Xavier Awasu from Beresford Road, Sydney West. And they're racing. A very strong lead out from in lane 7. And that's Ryan Jose. And a good finish. And it's going to be Sydney West, I think, in second place or third, and with from McKillop. That's fantastic. Thanks, Mark. We have Heat 5 coming up of the boys' junior 200 metres. In lane 1, we have Jardi Ikamui from Harrington Street, Sydney Southwest. Lane 2, Cruz McEwen, Dubbo Western. Lane 3, Jack Calcraft, Minamara, South Coast. Lane 4, Cooper Kleinleins from Wingham, Hunter. Lane 5, Therese Lloyd Awasu, Northbridge, Sydney North. Lane 6, Zaka Brown, Wollongong, North Coast. Lane 7, Hugo Barwick from Warrialda, Northwest. And lane 8, Billy Herb from Sylvania. And it looks like lane 1. Oh, he may not hang on. It's going to be close. No, it's in the middle, I think. In 28.88. And that was young Therese Lloyd Owusu from Sydney North, who's crossed the line in first place. And I think it was Jardi Ikamu in second place from Harrington Street, Sydney Southwest. Oh, I believe it's a dead heat for both. Going on the unofficial board, it looks like a dead heat for first and second, between Jardi and Tyrese. And in third place, it's Cooper Kleindienst from the Hunter. Now, the winning time there was 28.88. Third place was 29.01. And fourth place, Billy Herb from Sydney West in 29.25. Our next event sees the girls 11 years 200 metres, and the record here was set in 2017 by Chelsea Izioki from Ballarang Public School on the South Coast in 25.96. In Heat 1 we have in Lane 1 Alexis Patterson from Golgol Barrier. Lane 2 Charlize Single, Kelso Winston. Lane 3 Sadlia Sunshine Ayeto Sadlia, St James Forest Lodge. Lane 4 Georgia Wheeler from Young North Riverina. Lane 5 Diana Karaswamy from Caddies Creek. Lane 5 Callista Burton Wentworth. Lane 7 Luella Harris Curse and Carthage's Lismore. And lane 8 Madison McWilliams and Ava Pepper from Skeggs CIS. And their time of 27.86. And we're just waiting for the unofficial placings, which should be on our board very shortly. And we have from Assumption Ayeto Sadler in 27.85. Madison McWilliams from Flinders in 28.16. And Ava Pepper from Skeggs in third place in 29.28. And the fourth place, Georgia Wheeler from Young in 29.79. Our second heat, the girls 200 metres, 11 years. Lane 1, Versi Patu from Minamara South Coast. Lane 2, Olive Smart from St Catherine's CIS. Lane 3, Willow Toll, Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 4, Macy Andreski from Golgol, another girl from Golgol on the barrier. Lane 5, Abby Freeman, Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Holly Mitchell, Thornley West, Sydney North. Lane 7, Melina Greenup from Centaur, North Coast. Lane 8, Millie Wilson, Inverell, North West. Lane 9, Divine Chuckwoody, All Saints, Liverpool, representing MacKillop. Again, the record here is 25.96. The last heat finished with a 27 and some seconds. And we're up and running. Looks like a very good lead out from the girl in lane 9, and that is Elaine Divine Chuckwoody from MacKillop, and the girl on the inside from CIS in lane 2 is Olive Smart. And the young girl from North Coast in lane 6, I think it was, No, from lane 7 was Melina Greenup from Centaur, North Coast. So I'll just wait for the times, official times to come up, unofficial times to come up. And it was Divine Chukwadi from All Saints Liverpool in 28.28. Olive Smart from St Catherine's from CIS. Olivia Bailey was in 3rd place. Oh, sorry, I've missed the times. Our next heat is Heat 3, and we've got lane 1, Tilly Ajaka Pettit from Kingscliff. Lane 2, Quinn Nayland from St Catherine Singleton. Lane 3, Olivia Bailey from Lake Albert. Lane 4, Alice Wall, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 5, Talia Payuli from Bardia, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Elise Green, Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 7, Kayla Stringer, Floraville Hunter. Lane 8, Imogene Graham from Woy Woy. They're in the starter's hands. As in all of these races, we see some students using the blocks, others using a standing start. And they're off and running. A very powerful running from Sydney Southwest in lane 5. At the moment is leading the way. Lane 5 is Taylor Puella from Bardia, Sydney Southwest. So we'll wait for the official time. That was 27, well, the time was 27.66. And we'll just wait for the other finishing positions. And in second place was Elise Green from Balmain. 27.64 was the winning time. Lane 3 was Imogene Graham from Woy Woy, 28.84. And lane 4 was Quinn Nayland in 29.57. Heat 5 of the girls 200 metres. 11 years 200 metres. Sorry, Heat 4 is Annie Lidderbury from St Adelaide Chisholm from Paulding. Lane 2, Oriah Jensen, Our Lady of the Sacred Heart. Lane 3, Holly Tweedle, Queenwood. Lane 4, Ruby Meehan, Colo, South Coast. Lane 5, Mia McDonald, Soldiers Point, Hunter. Lane 6, Asher Cameron, Gunnedah South, Northwest. Emily Lusick is in Dubbo South and Western. Alexia Matheson from Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. And as mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, to proceed to the semi-finals. It's the fastest 3 finishers, first, second and third, plus the fastest finisher in the remainder of the heat next fastest finisher, sorry. To field of 18. Well, some very nice running in this event. At the moment we have CIS, Hunter and Western, lane 3, lane 2. And the time of 28.68, so it was lane 3, and that was Holly Tweedale, sorry. I think lane 2, Araya Jensen may have snuck into second place. And Emily Lussick from Dubbo South and Western, I think, may have finished in third place. We'll wait for the confirmation. And it was Holly Tweedale ahead of Araya Jensen, Emily Lusick from Dubbo South, and Annie Libri was in the fourth place. So the time actually was 28.67, 28.89, 29.38 and 29.57. Our fifth and final heat of the girls' 11 years 200 metres will feature Penny Hughes from Grenville and Western in lane 1, Layla Lewis from Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest in lane 2, Zoe Lynch from Beaumont Hills, Sydney West in lane 4, Janice Hicks, Edgeworth Hunter in lane 5, Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney East, lane 6, Lucy Sherwood, Borkham Hills, North Sydney West, lane 7, Chelsea Hodges, Lake Cat-Eye, North Coast, and lane 8, Sienna Bothar from Temora. And they're over behind their blocks. Welcome back, Matt.
Thanks, Neil. Very nice down at ground level, and it's nice and warm. People getting around in their shirt sleeves, so it's pretty good conditions for competitors now. I would think.
I'd say it's warmer out there than it is in here.
I think it is. I think it is.
It's about time I put my jacket on.
Really nice in the sun. That's a great picture we're getting through here, and if that's the same one that they're receiving in their schools, that's a nice one to watch, isn't it?
Yes, that is the one that's going directly to the internet.
So as Neil let you know there, it's we're just waiting for a start in Heat 5 here for the
Girls 11 years.
girls.
There's 11 years.
11 years.
200 metres.
Notice there are blocks available for all of the starters in the 200. Some elect not to use them, and they find that when they go to high school, they are required. They're required to use them. So there's something to keep in mind for kids that are out there aspiring to sprint. They're a great advantage if you can get used to them. Sometimes they do take a little bit of getting used to, but teachers have been very successful in sort of teaching their kids how to use them over time.
There's a strong run there from the girl from Sydney East,
Yes.
out in front, in lane 5.
That would be Mia Wood.
And she's gone through in approximately 27.58, but we'll wait for the official scores to come up on the board, times to come up on the board.
She looks like she's a Yowie Bay girl
Yep.
from Sydney East.
It's a tough race for people of this age, 200 metres. Probably not as tough as the 400 metres, but again, as not being an athlete, I wouldn't really know.
No, I think you're right though.
Mia Wood from Yowie Bay in 27.56. Janice Hicks from Edgeworth 28.12. Zoe Lynch from Beaumont Hills in 28.93. And Lucy Sherwood from Borkham Hills North, I think it was. Yes, Borkham Hills North in 4th place in a time of 29.85.
1 bar, okay, I will get one of you.
So that now that all the girls' heats have been completed in the 11 years, they'll take the first 3 place getters in each heat, plus the 3 next fastest times, to make a field of 18 for the semis. So there'll be obviously 2 semis of 9 competitors in each.
And are we looking at finals tomorrow for that?
I think the finals are on tomorrow. I
Yep.
think I just have to have a look at the full program. I think it might be. Just let me find it. Here we go. Semi-finals of the 200s on this afternoon at 2:30, and tomorrow the finals will be decided at first event
Okay.
from 8:30. So
That'll be some warming up well and truly before that for some 200 metre running.
and don't forget, most of these runners will probably also feature in the 100 metres
That's
sprints.
correct. Yep.
So they'll have a heavy program this afternoon, but I'm sure they're up to it.
You know, those sprinters, the way they practice, you know, repeat, those short, sharp intervals, and they back them up. So usually their ability to back up at a competitive event is strong. Here we go. We're away. We've got heat 1, I think, of
The boys, 11 years.
Boys. So we've got Maceo Wagner, Jordan, Burke Street, Ben Narcio, Plumpton, Harley Teal, Karangi, James Atkins representing the combined schools, Jake Wood, Brookvale, George Harvey, School of the Air, Liam Last, Wagga, and Caleb Snyder, Lithgow.
And the finishing time of 26.81. We'll have to wait for the final results to come up on our screen to give you those final place getters.
Going in heat 2 will be Lachlan Hennessy, Gaimea, Andre Bellotta from the combined independent schools, Peini Ika, Walters Road, Sydney West, Nathan Richardson, Lake Cargelico, Edmund Barton, very famous now,
Very famous name.
Inverell, Sean Matapuli, Ingleburn, Malachi, Matayali, Hilltop Road, and Michael Melfi, Fairy Meadow, suburb of the Illawarra. Look like we're moving into another round of field events. We can see more competitors making their way out down towards the high jump area and shot put. So I'm moving into another rotation, I would think, of field events.
Okay, so I'd say you're correct there. I'm just following these. We've got about 13 races. The 100 metres are called, so I'd say they are field events, obviously going down there, and they're off and running in this one, Matt.
Here we go in heat 2.
As I come around the bend, there's not much between them at the moment. I think we've got a South Coast boy on the outside lane.
He's on a very strong bend.
Yep.
And that would be Michael Melfi, if he's South Coast, who's come out of Fairy Meadow.
And Sydney Southwest from Sydney West in lane. Couldn't catch the lanes, but I think it was lane 5 and lane 3. So that was a strong run from our boy from the South Coast.
And if we've got 5 and 3 there, we've got Edmund and Piini. Well, as they say in some sporting circles, it's a beautiful day, and if you're thinking about coming down to the ground, there's plenty of room. So, you know, if you can see, at a bit of a loose end, not much to do. We'd like to watch some good competition. Certainly squeeze you in at Homebush today. Still a few heats to go here of 200 metre running.
And it was Michael Mealy from
Ferry Meadow,
in first place in 27.09. And then Sean, it's not coming up on our little screen here.
Matapuli, Matapuli from Ingleburn
in 27.58. And in third place was
Paini Aika. Yep.
In 27.80. Oh, there they are there now.
Going in Heat 3, the competitors are Callum Gilchrist, Lachlan Wyeth, Thomas Vedras, Cody Benoliel, Gabriel Ali, Chance Egan, Jay Byrne,
and this is going to be very close. On the inside lane we've got CIS, but the boy from Hunter in first, and second Sydney North, and third was the boy on lane 1.
We thought that was Hunter, and that would make it Gabriel Ali. Pretty close though.
Very close.
Going to come down to the officials there, and a good run from all of those boys in Heat 3. Going in Heat 5 will be Philip Cabia from Granville, Ben Golder, Tamora, Will Crotty, Griffith, Tarek Houcha, Wangi. I get that right? Wangi. Goodness me, I need to improve my geography. From Timbumburi, Zach Bailey. From Willoughby, Kyan or Kian Seal. Ethan Sherlock from Waniora in Bodie. Jedrick Halski, Eldersley.
Just to quickly verify, it was Gabriel Ali in 27.47, Callum Gilchrist 27.53, Thomas Vedras 27.55, and Lachlan Wyeth from Bungendore in 29.04. We've raced through these 11-year-old boys. And our view is completely blocked, except we can see what you're watching on the internet. We have South Coast, Sydney North. I think that's a big lad from Northwest in the middle lane.
He's got some height, hasn't he?
Yes. For 11 years of age, he is very tall. Can he finish it off? Yes. And we've got South Coast and McKillop, I think, in thirds.
Is that Zach Bailey from Timbumburi?
Yeah, it would be from Timbumburi.
Yep, that's him. He ran away with that one. He's going to be figuring in a semi-final later today with a couple of those other boys. And as Neil's let you know, those semi-finals are towards the end of the program today, with the finals to be contested tomorrow morning, nice and early. Could be one of those interesting situations where they run heats and semis in beautiful sunshine and heat, and if the weather comes in tomorrow, have to run a final in cool, wet conditions. But we hope the weather is nice for tomorrow.
One thing we know is the track can take it.
Track can take it, yep, that's for sure. Competitors are the ones that have to be durable.
That was Zach Bailey from Timbumburi in 27.32. Ethan Sherlock. It was in second, and they've gone to the last heat of lane of the 11 years 200 metres that Matt's already just called.
Our runners, Heat 5, Elijah Kupu, Blacktown, Ashton Robertson, Forster, Ethan Wanderworth, Tamworth, Max Blake, Centaur, Josh Bartle, Newington, Ethan, Ampoma, Gyamfi, Warnervale and Kobe Ryan and Orcaba. And the field is made up by another competitor from Sydney, Southwest.
And it's the Hunter who crosses first from McKillop, and our competitors are from Sydney Southwest.
Would that be Warnervale?
I think it may be.
Yeah. Ethan Ampoma Gyamfi. He's the gentleman from Warnervale. Looks like he's from Hunter.
Yeah.
And his indications when he's there on the track is he thinks he might have secured the win in that heat. Yep. Yep. And once again, some good sportsmanship on show. A little bit of, it's good to see the shaking of the hands, recognising the efforts of fellow competitors.
The finish marshals are just directing them off to the side of the track so we can start our first event, the first heat of the girls 12 years 100 metres. Sorry, that's not correct.
200s? Yep. It's our last group of 200 runners.
No, they'll have
Is
the
it?
boys
After that, yep.
So we've got the
West.
Yes, two girls from Sydney Southwest in first and second, with the girl from...
That'd be Annabelle and Angelica. Well, it could be Angelica, but anyway, they are the first two across the line in Heat 1.
Time of 26.81. And this one is held, this record is held by Rebecca Juna, who in 25.50, and she set that in 1995.
Goodness me, that record's stood
Been
for a long time.
long-standing. Yeah, we have Angela Barty, Marley Marnie, Annabelle Sibanowski, and Emma Jean Moore, the first four place getters.
Heat 2's about to go. Talia Tabone, Norellanville,
Vale, yes.
Norellan Vale, Emily Cott,
Widemere.
Angela Fletcher, Gil Guy, Ava Gadala, Lily Pilly, Ria Havlisik,
Pit Waterhouse.
Lily O'Donovan, Panania, Mads Gaydon, Dunny Doo, and Michaela Tavita Kapuka make up the field for Heat 2 of the 12 to 13 years girls 200 metres. And now, you're familiar with what our false start arrangements are today for the sprint? So are you allowed a false start? Or
I'd have to have a look at the rules.
I'd have to have a look, yeah. I think they're forgiving with the younger age groups, and moving into high school, when you get into around the 14 years, you've got to be a little bit more vigilant with your starting, as far as I know.
That's correct.
Not allowing those false starts. Looks like
We've
got a false start
So
there.
we may have our question answered.
Yes, we might have just put the curse on them with that conversation.
Well, let's put the blame where it belongs. I didn't raise it.
Girls are going back for another go there
Yep.
in Heat 3.
The event is conducted under the rules of the IAAFIS. We have a special rule, but in saying that, you're correct. We are a little bit more lenient at times especially the heats.
Yes.
The starts. It becomes more serious as they go through the semis and the finals, because this has also got to be a learning curve for all the athletes.
That's right. That's right. Now it can be a competitor's reason for a false start, but they can also pull them back as a starter. They can pull them back.
It's a technical false start.
Yeah. And a starter may not be happy with the things generally and just stop them.
So there are a number of reasons.
Occasionally you'll hear that the starter will say that they made an error and pull the runners back. We've got a medal presentation going on down here.
Yes.
Yep. And they're away in this one, in the heat 3.
It's a strong run from the girl from Paulding, but a stronger one from the girl on the inside from
Goodness
McKillop.
me,
What a
lane 1.
magnificent. Maintained a form all the way down the straight.
Now that should be Chiara Vlaopoulos.
And 27.57.
Yeah,
That's a very powerful run.
from Narrabri.
Yep.
Obviously does some good training out there at Narrabri. And she is the first to get around and shake everybody's hand, and that's great to see.
There's Talia Tabone from St Clair, isn't it? St Clair's, yes. Lily O'Donovan from Panania.
Oh, I got it wrong. I've got the wrong heat there. Apologies to everyone listening.
Lily O'Donovan from Panania, my old school where I used to teach.
There you go.
And 3 Madison, or was it Mads? Mads Gaydon from St Michael's Dunedoo, lovely part of the world.
So that was Talia Tabone took that one out.
Yes,
Yep.
Talia Tabone.
Lane 1. My apologies to everyone listening. Heat 3 going now. Chiara Vlaopoulos, Narrabri, Elani Clark, Coffs Harbour, Ellie Farrell, Harbord, Ruby Kerr, Oak Flats, down in the Illawarra. And beside her in lane 5, Ella Morrison, Wallsend South from the Hunter. Lane 6, Sakura Atwood, Tacking Point. Hayley Loretto will run in lane 7 from St Ives. And Madison Trembath is going in lane 8 from Swansea.
And they're around
Here they
through
come.
the bend. And it's a strong run from the girl from
It is Madison.
St Patrick's and the girl
Yep.
from Sydney West in the middle there is lane 4. South Coast, sorry, Ruby Kerr.
Ruby Kerr it is from Oak Flats.
What a good run that was. And her time of 27.19. We have Heat 4 coming up next, and I'll give you those runners. Out of lane 1, we have Amira Deneen from Vineyard in Sydney West. Lane 2, Rachel Grimond from Condolan Western. Lane 3, Ruby Bottrup from Scone, the Hunter. Lane 5, a runner we've seen already today, Bonnie but Charlie from Tamworth, Northwest. Lane 5, Marley Pay from Arana Heights, Western. Lane 6, Ella Strahild from Charleston South, Hunter. We have a runner from South Coast in lane 7, and in lane 8 we have Estelle Sodden Smith from St Francis Assisi, Paddington. And Ruby Kerr went through in 27.18, Madison Trembath from 27.33, Sakura Atwood 28.05, and Ellie Farrell 28.10. Our penultimate heat in the girls 12 to 13 200 metres is on the blocks, or at the, with the starter. Again, there's a strong lead there from the girl from Western in lane 4.
She Western?
Yes, and that'll be Marley Pay. Wearing the red and green, white of Western.
Goodness me, she took that away, didn't she?
Yeah,
10
from
metres.
Hunter.
Yep.
And her time is 26.81.
Heat 5 will include the following runners: Eva York from Ulladulla, Naomi Krajancic, Forestville, Ruby Coote, Forbes, Chloe Grellman from Bathurst, Macy Clarkson, Benora Point, Layla Kojimo, Griffith, Ruby Delves, Janali, and Amalia Bond, representing the combined independent schools. Pimble? Would that be?
Yep.
Yep. Benora Point. Neil?
North Coast.
Yeah.
Right
yeah.
near Tweed Heads.
Mm-hmm. Lovely. Had some pretty successful sportsmen coming from there.
They've had a
Swimmers
very
and
good they've had a very good sporting program for the primary schools, both at Tweed Heads South and Benora Point. Feature. And the runner from CIS in lane 8 has done well with the girl in Sydney North. Has run an extremely good bend.
She's
and
run a very good bend. Yeah.
Wow, she has treated them.
That'd be Naomi Krajancic. Yeah.
And 26.69. That's
Yeah.
a very good run. A very good run. I don't know if anyone's quite up to Rebecca Junior's record time, although who knows, in the semis and the finals they will be pushing each other that little bit harder.
Well, those girls ran a tenth of a second quicker than the previous heat, so you know. What's the record again?
25.50.
That's going to take some catching, isn't it? You know, that's more than a second.
If I remember correctly, Rebecca Junior went on to represent Australia in track and field.
All right, so yeah, that's the standard that the girls will be up against this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Our next event is event 12, which is the boys 12 and 13 heat, 200 metres. The record here was set in 2012 by James Gallagher of Ulladulla, South Coast, and he ran at 23.83. That's a huge run. Now in Heat 1 we have Lucas Gregg from Golgol Barrier, Lane 1, Thomas Steele, Lane 2, New Lambton, South Hunter, Lane 3, Owen Trin, Balmain, Sydney East, Lane 4, Mitchell Davies, Floraville, Hunter, Lane 5, Ollie Savani, Tacking Point, North Coast, Lane 6, Levi Scarlett, Buninyong in Western, Lane 7, Ashton Jamison, Cooma, North South Coast, Lane 8, Gabriel Agripong from Dalmini, Sydney South West, and Lane 9, Tom King, a Broken Hill Barrier. A couple of changes out there from the start list. Oh, that was all good.
It's all good.
And they're coming to the bend, or they're through the bend. And some good bend running there from the young boy from South Coast. But the Sydney East boy on the inside is doing a magnificent job. He's got an unusual style. He's leaning back a little bit, but he's got a clean pair of heels. All the North Coast is going to challenge.
He has a very upright style, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Pretty efficient, though.
A good run from the young boy from South Coast. He fought all the way.
Now, was he South Coast or was he Hunter? Lane 2.
Lane 2.
Yeah. Was that Thomas Steele?
Good by New Lambton.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't get the time, unfortunately, so we'll need to wait.
That's all right.
So we've
That'll
got
come up. There we are.
Owen Trin from Balmain in 26.05. Ollie Savoni from Tacking Point on the north coast, 26.12. Lane 3, Thomas Steele, New Lambton, 26.66. Lane 4, Mitchell Davis, Floraville, 27.02. In our next heat, we have in Lane 1, Cooper Everly from Cromer, Sydney North. Libana Tima from the Grange, Sydney Southwest. Thomas Pembleton, Henschke, Wagga. Lane 4, Jed Ferguson, Golgol. Lane 5, Charlie Seraford, Griffith East. Lane 6, Jared Shepherd, Riders, Sydney North. Lane 7, Sam Gray, St Bridget's, Branxton. Lane 8, Harry Keats from Oxley College, CIS. Lane 9, Samuel Patton from Inverell Northwest.
Cool, guys. So just confirming the changeover.
There's a few competitors here that, a number of them that will use the standing start.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I don't think any are going to look like they're going to use the blocks.
Yeah, I guess it, you know, it may come down to how familiar they are, how much chance they've had to practice with blocks.
Yeah.
Because if you have practiced, it's a more efficient start, I think, for a sprinter.
Oh,
Although to get into a set of blocks and not be comfortable, that's hard to run. It's hard to start. So
it's a young boy from CIS, but the boy from Sydney North has gone past him on the bend. He's going to fight. He's fighting back, this young boy from CIS.
it's Jared Shepherd, Sydney North, and that's a good run here.
Oh, she got it, the Sydney CIS boy.
Close.
In 25.55.
That might be a photo now.
It could be.
Yep.
Could be.
25.55. The pace is coming in. Times are coming in.
Harry Keats from Oxley, 25.54. Jared Shepherd from Ryde in 25.56. 2/100ths of a second.
Yep. Not much.
Sam Gray, 26.57.
About to go in Heat 3.
Cooper Everly, 27.95. Heat 3, we haven't introduced these. Lane 1, Tyler Cunico from Lithgow, Western. Lane 2, Tashan Waits from Barona, Western. Lane 3, Alexander Bissell from Pagewood, in the east. Lane 4, Brock Heathcock from Lavington, Riverina. Lane 5, Sam Hewitt, Middle Harbour, Sydney North. Lane 6, Manasi Masudi, Lavington East, Riverina. Lane 7, Ryan Donadell from Henry Parks, Northwest. Lane 8, Noah Kemp from Ebenezer, Sydney West.
Me or okay? Is that any better? Hang on, I think I've got it. Thanks. Sorry. Now. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And they're up and running.
This is Heat 3.
That's correct. He's maintained his lead, the boy from Sydney West, I think. Oh no, the boy from Western over on the far
Yeah,
side.
lane 1. Tyler Cunico appears to be taking it away with 40 metres left. He's going to hold them off, I think.
Oh yes.
Yep, he will.
Western, Sydney East and Sydney
Sydney West?
West. Yeah, Sydney West is one of the older T-shirts.
from Ebenezer, Noah Kemp.
And the boy from Sydney East was Alexander Bissell. Playing Heat 4 will feature in Lane 1, Reese Lark from Blackthorn East, Sydney West. Lane 2, Nicholas Clammer, Christ the King, Orthodox. Lane 3, Jacob Wright, Atunga, Northwest. Lane 5, Dominic Zal, the King's School, CIS. Lane 5, Ashton Foley, Bonnells Bay, Hunter. Lane 6, Emmett Hall, Carl Rossi, CIS. Lane 7, Dylan Puckett, Barimba, South Coast. And Lane 8, Lockie Williamson, Lake Cat-Eye, North Coast. Carl Rossi. Right. 3 years' time, you'll know those. You've got to get away with it. And they're up and running, and we have in lane 5, I think it is. Lane 5. Hunter, was it? Yes, I think you're right. Yeah. Ashton Foley from Hunter, Bonnells Bay, Hunter. I might have to go and get my eyes tested. I thought his singlet was red and blue. It's golden blue. 25.79. That's not a bad time.
Yeah, our quickest heat so far is the second, which is 25.55. So
Very good.
still a little way away from that record, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
They may not contest that until they have to run quicker in semi-finals.
Well, that one must have been a huge run by that gentleman.
We're coming into Heat 5. Zinzan Pure, Kernell, Sydney East. Cale Foster, Southern Cross, North Coast. William Curtin, Kelso. Bo Ruzzi from Des Moines. Lockie Samways, Holsworthy. Jacob Borg will go in lane 6 from Browley. In lane 7, Alexander Benfort, Rouse Hill. And Khan Jackson, lane 8, Parks. I wonder if Alexander Benfort from Rouse Hill has encountered that ferocious magpie that I've encountered now out there on my push bike a couple of times. Goodness me, it's a very determined magpie.
Possibly.
Hopefully getting towards the end of the magpie season, but they tend to, they still manage to, some of them last a long time.
Well, apparently the women's Big Bash last night, the game was interrupted by a family of plovers.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. You don't want to argue with them.
Sweeping the players as they went for the ball.
Goodness me.
And they're up and running. And it's going to be close, I'd say. It's finished by the looks of it. Boy from Polding on the outside, but there's a very good strong run from the boy from McKillop and the boy from Sydney Southwest in the centre lanes. And it's a tall lad from Sydney Southwest who's going to, I think, last to the end.
Lockie Samways.
Lockie Samways.
It is from Holsworthy. A very good run.
26.4, 26.14. That is a very good one.
So from that, Neil, we've got the second heat, which was the quickest. With the 25.55 for that second heat.
Lockie Samways was 26.12. Paorizzi from was 26.51. Zinzan Pure from Kernel, 26.84. And Alexander Beneforte from Rouse Hill at 26.89.
So all of those athletes will now wait to be selected through, hopefully, to semi-finals. Not all of them will go through, but half of them will, and they'll be running this afternoon.
Well, we have a short break now, ladies and gentlemen, in the live streaming. We've got in the track events. The next events will start. I meant to start in approximately 10 minutes, and they will be the start of the 100 metres. And they will go very quickly. We have 8 cheers in the girls and boys 100 metre events coming up.
That's a quick turnaround, isn't it? Because a lot of those 200 runners will run the hundreds.
Well, they're still marshalling the 8 and 9 years girls and boys at the moment. We don't have any runners out on the track to start. We do have a number of field events going on, so if you'd like to continue watching while we have a short break here, you can go to watch the field events, and we'll come back and join you again shortly. Thank you, Matt.
All right, and we're back on the track for the midday session, really, and this is with the girls. We're now with the girls' 8-year-old 100 metres heats. You've just seen heat 1. And in heat 2, we've got Ella Frith-Wall from Eleanor Heights, Sophie Eddy, Mathura, Indy Stewart, Minamara, Anika Graham, Woy Woy, Maya Hill, Kororo, Desu, Surendak Kuma, Girraween, Daniela West, Maxville, Ellie Rose, Kula, Amali Tedesco, Thelmere, and Josephine Hahn, Manly Vale. Girls just organising their blocks in heat 2. There'll be 4 heats for the 8-year-old girls. The record for the 8-year-old girls over 100 metres was set in 2013. Young lady from Pacific Hills and the Independent Schools group and region. It was set by Emily Crawford in a time of 14.45 seconds. All girls are electing to use a standing start there in this heat 2. And running in an outside lane from Sydney North, one of the additional lanes there. Looked like Josephine Hahn first across the line in the heat 2. Heat 3, we've got Ali Robson from Benvenue, Northwest. Zeta McGovern, Charlestown. Evelyn Paul will go in lane 5, from Hazelbrook. Charlie Demamiel from Forbes in lane 6. Bobby Oxspring, Hastings, North Coast. She'll go in lane 7. Sierra Searle from the combined independent schools will go in lane 8. Desiree Adiemi from Red Hill, from Riverina, will go in lane 9. In lane 10, Nadia Gasparini from Winston Hills. Nova Raynell will go in lane 11. She's from the independent schools. And Maddie Timmins from Ferry Meadow will run in lane 12. Now there is additional outside lanes for these 100 metre events. So we're heat 3 of the 8-year-old girls, 100 metres strong run.
15:26.
Looked to me like Sierra Seal, in lane 8. Possibly across the line first in heat 3. Heat 4 will include Emmy Aubrey from Lake Cargelligo, Zoe Dilworth, Maitland, Laura Wilkinson, Tamworth, Kendall Carlson, Independent Schools, Liv Donaldson, Earlwood, Mia Brown from Caringbah. Josie Wood from Dubbo. Holly Velata in lane 10 from Griffith. From Armadale, running in lane 11, Molly Schmood. And in lane 12, Terranora. And the North Coast is Zoe Lynch. And that will make up the final heat for the 8-year-old girls. You notice the coloured markers that are on the track is to help the runners negotiate that running onto that those lanes that come off the bend, where it may not be that obvious as to where the straight line is. So I assume that's what that's all about there, just to help them. If you notice on the outside lanes 10, 11, 12, they don't have those. It's because those lane lines extend straight from the start line onto the 100 metre track, whereas if you're coming in from those inside lanes, and we're starting lane 3, I think, they have to navigate that, what could be confusing, I guess, is the bend lane markings coming onto the straight. We're getting pretty close to a start here for Heat 4 of the 8-year-old girls.
And to progress to the semi-finals, Matt, they take the first 3 place getters in each heat, then the next fastest times.
How many fastest times then?
To make a field of 20. So we've got 4 heats. They'll take the first 12, and that's a good run from the young girl from Hunter. And then they'll take the next 2 fastest times from each of the heats following.
That looks like Zoe Dilworth from Maitland there. Yeah. First across there in that heat.
Nice little run, and 15:52. Now we now come to the boys' 100 metre heats. Yes, 8 years boys, and the record here was again set by in 1995 by a young boy named David Tahui from Belmore South, and it was then called Metropolitan East, is now Sydney East. In lane 3 we have Jake Lambert from North Rock, Sydney West. In lane 4, Luca Dixon from Avalon, Sydney North. Hugh Kite from Griffith Small Schools, which a number of small schools have got together to conduct a carnival, and he's come through from there. Then we have in lane 6, Moesi Burton from Wentworth Barrier. From lane 7, we have Jarrah Flack from Corrimal, South Coast. From lane 8, Xander Nagaki from Caringbah North, Sydney East. Lane 9, Liam Jakuti from Robinson, South Coast. From lane 10, Isaiah Dohei from Raglan. And in lane 11, we have Caleb Luck from Camden South, Sydney Southwest. Again there, the record is 13.99. David Dahui was a magnificent athlete.
Set quite a while ago.
Yes, 1995.
So that may be possibly the longest. Would that be the longest standing record?
I'm not sure. We had another one in 1995.
Yeah, we've got one there from the girls over 200.
Yes.
Under 13, Rachel Juno from
That's
Penrith
right.
Christian ran 25.50 in 1995 for the 200. Here we go. It's a Sydney North.
Oh, yes, I think you're right.
Luca.
Sydney North, South Coast, Sydney East.
Yeah, Luca Dixon there, first across in that heat. Heat 2, Nate Myers, Zach, he's from Yamba. Zach Watson from the independent schools. Marcus Barber from Casino. Matt Rounds, Oberon. Logan Parkins, Camden South. Connor Mackey, Metella Road. Metella Road is out near
Sydney West.
Toongabbie, I think.
That's correct.
Balgowlah Heights, Hudson McGregor, and from Glen Innes, who'll run in lane 10, Luke Matthews. What do you think of lunch, Neil?
I'm still having it.
They had these massive donuts down there. Just hard to miss. Beautiful pink icing, nice caramel icing as well. I think some people had those first.
I did.
Yeah? I didn't, and I wondered what I was missing out on, but I got in there and had one. We're about to go here. All runners using a standing start. And we've got a Sydney North boy here. Hudson McGregor will cross first in Heat 2. And would be Zach Watson running in lane 4, second across. All the young men there attempting to qualify for the semi-finals of the 100 metres. Going Heat 2. Just waiting for Heat 2 to... we've got Heat 3. Hudson Bootsma, Colcan, Harvey Shedden, The Junction, Noah Gray, Terry Hills, Asher Lawler, Scanners, Xavier Kirk, Belfield, Jed Latham, Bingara, Jackson Gray, representing independent schools, and Hudson Piotrowski from Woonona, just north of Wollongong on the south coast. I think we've got a similar arrangement here with semi-finals. Well, the semi-finals and the finals for the 100 metres will be conducted tomorrow. So, whereas the semi-finals for 200 will be this afternoon, and the final tomorrow. The semi-finals for the 100 metres will be tomorrow at around 11:50 a.m. And the finals will be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, if those athletes are successful in making their way through. We're still waiting for a start here for the Heat 3 of the 8-year-old boys 100 metres.
Well, there are a couple of anxious young competitors out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's a long time to wait for a start in 100. Here we go. One competitor to use a crouch start here.
And they're off.
Young man in lane 1 is just...
Oh,
just put in
the boy from Riverina.
Lane 3. He's just put in a massive first 50 and he's going to hold them. This is Hudson.
14.58.
Hudson, Bootsma, Kulkan, Riverina. Put in a mighty gap there in the first 50 metres and maintained it.
Yeah.
Heat 4. Spencer Torrell, Carlton, will go in lane 3. In lane 4, Patrick Chant, Kulkan. Hudson Corby will go in lane 5, Arana Heights. Lane 6, Oliver Dennis, Crestwood. Nick Condelios from Randwick will run in lane 7. Aidan Reichelt, Tacking Point, will go in lane 8. In lane 9, Nixon Kennedy, Martins Gully. And representing the independent schools, combined independent schools, in lane 10, Ryan Chidamba. Once again, I think the people viewing from their classrooms have got the best view here, Neil, because ours is slightly obstructed by eager fans that are trying to stand near the finish line.
Eager parents, yes.
We're watching it the same way you are, and that is on screen, which is a pretty good view. It's a good picture. Here we go. Heat 4. And they're away.
It's going to be a tight finish, I think.
So we've got a Sydney West boy out there going away from Crestwood, Oliver Dennis. He's been overcome.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a close finish. Close finish. I think Ryan Chidamba had a piece of that there at the end in the outside lane.
Yes, I think he may have.
And then possibly Nicholas Condelios.
From LA to the Sacred Heart, yes.
Heat 5 for the 8-year-old boys will include the following runners. STM Roos. There's an explanation on that one.
St Thomas More.
St Thomas More Roos.
McKillop.
Okay, we have a young man representing that school. And Lenny Haywood is his name, lane 3. Deucalion Ikamui from Harrington. And he's lane 4. Isaiah Campbell Davies will running lane 5. He's from Wallsend. From Ramsgate, Amir Sapatea, lane 6. Lane 7, Parker Goldsworthy from Tweedheads. Bailey Pryor, Tacking Point, will go in lane 8. And they're away actually. Braden Wine, Anna Bay in lane 9. And Jackson McGivern Pickin, Bomaderry on the south coast.
That's a good run. It's going to be close, 14.96.
That'll be Lenny Haywood, I think, in lane 3. Qualifying in the fastest place, and that concludes the heats for the 8-year-old boys over 100 metres.
The next event will be the girls, 9 years, 100 metre heats. And the record here stands at 13.88, set in 1997 by, I think it was Chris van der Waal, who also went on to represent Australia in track and field. In Heat 1, we have Ayla York from Shell Harbour on the south coast. In lane 3, that was Ayla. Lane 4, we've got Emily Ryder from Currabubula, northwest. Lane 5, Matilda Cantrell from Orange, Western. Lane 7, Sabina Chan, Roseville, Sydney North. Lane 8, Lara Hooper, Calare, Western. Lane 5, Willow Miller, St Joseph's, Tweed Heads. 10, Edith Rolls from Young in the Riverina, and lane 11, Keisha Williams from Narandra in the Riverina. Now, best wishes go out to those people in Narandra who are currently having dramatic flood interruptions. And I understand they're just having difficulty getting food deliveries in at the moment. At the beginning of the day, I mentioned that at the end of this event, the New South Wales PSSA athletics team will be selected. They'll be for students from the ages of 10 to 12. This is a very good run from the young girl from Western. At the moment, she's been challenged by the girl from Sydney North, and it looks like it's Western Sydney North for a
Lara
well
Hooper. Yeah.
Lara Hooper from Calare in Western, and Matilda Cantrell from Orange in Western. And they narrowly defeated Sabina Chan from Roseville in a time of 14.74. Heat 2 of the girls, 9 years, 100 metres heat, 100 metres, will feature Pippa Thomas from St Mary's Corowa, Olivia Facer from Burke Ward Barrier, Emily Leonard in lane 5 from Thagoon and Riverina, Charlie Orusos from Mariah College CIS, 7th Addison Stevens from Golgol and Barrier. Lane 8, Avaya Tavita from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Zaylee Pledger, Sandy Beach, North Coast. Lane 10, Madison Cohen, Mariah College. And lane 11, Teofilo from Yass, South Coast. There's a gain selection in the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association track and field team to go to the School Sport Australia event in Brisbane in November. You must be turning 10 and you can't be older than 12 in the year of competition. So these 8 and 9-year-olds have something to look forward to over the next few years. They're off. Oh, the young girl from lane 10 is streaking away. And that's Madison Cohen from Mariah College, and she's celebrated with a double fist pump.
Pretty happy about it, yeah.
She's done 14.72, well done. So she's within a second of the record. She might get pushed. It was a very good run.
Well, she enjoyed her success there. Imagine if she wins the final.
We'll have to have that on victory
great.
dance.
Yeah.
Heat 3, we'll see Emma Shields from Toukley in lane 3, and she's from Toukley, Sydney North. Lane 4, Imogen Wynn from Shelley, Sydney West. Lacey Swilks runs out of lane 5, and she's from Kentucky, Northwest. In lane 6, we have Lana Bosick from St Patrick's, Sutherland. Lane 7, Billy Rollo from Kensington, Sydney East. In lane 8, Haven Papua from Oxley Park, Sydney West. In lane 9, we have Chloe Pun from Lilypool, Sydney East. And in lane 10, representing Muswellbrook Public School from the Hunter, is Kani Vero. And we have two competitors. I think there may be, one competitor setting up her blocks. And obviously she's done this before.
She's got her system worked out there.
Yeah.
I wonder who taught her that. It's she's just getting herself organised. The majority of the girls will use a standing start for this. We're going with heat 3 here.
And she looks like she knows what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. She's happy. No, we're on set. We're on our mark. You're away.
Oh,
Good contest out front here, Neil.
it is very much.
Yeah. Lane 5, lane I must have been amongst all that.
I think it was a time of 1462, and it was Lane. I think it was Lania Bozic from St Patrick's, Sutherland, who stole that one. But it was a very tight race.
Heat 4 of the girls, 9 years. Addie Bateman from Bega. Lane 3, Grace Rosington Taylor, Glen Innes. Lane 4, lane 5, Audrey Ualan Guinness. My apologies.
I think it might be Janowskins.
Janowskis. I'm sure there was a better way to say that. Thanks, Neil. My apologies. From Maitland, we'll go in lane 5. Scarlett Larson, lane 6. Golgol. Havana Gray, lane 7. Terry Hills. Rain Ross, lane 8. Lake Munmora. Grace Gervan, lane 9. Clavelli and Willow Samuel. Independent schools going in lane 10.
Yep.
We have
The
a
young
full
girl from
start.
Paulding was a full start there.
Should be good for a start here now. They've got one false start against them. In a way, looked a little bit unsteady. A couple of runners there, but wow, this is a strong performance. Just going to run away with that heat.
14:40. Very good. 14:40.
Times are coming in. That's the quickest heat.
It might be a very good race between that young lady and the girl in the previous heat.
You know what?
Or maybe pre-heat. Plus one. We have heat 5 coming up in the girls 9 years or 100 metres. And we have in lane 3 Harper Mays from Pottsville Beach on the north coast. Charlotte Harper in lane 4 from St Andrews, Sydney Southwest. Running out of lane 5 we have Sierra West from Coolwall Western. Lane 6 Madeline Johnson, New Lantern Hunter. Lane 7 Briar Ayuve from Surveyors Creek, Sydney West. Lane 8 Camilla Roderick from Sacred Heart, Pymble. Lane 9, Maya Tanko from Carringbar North, Sydney East. And lane 10, Somali Dungai from Warhope, North Coast. Yeah, I was saying before, I think that we've had 2 girls around the 14.4, and when they push themselves in the final, who knows, we might get close to that record.
That record of 13.88.
Yes.
Warhope. Mid North Coast,
Port Macquarie.
Inland from Port
Macquarie,
Macquarie. Yeah.
I had to be able to run this fast.
Yeah, they're very good, aren't they? Speed merchants.
A good run from the girl from Sydney Southwest.
Charlotte.
Charlotte Harper from St Andrews.
15:09. There'll be some pretty swift operators in the semi-finals
Yeah.
tomorrow. And that record might get pushed.
And now we move to the boys 9 years 100 metres. And the record here is held by a Jay Mulligan from Wyoming in Sydney North. And that was at the time of 13:58, set in 1998. In lane 3, we have Quinn Lingia from Mullion Creek Western. Lane 4, Tom Gibson, St Gregory's Queanbeyan. Lane 5, Jensen Barrett, Mount Colah, Sydney North. Lane 6, Stanley Harvey, School of the Air Barrier. Lane 7, Tex Air from Charleston East, Hunter. Out of lane 8, we have Finn Semia, School of the Air Barrier. Lane 9, Jamareki Wari from Forbes Western. In lane 10, Felix Poole from Badalla South Coast. And in lane 11, Ethan Costa from Our Lady of Annunciation.
And we've got Ethan Costa, I'd say, has been successful there.
In 13:97. Wow.
That's moving it along. But he'll have to do a time of
13:58.
13:58, so he may have that in him. Some of those boys that get through to semis and finals might threaten that one of Joshua Mulligan.
So Ethan Costa, followed by Quinn Lingia and Jensen Barrett, and the next two were Tex Air and Jamaraki. Our heat 2 sees in lane 3 Kravitz Fayette from Gleswood Hills, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Will Domenseno from Lennox Head, North Coast. Lane 5, Jarvis Barton, Panania, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Tomasi Chakosal from Hamwood. Lane 7, Jackson Bradbrook from Orange. Lane 8, Liam Lawson, Newington, Sydney East. Lane 9, Jack Kane, Lindisfarne, CIS. And lane 10, Teddy Sharp from the Shaw Preparatory School, CIS. And they're up and running.
Lane 3.
Oh, is it the,
Strong run. It's a good contest, though. Right across there. Yeah.
and I think it was lane 9 or 10, Teddy Sharp from Shaw Prep in 14:41. So there's two at 14:40. So they'll be pushing each other. And then I think it went across to Jarvis Barton. No, Will Domenseno from Lennox Head, ahead of Kravitz Fayette from Gledgewood, ahead of... They're not going to tell me.
No.
Ahead of... And that's too far away for me to read. Liam Lennon, I think it was.
Yeah, Liam Lawson.
Lawson.
In fourth. Yeah.
All right, in Heat 3 we have Anthony Trina Jestick from Thomas Hassel, CIS. Miles Essen from Tacking Point, North Coast. Edward Curran from St Joseph's Weewar. Lane 6, Hugo Barwick from Warrialda, North West. Lane 7, Jock Mackay from New Lambton South. Lane 8, Orocco Jenkins from St Mary's Casino. Lane 9, Kitione Tamari from Marsden Road, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 10, Ethan Foster, Beaumont Hills, Sydney West.
About to go in Heat 4, Oliver Sciuli from Merriweather. Milo Lavigne in lane 4 from Bondi. Riley Willamette in lane 5, Griffith. In lane 6, Theo Lyons, Newcastle East, I think. Arthur Balkan is in lane 7 from Wentworth Falls. Nate Russo will run in lane 8 from St Ives North. Clarence Kelly, lane 9, Southern Cross, North Coast. And in lane 10, Mason Colbrand, Gunnedah.
Oh, wow. Ooh. Lane 7.
That's a Sydney North, I think. Was it Sydney North?
Yeah, lane 8, Nate Russo.
Lane 8, Nate Russo.
14:39.
Yes.
That's our fastest heat, isn't it?
14:39 just.
Just.
Oh no, we had a 13:97 earlier.
Oh, 13:97. Yeah, that's right.
That was heat 1.
Wow.
So that's, yeah.
Right, heat 5 of the boys 9 years 100 metres. In lane 3, Kenneth Dargan from Sir Henry Parks, northwest. Lane 4, Patrick Boafo, Bert Oldfield, Bird Oldfield, Sydney West, and Sir Henry Parks, of course, is not in Sydney West, but it's in the northwest. Braden Murtagh from Marimba, Sydney North. In lane 6, Nicholas Whitehead, Jindabyne, South Coast. Lane 7, Edward Clay from Temora. Lane 8, Lucas Gill Gomes, Albion Park. Lane 9, Lachlan Chapel, and Lane 10, Cooper Skuse. And Lachlan Chapel was from St Bernard's Botany, and Cooper Skuse from Heathcote, Sydney East. Okay, our next event is the 10 years girls, 100 metres. We have 4 heats. The record stands at 13:36 and was set by Chelsea Azoki from Ballarang, South Coast, 2016. In lane 1, Ellie O'Brien, Cudgegon Western. Lane 2, Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee Western. Lane 3, Jasmine Morrison, Wallsend South, Hunter. Lane 4, Chloe Turnbull, Bingara Central, Northwest. Lane 5, Maggie Trainer, Carringbar, Sydney East. Lane 6, Hale Bostic, Stanwell Park, South Coast. Lane 7, Savannah Leituimi, Grafton, North Coast. Lane 8, Avery Lennox, Alma, Barrier. Lane 9, Spandala Yardam from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Capri Vincent, St Anthony's, Clovelly. And in lane 11, Olivia Toshak, North Sydney, Sydney North.
We have a full lineup almost right across the start line here now. We have a start in heat 1. And it looks like Capri Vincent has been across the line first in heat 1. Will qualify first from that heat to go through to semi-finals in a time of 13.90. Heat 2, Isla Bailey, Tomarong, lane 1. In lane 2, Sienna Fernie from Port Macquarie. In lane 3, Scarlet Nest, Barnia, Sydney West. Lane 4, Chloe Anthony, representing combined independent schools. Zara Richards in lane 5. Leichhardt, LaQuisha Vayono, lane 7 from Griffith. Maddie Burge will go in lane 8 from Greenwich. Amelia Williams in lane 9, Corindai. Sienna Miles, lane 10, Narellanville. And in lane 11, Scarlett Lamb, Cecil Hills. They're ready for a start in heat 2. And we're away. And pretty even contest for attempts to qualify for semi-finals here, although we've got Chloe Anthony, I would say, qualifying first there. running in lane 4 and representing combined independent schools. Time of 14:31. Heat 3 for the 10-year-old girls. Talia Brander will run in lane 1 from Kelso. Lane 2, Savannah Cox, Northbourne. Ella Clayton in lane 3 from Mascot. Ella Achiki from Kalara in lane 4. Eva Colvin, lane 5 from the Junction in the Hunter region. Bailey Fisher, lane 6, Albury. Maggie Brown, lane 7, Gravesend. Lindsay J. Bonillo will run in lane 8 from Peakhurst. In lane 9, Indy Spriggs from Coringal in the Riverina. And in lane 10, Cleo Lokinti, Lake Illawarra. That could be Lake Illawarra South. A couple of schools down there.
Yes, it would be.
Let's start. Good lineup of runners here. And it's
14
looking
flat.
very much Lindsay J. Bonillo from Peakhurst. 14 seconds. 14 seconds 0. Heat 4 coming up. Alice Burgess will run in lane 1 from Independent Schools. Lane 2, Aurora Stanek Bradshaw, Beresford Road. Melody Kelly, Southern Cross, on the North Coast, will run in lane 3. In lane 4, Tilly Rybelt from Coffs Harbour. Lane 5, Caitlin Barnard from Narellan. Elwyn Evans will run in lane 6 from Orange. Alara Barnes, representing the independent schools, will run in lane 7. Harley Dilger. Lane 8 from Lennox Head. Alyssa McDrury. Lane 9, independent schools. And in lane 10, once again, nice strong lineup of runners. Charlotte James will run in lane 10 from Charlestown. And they are about to get, they're still organising their blocks, starting arrangements. Some of the girls just having a bit of a practice run out of the blocks. It's very important. Make sure everything feels good and comfortable. And they're going on to their mark now in Heat 4. A clean start in Heat 4.
Very strong performance here from the CIS girls.
And that's Alyssa McDrury running in lane 9.
In 13.99.
So Heat 1 going under 14 seconds and Heat 4 going sneaking in under 14 seconds.
Our next event will feature the 10 years boys 100 metres. And the record here was set by Alex Jello back in 2005 with a time of 12.85. And we have Hamish Finch from the School of Air Barrier in lane 1, Cooper Kleindienst from Wingham and the Hunter, Riley Deeth from Hammondville, Sydney Southwest, Jack Calcraft, Minamara South Coast is out of lane 4. In lane 5 we have Max Muntz, Stanwell Park, South Coast, Corbin Faenga in lane 6 from Pico South, Jake Murphy from Nambucca Heads in North Coast, Archie Collins in lane 8, the Cathedral Bathurst, lane 9, William Stelly, School of the Air Barrier, lane 10, Ariki Wahongi, Manly West, Sydney North, lane 9, Ryan Jose from the Lutheran Primary School, which is CIS.
very nice weather, but it looks like the breeze has picked up a little heading into the afternoon. Discus throwers throwing directly into it. Don't know if that helps a discus or not. Does it?
I'm not sure, but I'd keep my toes back.
Yeah. helps a javelin thrower, I believe, throwing into a breeze.
Does it?
Keeps
The lift.
Keeps it up in the air a bit longer, I think.
Well, that makes sense.
Remember that massive controversy at Moscow when the gates were opened at one end of in 1980? The gates were opened at one end of the stadium when one or two javelin throwers were throwing and closed at another time. They picked it up, the long-range television sort of shot, and they said, "What's going on?" They said, "What's going on here?"
They are up and running, and it's a strong lead out from the boy over here in CIS is doing very well. The one boy in the middle from Sydney East is powered back to the lead.
Ryan Jose in the outside lane, but Sydney East boy was Corbin
Faenga, who did also very well in the 200s.
I don't know. Maybe it was just the ice cream van that was arriving and they opened the gates.
His time at 13:34 too. That's not bad.
Handy time.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but
No.
Ryan Jose 13:57.
There are a few controversial moments at that Olympic Games.
Yes, there are a few.
Yeah. But there's hardly Olympic Games goes past and it's not a controversial moment.
That's exactly right.
Everyone has an opinion.
In Heat 2, we have Oscar McMurtry from St Nicholas Tamworth. He's in lane 1. Lane 2, Finn Wilson from St Ives Park, Sydney North. Lane 3, Edward Burks and Thomas Willoughby. Lane 4, Harrison Corrigan from New Lantern South. Lane 5, Fletcher Way from Calcan, Riverina. Lane 6, Jared Edwards, Armidale City, Northwest. Lane 7, Axel Bryant, Cohiba, Hunter. Lane 8, Ethan Suleiman, St Mark's, Drummoyne. And lane 9, Bo Hanrahan from O'Connell, Western. And in lane 10, Lucas Hill, Oxley College, CIS. And they're off. Ooh, long striding boy from Sydney North in lane 2. He's got it in 13:79.
Wilson from St Ives Park.
No, I'm not sure, actually. Could be. So who was that? 13:79.
Heat 3. You're going to go with lane 1, Nate Schofield, Lake Albert, Riverina. Charles Carano will run in lane 2, Independent Schools. Charlie Beale from Marumburra, Riverina, in lane 3. Jardi Ikamui from Harrington, in lane 4. William Bailey will run in lane 5, Hunters Hill. Finn and Connor will be in lane 6. Tim Bomburi, Northwest. Lane 7, George Lambusis, Ramsgate, Sydney East. Lennox Gordon will run in lane 8, Woonona on the south coast. Raid Muljusevic from Lawson, Sydney West in lane 9, and Bo Argayat, Blackwell, Sydney West, lane 10.
And off they go.
They are away. That's just another strong run. It's got a little gap on that.
13:43.
And where's that young man from?
There was some Ramsgate, Sydney East,
Sydney
George
East.
Lambusis.
Yeah. All these boys, George, and others shaking hands once again, making that effort, very good. All these boys attempting to qualify for semi-finals for 100 metres that will take place tomorrow morning.
Out of Heat 4, we have in lane 1, Anderson McMahon from Forbes, Western. Lane 2, Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. Lane 5, Ryan Uni, Canberra, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Janicio da Cunha, Hassel Grove, Sydney West. Lane 5, Victor Ogbana from Our Lady of Mount Carmel, Wentworthville. Lane 6, Cash Hall from Warrialda, Northwest. Lane 7, Cooper Caddies from Coppenhurst, North Coast. Lane 8, Saxon Scott, Dubbo South. Lane 9, Henry Keane, Berry. Lane 10, Ethan Warner, Avalon, Sydney North. They're good. And they're up and running.
11 runners. 10 here.
And young Ethan again is going extremely well. Ethan Warner, and he pumps the air. 13:47. I think this is going to be some very good racing in the semi-finals.
Next event we should have up will be the 11-year-old girls over 100 metres. Girls just getting organised. Heat 1 has the following runners: Sienna Botha, Tamora, Versi Patu in lane 2, Minamara, South Coast, Charlize Single in lane 3, Kelso, lane 4, Macy and Riske, Golgol, lane 5, Sienna Vasella, St Ives, North. Demi Spiteri will run in lane 6 from Whitemere. Divine Chekwudi from Liverpool will run in lane 7. Sophie Howson, lane 8, Cronulla. Alice Wall, lane 9, Inverell. In lane 10, Calasita Burton, Wentworth. And Annie Lidbury will run in lane 11 from Chisholm. Wentworth, Neil. Is that one of the barrier schools?
Yeah. I think Wentworth's about halfway between Broken Hill and the tip of the Victorian border, but it's right on the South Australian border.
All right, so they've come quite a way to have a run in Sydney. Gee, when you look at all of those markers and the running shoes, there's a lot of colour in them for that, isn't there? They're very brightly coloured shoes.
Makes you run faster.
It certainly does. Certainly does. Been held up for a little while on the start line. We have a presentation taking place for a service award to a teacher. I'm not quite sure of her name at the moment, but there have been a number of service awards presented today.
It's been presented to Mrs. Deb Hanson.
Ah, Debbie Hanson, yes it is. Yes.
Who was the Sydney West sports organiser for a number of years.
Now I recognise her, Neil, and she was actually a teacher at my school, Debbie Hanson. And she's initially of netball fame, I think.
She is.
She had a lot to do with netball, and it's Peter Banks making the presentation to her. It's very nice.
It's a very strong run from the young girl from McKillop.
Yeah, it is.
And that'd be Divine Chakwudi, who also did very well in the 200s.
Yes, you would imagine most of these girls would back up quite well.
Yes. Heat 2, we'll see in lane 1, Quinn Nayland from St Catharines, Singleton. Lane 2, Layla Lewis from Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest. In lane 3, Ruby Graham Waddell from Rob Wadwell from Moree, Northwest. In lane 4, Liliana Anthony Ligabui from Panania North. In lane 5, Ruby Meehan from Colo Vale. In lane 6, Elise Green, Balmain, Sydney East. In lane 7, Taylor Pauli from Bardia, Sydney Southwest. From lane 8, we have Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney West. In lane 9, from Queenwood, we have Holly Tweedale. In lane 10, from Bowman Hills in Sydney West, is Zoe Lynch. And there's some very strong runners in here that have come through from the 200s this morning. Lane 7, Taylor Pauli had a very good run this morning. As did Quinn Nayland.
So you'll be looking to them as a possible progression through to semi-finals. Some of these other girls might have something to say about that.
I think all of them have something to say about it, to say that you don't know what you're talking about.
Here we go. This is Holly Tweedale, and as you suggested, we've got Taylor.
13:42.
Quite nicely.
That was Taylor Pauli, 13:42. I didn't get the time in the first one. I think it was Holly Tweedale that was second. I'm not sure. Heat 3, we have Assumption Aita Sadler, St James Forest Lodge. Lane 2, Willow Toll from Avalon, Sydney North. Lane 3, Ava Pepper, Skeggs. Lane 4, Isabel Davies, Manly West, Sydney North. Lane 5, Tilly Ajaka Pettit from Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 6, Olive Smart from Catharines. Lane 7, Georgia Wheeler from Young North Riverina. Lane 8 is Jessica Morris from Kororo, North Coast. Lane 9, Asher Cameron, Gunnedah South, Northwest. And lane 10, Sophie Newham from Tullabajeel Central in Western.
Is that gentleman? Another presentation. Official. Quite a lengthy presentation going on, and that's what's just holding the Heat 3 of the 11-year-old girls for a moment.
And we're off and running.
We are. Quite strong through the middle of the field here. It's going to be close for qualifying.
That's Assumption
It is.
Ayato Sadler and 1373.
Heat 4 will be in lane 1, Olivia Bailey, Lake Albert. Kyla Rankin will run in lane 2 from Anna Bay. In lane 3, Kaya Lenny, she's from Byron Bay. In lane 3, Malia Peckham. In lane 4, Wellington. Aria Jensen from Randwick will run in lane 5. Delilah Wharton, lane 6, Byron Bay. In lane 7, Chelsea Chapman, Pitt Town. In lane 8, Madison McWilliams from Flinders on the south coast. She will run in lane 8. In lane 9, Mia McDonald, Soldiers Point in the Hunter. And Janice Hicks will run in lane 10 from Edgeworth, also in Hunter.
And the record in this event, ladies and gentlemen, is 12.72, set by Chelsea Azoka from Ballarang on the south coast in 2017. South Coast from Hunter? No, Hunter from South Coast from McCulloch. At a time of 13:43. And that went to the runner from the South Coast, Flinders, Madison McWilliams. We're moving straight into the boys' 11 years, 100 metres. And this record was set in 1998 by a young athlete called Robert Boateng, Liverpool. Went to Liverpool Public School in Sydney South West. Heat 1 we have Callum Gilchrist from Barker, CIS. Lane 2, Rory Mackay from Pottsville Beach, North Coast. Lane 3, Billy Fitzgerald, School of the Air Barrier. Lane 4, Shay France from Warners Bay Hunter. Lane 5, Tamana Searle, Kiama, South Coast. Lane 6, Braxton Glazebrook from Albury Riverina. Lane 8, Harvey Todd from Sydney Grammar St Ives. Lane 8, John Espinida from Kingswood South, Sydney West. Lane 9, Maceo Wagner Jordan from Burke Street, Sydney East. Lane 10, George Harvey, School of the Air Barrier. And lane 11, Jacob O'Sullivan, the Redlands. Looks like we may have a withdrawal from lane 3. That's Billy Fitzgerald from the School of the Air Barrier. Young lad from Sydney West is showing a very clean pair of heels here. And that is John Espinina from Kingswood South in a time of 13:05. Heat 2 will feature Jay Byrne in lane 1 from Canowindra Western. Lane 2, Enzo Zetman from Deniliqua North Riverina. Lane 3, Angus Simpson from St Xavier's Gunnedah. Lane 4, Elijah Penhall from West Wyalong. Lane 5, Leon Ladagio, Manly Village, Sydney North. Lane 6, Philip Kaibaya from Holy Trinity, Granville. Lane 7, Luca Giametti from Wallara, Sydney East. Lane 8, Ethan Medeiros, St Michael's, Belfield. Lane 9, Edmund Barton from Inverell, Northwest. And Lane 10, Zach Bailey, Timbumburi, Northwest.
Just wondering if the students back at school, Neil, might be interested in knowing who's run the fastest in Australia over 100 metres, men and women. Any ideas? Or should we let them think about it for a while?
I think it's... maybe let them think about it for a while.
Think. Fastest male, fastest female over 100. Set a while ago. By both.
Okay. Well, I've got to cross off the one I was thinking.
Yeah? These are wind assisted.
Wow. I didn't know that.
We'll let them think. I don't think, unless they've done a little bit of
Research?
athletics research, they might be able to do a bit of quick research, see what they can come up with. Teachers might be able to let them have 10 minutes of research. See how they go. Fastest time by a man in Australia over 100 metres is 9.93. It was set in. He's the only fellow to run, only Australian to run under 10 seconds. Australian. 2003. Wow. Patrick Johnson. Slightly wind assisted, but counted, I think. And then we've got a gentleman by the name of Paul Narracott, quite famous, back in 1984, I think it was, around 9.9.
10 metres per second.
That's moving, yeah. Close to what these guys are doing. They're not that far off.
I don't drive that fast.
What have we got here? We're going with
Heat 2.
Heat 2.
And we had a full start.
There. Now, one of the interesting pieces of information I found was that the fellow that holds the record for the 200 was set at the Olympic Games in 1968. Peter Norman.
Peter Norman.
It was set a long time ago. That's
silver medal.
Yeah, absolutely. Controversial moment and very famous moment. Yeah. Students might like to do some research on that one. There was some. It's quite a historic moment. Here they are. They're away in Heat 2.
Some very strong running.
Yeah.
Lane 5, I think.
5 and 7.
Actually, it might have been 6 and 8. 13:32. Okay. With the final shirts on it. Or the semis.
Yes. Thank you.
Now tell me, Matthew, did you know that through your previous research, or have you just Googled that in the last?
I was interested. I did the first one over the 100. I had to Google all that. Yeah. Peter Norman, I'd had heard that before.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten it, but it didn't surprise me when I saw his name come up. But his, That's well written about, and they made a movie about that
yes, they did.
as well.
Mm.
And the fastest women, 11:11. A lady by the name of Melissa Breen, 2014, ran that. And 11 flat was run in 1973 by Denise Robertson. So, you know,
Wow.
that's pretty quick, isn't it? It's moving.
It's very, very, very fast.
Away.
Big run here from the gentleman in the Hunter. He's got that shirt on, yes. He's got there in lane 9. Who was...
gentleman in the middle.
no, Gabriel Ali, I think, in lane 9 in 13:38. We'll see very shortly. No, that was... Our Infinity from St Catherine's. Cernum. Yeah, I didn't say that.
Yeah, it came through.
All right, in Heat 4 we've got Harley Teal from Karangi, North Coast. Bodie Jedahusky from Elderslie, Sydney, Southwest. Lane 3, Caleb Snyder, Lithgow. Lane 4, Lucas Fraser, Yarrawarra. Lane 5, Ethan Sherlock, Waniora. Lane 6, Michael Melfi from Fairy Meadow on the South Coast. Lane 7, Tulloch Morgan from Corindai, Northwest. Lane 8, James Meekins from Philip Neary, Northbridge. Lane 9, Bo Wilden, St Lawrence Forbes. And lane 10, Kobe Ryan, Nukulbar, Hunter. It's unusual to have two South Coast boys seated,
Same heat.
yeah, same, and drawn together in the lanes. Two from Paulding. And the big lad from South Coast, I'm not sure if maybe the dip on the outside from the Hunter may have picked that one up.
If so, that was Michael Melfi, was it? Or no, on the inside lane, was it Ethan Sherlock?
Yeah, I think it was Ethan. 13:23, so that's there's another 4 good heats there.
It's getting closer to Patrick Johnson, isn't it? I'll get there. And now we've got some girls, the 12-year girls are going to run their heats for the 100s. In Heat 1, Erin Dunn from Cromer will run in lane 2. In lane 3, Ria Havlicek will run representing independent schools in lane 3. Tanea Wayway, lane 4. Hope I got that right. Karen Barr, lane 5. Pepper Kenny from Kingscliff. Lane 6, Johanna Ullman from Benora Point. Naomi Rajancic, Forestville, lane 7. Piper Rapp will run in lane 8 from Cronulla. Sakura Atwood will run in lane 9. Attacking Point in lane 10. Angelica Beatty from the Grange, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 11, Marley Main from Banks Meadow.
We're behind time at the moment. Oh, not another presentation, is it? Jesus. And we're away. And again, the Sydney Southwest young lady has gone through in 13.19.
Looked comfortable too, didn't it?
She did look very comfortable. And that was Sydney Southwest Angelica Batty.
Yeah. 13.19.
Yep. We move now to Heat 2, and we've got Mads Gaydon from St Michael's Dunedoo, Madison Trembath and Patrick Swansea. Lane 4, Taylor Tabone from St Clair, Narellan Vale. Lane 5, Tennille Lamb from Wingham and the Hunter. Lane 6, Ruby Brochop from Scone, Hunter. Lane 7, Amira Deneen from the Vineyard, Sydney West. Lane 8, Ruby Coote from Forbes, Western. Lane 9, Michaela Tavita, Kapuka, Riverina. Lane 10, Madeline Ty, Claregate, Western. Lane 11, Emily Cott, Widemere, Sydney West. It's interesting as the athletes get a little bit older, they're more using the blocks, especially in the hundreds.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I wondered how that's
Lane 3.
Went too early there. Yeah, I wondered if that would change new as we went up through the ages. It's a bit more confident with it.
There was a stage years ago when you had to use the blocks. Because the standing start apparently was wearing the track.
Oh, right.
But I think since they've laid this new surface a few years ago, I think that issue's been eradicated. Because for the primary kids it was very difficult when they were told they had to use the blocks. And for a number of years we lost time each time because we were virtually teaching them to use the blocks at the start, which was terribly unfair to some of the students who had never run on a tartan track alone, let alone use blocks. That was a very strong run from the girl in lane 3, and she's gone through in 13.24. In lane 3, that's Tahilia Taboni from St Clair, Narellan Vale. In Heat 3, we're going to have lane 2, Ruby Kerr from Oak Flats, South Coast, Ella Strail from Charleston South, Hunter. Lane 4, Tiana Nguyen from Narellan Vale, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Alice Hearn from Holbrook. Lane 6, Kiara Viahopoulos from Narrabri West. Lane 7, we've got Alana Clark from Coffs Harbour. Lane 8, Amelia Bond from Pymble Ladies College. Lane 9, Annabelle Spinowski from Wattle Grove, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, Eva York from Ulladulla, the South Coast. And in lane 11, Estelle Sodden-Smith from St Francis Assisi, Paddington.
Yeah, there's always that debate about helping kids with the blocks, whether that's slows the carnival, but then again, putting kids in a position where they feel comfortable running.
Yeah. Good run.
Lane 1, inside lane, I thought.
Yeah, South Coast, Ruby Kerr from Oak Flats has done it in 13.70. Yeah, it was a struggle. Well, we eventually got there, but it's interesting they've gone back. I've noticed that they've got a lot of children doing the standing start.
Well, at the regional level, I know, South Coast region, for high school, they'll often get some team managers and others that are willing to help, and they'll come down to the start of the hundreds and the 200s and help kids get them organised,
Which is important. We're now getting ready for lane Heat 4 in the girls 12 years 100 metres. And we have a Ginger Searsat from St Peter and Paul, Kiama. Lane 3, Elena Moran from Benview, Northwest. Lane 4, Jess Murphy, Tim Obulity from Northwest. Lane 5, Summer Packy from North Kellyville, Sydney West. Lane 5, Grace O'Bead from Wallara, Sydney East. Lane 7, we have a runner from the South Coast. Lane 8, we've got Jade Johnson from Claremont, CIS. Lane 9, Armani Cook from Hamwood with Riverina. Lane 10, Marley Pay, Orana Heights. Lane 11, Ellie Fairhall from Harbord.
And they're away.
And the young girl from Western again's doing a very good job.
Yeah.
That's Marley Pay from Orana Heights. She ran very well also on the 200 metre from memory. And her time of 13.18.
It is the quickest heat, I think.
Yes,
Yep.
marginally.
By a fraction.
By a fraction.
By 1/100th of a second.
Yeah. Our next event will be the boys 1200 metres. We have 4 heats here. We have the record sitting at 11.87, so we're getting into some serious time here. And that was set by a gentleman called Brodie Perry in 2016, and he was from Muswellbrook.
I don't know that.
Oh, no, yeah. Well, in our first heat, the boys, we have Jared Shepherd from Ryde East, Sydney North. Lane 2, Damien Dedovic from Glenbrook, Sydney West. Lane 3, Cooper Patocchio from St Patrick's, Albury. Lane 4, Ismail from Tumut. Lane 5, Greg Lucas, Golgol, Barrier. Lane 6, Carlo Magbag from Ellamore Vale. Lane 7, Bo Ruzzi from St Mark's, Des Moines. Lane 8, Tom King from Broken Hill. Lane 9, LeBron Vitali, who's just finished, I think, from Carlton South East. Lane 10, Alexander Benefotti from Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 11, Jacob Wright, Atunga, Northwest.
Looked like Carlo Magbag in the middle of the field there, Neil.
Yeah, okay.
Got up to be the
Yeah, that
fastest
would be
qualifier
right.
in that heat. Going in heat 2 will be Jed Ferguson. He'll go in lane 1 from Golgol. In lane 2, Adrian Luong, Independent Schools. Lane 3, Tyler Cunico, Lithgow. Lane 4, Dean Austin, Illaroo Road, South Coast. Lane 5, Ethan Mullins, Burraneer Bay, I think that would that be
That's
Burraneer?
correct.
Yep. Sydney East. Ashton Jamison, Cooma North. And they'd be coming out of the skiing season down there, wouldn't they? Cooma North.
Might still be in it.
Might still be a bit of snow laying around. Ashton Foley, lane 7, Bonnells Bay. And lane 8, Lockie Samways, Holsworthy. Lane 9, Khan Jackson, Parks, Samuel Payton. In lane 10, Inverell. And in lane 11, William Carroll from Carlingford. And they're away. Strong lineup here.
Wow.
Now, this young man also ran a strong 200, but he's got some competition here. And that's the Hunter runner. Is that Hunter?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, from Bonnells Bay. Ashton Foley, he also had a strong 200. And he might have been the fastest qualifier there, I think.
12.75 was their time.
They are getting quick now, aren't they? Yeah.
In heat 3, we have Dominic Zhao from the King's School CIS, lane 1, lane 2, Eli Gavin, Ross Hill, Northwest, lane 3, Elias Camborne, Tacking Point, North Coast, lane 4, Manasi Masudu from Lavington East, Riverina, lane 5, Charlie Seraphin, Griffith East, Riverina, lane 6, Ollie Savoni, Tacking Point, North Coast, lane 7, Brodie Ferner, Vale, Sydney North. Lane 8, Osamosi Ardasi, Dalmini, Sydney South West. Lane 9, Emmett Hall, Cal Rossi. Lane 10, Sydney South West runner.
Just think a way for the kids in the classroom to get a feeling for how much faster these people might be than them, if they are faster. They probably are. Is to get your stopwatch and, you know, get someone down on the oval, start it, and you run as fast as you can, and they'll tell you when to stop when the 12.75 seconds ticks over, and you see how far
you've gone. That'd be a good exercise.
Metres.
Yeah, I'd be still at the start. And a good run here from the two North Coast boys. And a big dip.
Yeah, and a good finish.
12.95.
Is that North Coast?
Yeah, North Coast.
Yeah.
It was I'd say, Ollie Savani.
Yep. Got to practice the dip at the end too. It may come in handy in the next round.
Yes.
He wasn't too troubled there, but they'll probably go a bit quicker in the semis, I'd say.
And we've got our next heat lining up, and we've got a number of draws by the look of it, but I'll call what I've got here on the program.
Yeah.
I've got in lane 1, Ryan Whiting from Cumnock. In lane 2, we have Tashan Waits from Barorona. Lane 3, Mitchell Davies, Floraville, Hunter. Lane 4, Dylan Puckett from Barinda, South Coast. Lane 5, Cameron Leung, Eastwood. Lane 6, Thomas Pembleton, Henschke, Wagga. Lane 7, Alexander Bissell, Pagewood. Lane 8, Harrison French, St Nicholas's at Tamworth. Lane 9, Noah Kemp, Ebenezer. And in lane 10, Lennox Sutton Sinapati from Grafton. And I think we had down only one. Oh no, there he is. He's popped up.
Mm-hmm.
So we might have a full field.
There's quite a few there. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the two Western boys, the Hunter, yes, South Coast. Yeah.
They're all taking their place.
Yep, good. And they're away.
Strong start in the middle.
Yeah, Sydney North boy from Epping. Oh, sorry, Eastwood. Sydney
It's
North.
Cameron Loon. He's done it
Yes.
comfortably once again.
From 13.06. To proceed to the semi-final, we take the first 3 place getters in each of the heats, plus the next fastest times to build a field of 20.
Here we go with the girls, 13 years. Lane 1, Coco Honey. This is in the first heat. From Huskisson on the south coast. We'll have a Sydney Southwest runner representing in lane 2. In lane 3, Michaela Whaler, Lochinvar, Hunter. Lane 4, Talisha Houlihan, Oxley Vale from Northwest. Paige Rydell will run in lane 5, Baruga, Riverina. Talia Kerr from Pighurst will run in lane 6. Lane 7, Chloe West from Cambridge Park, out near Penrith. We've got lane 8, Isla Glazebrook from Albury in the Riverina. Bridie Hammonds, lane 9, Spring Hill. And they're away.
And the girl from Hunter is streaking away.
Bridie Hammonds, lane 9, Ollie Chow, lane 10, and Lillian Kia, Hinchinbrook.
And that was young
That looked
Michaela Whaler.
comfortable as well, was it?
Yes, it was. Very comfortable.
13.98. Hit 2, Olivia Tuckwell, lane 1, Ocean Shores. Lydia Tofino, lane 2. She will run in, and she's from Enfield. Lane 3, Sally Morgan, Combined Independent Schools. Talia McCormack, lane 4, Wyong. Lane 5, Gracie Reiter, Russellvale, down in South Coast in Wollongong. Jordan Katiris, lane 6, Engadine. Jasmine Liddell Withers, lane 7, Orchard Hills. Zaira Wilcoxon, lane 8, Independent Schools. Daisy Clark, lane 9, Soldiers Point. Jaden Erdelyi. Lane 10, Port Macquarie. And lane 11, Layla McConnell, South Grafton on the north coast. The girls are getting organised.
Lane 3's out.
One runner not there, yes. Put a stamp. These girls have put their stamp on early on. Inside lane 1, going with the outside.
No, that's her.
I reckon. I'm thinking that possibly the girl from Hunter.
Salters Point,
Hunter?
Daisy Clark.
might have just got there. All trying to qualify for semi-finals. Heat 3. The girls are preparing at the other end of the track, and Sukuman Daliwal, Narara, Sydney North will run in lane 1. Lynn Pham from Wyong will run in lane 2. Lane 3, Tegan Hine, Edgeworth. Lane 4, Atrin Bagarian from Matthew Pearce, Sydney West. It's lane 4. Lane 5, Chloe Gaudry, Balgowlah North. Lane 6, Hayley Ann Mooney, Buninyong. Lane 7, we'll have a runner from Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, we'll have Matilda Burton running from Finley, Riverina. Lane 9, Bella Radmore, Moonby. That sound correct? Moonby. Lane 10, Emma Davis, Wagga, and Alicia Robson from Kelso, Western region. She'll run in lane 11, Alicia Robson. Final heat, I think, for the 13-year-old girl.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, no, look. I think we have a fourth heat as well.
Yeah,
They may.
Yeah.
Yes.
They could have.
Looks like it will. Oh, let's see. Let's see what they've done.
well, this is going to be close. And we have the Sydney North girl coming through in the middle.
All right, that'll be Chloe Gaudry, I think, from Balgowlah.
14.89.
But I think that might be the girls complete for the
Yep.
13s.
Now lining up the boys 13 years.
Yeah, will they have a multi-class event in here now? Here.
Oh, we might have.
No, you're right.
13.
I think we'll have
the
13.
record here was held by, or set by Craig Hamburger back in Sydney Athletics Centre in 1993.
It's a long time ago, isn't it?
12:21.
Yeah.
Next
Well,
we've got
Long-standing record. Kevin Tasco, Hugo Shazuski, Marley Browder, Finn Parker, Ong Nang La, Ben Shepherd, Jackson Poole, Noah Skinner and Kurt Dela Cruz should have been in that heat.
1371.
Heat 2 for the 13-year-old boys. Elliot Burden going to run in lane 2. Curlewis Northwest. Levi Berbari, lane 3. Independent Schools. Lane 4, Leonardo Gumac, Kent Road, Sydney North. Lane 5, Otto Butaco, Miranda. Massimo Perotta, lane 6 from Darlinghurst. Lane 7, Corey Kagler, North Rocks. Lane 8, Tom Kennewell, Valentine, Hunter. Elijah Rose Ebsworth will run in lane 9 from Narromine. And lane 10, Cash Fitzgerald, Cootamundra, Riverina. It appears we do have some athletes missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over, one, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And little problem at the start there. Starters weren't happy, but a false start.
Fell forward.
Mm-hmm. I've got a clean start this time. Fighting it out in the middle of the track. Sydney East it is. That will be Auto Butaco. Here you go.
Heat 3 will see a runner from South Coast in lane 1. In lane 2, Harry Wen, Warrawee. Lane 3, William Allison, Akula Central. Lane 4, Leon Ronquillo, Holy Family, Kelso. Lane 5, Blake Wilson, Gyra, Western. Lane 6, Orson Gavanga from St Andrews College. Lane 7, Lorenzo Irema from Fairfield. Lane 8, Cooper Cody from Scone. Lane 9, Zion Hopper from Bligh Park. And lane 10, Jared Chong from Castle Hill. And again, it looks like we have one racer, one missing, unless he's just hiding behind one of the others, but I don't think he's there. I don't think we've seen any of these runners in the 200s in this out of this lot.
In this heat?
Yeah, or any of them actually. To be honest with you, can't remember any of those names. Looking back, and they're in the starters' hands. They've got a clean start, as has the boy from Sydney North. The two boys from Sydney West, they were challenging.
He's steaming in the Sydney North, isn't he?
And in lane 2, that was Harry Wen from Warrawee Public School. And his time was 13:06.
Closely followed by the boys from Sydney West, I think. Yeah.
Yes, they would have been Zion and Jared. Yeah. In Heat 4, we have a runner from Sydney Southwest in lane 2. In lane 3, James Marks from Browley on the south coast. Lane 4, Nate Annetts from St Joseph's Adelong. Lane 5, Noel Brown, Golgon. Lane 6, we have Osweiler Charles Haslam from Bellingen on the north coast. Beautiful little hamlet that is. Lane 7, Terrell Ribe from Fernley on the north coast. Lane 8, J.R. Apino from St Ignatius CIS, and lane 9, Christian Lawrence from Our Lady of Good Counsel, Forestville.
Yeah, good. Bellingen is a lovely place.
It is a lovely place.
Bellingen River flowing through there.
We had a very pleasant evening up there one day on our way up to the Sunshine Coast
Oh, yeah.
this year.
Isn't there a place called Urunga? Is that similar up there?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. And we're ready. Oh, there's some fast starters out here on the side. And they are going to fight it out right to the end by the looks.
Just decided to take it out for a run. It's a good contest, isn't it?
Wow, it is.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was lane 9. Was Christian Lawrence from Paulding.
He certainly has.
Wow.
Now, what's this young man? He's lost a bit of a shoe. Has he lost the sole of a shoe?
Lost an orthotic, has he? Or?
It's funny. It's,
Oh, well.
it's an inner sole.
So,
How does that manage to come out during it?
oh, no, it's not.
Is it the base of his shoes?
Yeah,
has to
it
be
is.
the
It
base.
is. It
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Goodness, he's going to have to glue that back on before the semi-final.
Yes, he will.
Yeah. Find another pair of shoes. He
Well,
might have a friend at the London Sun.
we're going into our next set of events, which are the multi-class 200 metres. Now, ladies and gentlemen, multi-class events are not necessarily the first person past the post. Their times are calculated and with their various classifications against the world record time. And those closest to that with the percentages will be the gold, silver and bronze medal winner. So to find out the results of these we do need to take a little bit of time. But these kids will come out and give their best. And they'll but the fact that it's called multi-class, they have different disabilities in each of the events. So students may be classified as a 13, a 20, and that means just a different classification of disability. So enjoy as we watch the first heat of the junior girls 200 metres multi-class.
Please, this is a building safety announcement. The building emergency warning system.
Sorry for that interruption, ladies and gentlemen. We were just told that an emergency alarm had been set off. But we are to carry on with the business as usual until otherwise told. So if we disappear shortly, you'll know why. I was talking about the different classifications. And then I was going to introduce the students. And we have Lexi Cornell from Morana Heights Western, Paulina Alias from St Gertrude Strathfield, Mia Hogan from St Patrick's Albury, Alison Murnane from Buninyong Western, Lane 5, Margaret Johnson from Kensington, Sydney East. Now they will be in the hands of the starter very shortly. We have 2 heats in this one before we go to the boys 200 metres multi-time.
It's very well explained.
And I'll hand you over to Matt for the next couple of races. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. We always look forward to the multi-class athletes at all carnivals. Always superb effort that's put in, as with all our athletes. And we're about to go with 200 metres. Mm-hmm. So I'll just repeat those list of athletes for multi-class 200 metres heat 1. Lexi Cornwell, Paulina Alias, Mia Hogan, Alison Murnane and Margaret Jordan.
Sorry, just framing up the 200 metres start. They're going to be staggered stuff.
Your attention please, this is a building safety announcement. Your attention please.
We're away. The event that you can see in progress on your screens on the track at the moment is the girls 8 to 10 years 200 metre multi-class event, and they are making their way into the straight right now. Great reception from the crowd. And Neil explained to you a little while ago the system of recording results for this. But our first competitor across the line there, looks like that was Mia Hogan. And Lexi, Paulina, Mia, Alison and Margaret have all completed that 200 metres very successfully. Great run. In Heat 2 of the multi-class 200 metres, we have in lane 1 Violet Fuller from Lake Munmora. In lane 2, Annalise Zeri from Pitt Town, Sydney West. In lane 3 we have Brianna Wilson, Orana Heights. Representing independent schools and going in lane 4 will be Daisy Faulkner. Stella Pace will run in lane 5 from Castle Hill, and in lane 6 will be Annabelle Davey from Port Macquarie on the north coast, and they're away. It's a great run from all of the girls. They're going to successfully complete 200 metres. It's a really great effort. Next event on the track will be event 26. It will be the boys 8 to 10 years, 200 metres multi-class. And Heat 1 will be our first group away. Heat 1, Zane Graham from Lisa Rowe, Sydney North, and he'll go in lane 1. In lane 2 will be Massimo Cassino from Botany. Jeremiah Middleton will run in lane 3. From independent schools. Jeremiah Aguirre will run in lane 4 from Marsden Park. Sam Ruddengeik from Woy Woy will be going in lane 5. In lane 6, Xavier Wilson, Shell Cove, South Coast. And in lane 7, Marco Iacono from Camden. They are on their way. Some great running again from 12-year-old boys in the 8 to 10-year-old boys in Heat 1, 200 metres. In Heat 2, we will have in lane 1 Jacob Roberts-Jones from Lismore Heights. In lane 2, Quante Glass, Chatham School in the Hunter. Lane 3, Isaac Woods, Independent Schools. Maker Mashot. Lane 4, Bert Oldfield School, Sydney West. Caleb Hislop will go in lane 5 from Chisholm. Ethan Hoffman will run in lane 6, Lismore Heights. And in lane 7, Emerson Ryan from Bondi, Sydney East. You're now watching Heat 2 of the boys
Your attention
8
please, is a
to 10
building
years.
safety.
And watching the conclusion now of Heat 2, boys 8 to 10 years, multi-class, 200 metres. In Heat 3 will be Ashton Bayada from Bunningyong. He'll run in lane 1. In lane 2, Toby Morgan, Parks East. In lane 3, Bailey Lloyd Small from Tottenham, Western region. In lane 4, Seth King from Parks. And in lane 6 will be Lachlan Evans from Lane Cove.
Yeah, I worked out that. Hello.
Our next event will be the girls' senior 200 metres multi-class time finals. And these students are also competing for a place in the New South Wales PSSA team to go to the School Sport Australia event. This year we have just over 100 competitors from all around New South Wales. And in our first section of this event we have Belle Bucarelli from Strathfield North, Sydney East. Lane 2, Jasmine Letty from Foster Hunter. Lane 3, Chloe Hunter from Panania, Sydney Southwest. And from lane 4, we have Gemma Selleck from Balgowlah Heights. In lane 5, we have Alexi Brown, Nambucca Heads. In lane 6, we have Savannah Elder from Bunningyong in Western. To compete at this level, the students must have a recognised classification and be assessed by physios and doctors, and they are given a classification. This needs to be checked approximately every 18 months to 2 years. In this event, we've got a couple of students with lower limb amputations. We have one deaf girl running, young Chloe Hunter from Pananian Public School. who I believe was a gold medalist at this year's School Sport Australia Cross Country Championship. And hopefully her classmates from Panania Primary School are watching.
Might have a few classes and classmates from various schools tuned in for the afternoon session.
I'm sure we will.
It's a strong effort from these runners.
Very much so. That's from Lexi Brown, Nambucca Heads, who's also competed at swimming. And we have
That's a great run, isn't it?
Gemma Selick
Yeah.
and Chloe Hunter has come in third. So their times will be compared with the world record, and the closest percentage to that world record with on percentages will go through in the gold medal position. But that's after section 2 of this event, which will feature from Rose Hill, Sydney West, in lane 1, Haya Daga in lane 1, Keely White in lane 2 from Wauchope, in lane 3, Melissa Fitzgerald from Chittaway Bay, in lane 4, Maria Icono from Mater Day Camden, from lane 5, Marley Knox from Chittaway Bay, and lane 6, Shahala Nixon from Foster. I know Mrs. Hanrahan from Mater Day School down there at Camden will be very interested to see how young Maria Icono goes. And they're off and running, and they're into the bend.
First opportunity with these 200s for us to see the multi-class athletes in action today, Neil, isn't it? They've
That's correct.
obviously been out and about doing some other possibly field events. This is our first chance to see them performing on the track.
And that's a very good run from the girl from Hunter.
That's a very strong run, isn't it? Yep.
And that's Shahala Nixon.
Good run.
And a good run also from the girl in lane 1 from Sydney West, Haya Deja, Rose Hill.
She's run with some assistance there. With that run.
A guide runner.
A guide runner. It looks like the guide runner's had a good workout as well, hasn't he?
And the rules for the guide runner that at no stage must they lead, be in front of the runner.
Right.
And they, in that case, use the tether and must always be just behind, either giving instruction.
Yeah. So anyone that's might be interested in assisting in that sort of capacity would also have to maybe be prepared to do make some good efforts on the track themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because they're running pretty quickly in that sprint, aren't they? Of course, it's a great effort they do make, the assistants and the carers as well. All right, now we move a little further into our track program, and it looks like we'll be preparing for some 800 metre running. Would that be correct? We've got senior boys multis, have we? Yes. Oh, okay, my apologies. Then into the 8s. Yeah?
Yes. With some interesting semis. Well, heats.
semis. There'll be heats for 800s, is that right? And then to run finals tomorrow, I assume. I don't think they'd be squeezing a heat and a final in this afternoon. It'd be a bit much.
To get to the 800 finals, this is first place from each heat, and then the next fastest time to complete the field is 9.
Okay.
So depending on the number of heats you've got. So,
Coming up for 11 to 13 years boys, multi-class 200s, so event 28, and competitors are as follows. Hunter Lentil, we're going in heat 1, in lane 1 from Penshurst. Lane 2 will be Cody Wrench from Kincumber. Lane 3 will be Riley Rumble, Muswellbrook South. Johannes Usher will run in lane 4, Manning from Manning. Carson Blacksmith will run in lane 5 from Shell Cove. Lane 6 will be Riley Paul from Blacktown. And in lane 7, to round out heat 1, will be William King from Gosford.
and that was a very strong effort from young Carson Blacksmith from Shell Cove, who went across line 29.82.
Heat 2 will be Edward Lennon, lane 1, Emu Plains. Lane 2, Ian Hutchings, Camden. Archie Whalen, lane 3, Schofield. Lane 4, Aidan Sheeto, Smithfield. Lane 5, Cooper Smith, Independent Schools. And lane 6, Cody Reid, Chittaway Bay. They're away in the second of 3 heats. Pretty closely bunched group as they come into the main straight. Bit of a contest out front though, and it looks like it's lane 2, Ian Hutchings, first across the line there. All right, Ian Hutchings from Camden.
Our final heat in the 200 metres multi-class time final will feature Lachlan Margetson from William Carey in lane 1, Blake Heath from Parkview Riverina in lane 2, in lane 3 Liam Domesky from Port Kembla, Domesky from Port Kembla, in lane 4 Ty Hand from Nambucca Heads, lane 5 Aidan McWhirter from Lindsay Park on the south coast, and lane 6 Campbell Davis from Spring Hill Western.
We're going they may have added a heat.
No, I've called it.
They're away. So we have final heat for the boys multi-class 11 to 13 years, 200 metres. Some great runs here.
And the young Riverina boy from Parkview, Blake Heath, he's come right at the finish there.
That is, it's a great run, isn't it?
And learned the message in Port Kembla. Well done, boys.
It's a great run from all the boys there in the 200 metres.
Our next series of events, ladies and Our next series of events will be the semi-finals of the 200 metres. And we are expecting some very close racing here.
Yeah, based on this morning, Neil, there are some pretty quick operators, so they'll go probably a little quicker this afternoon. It'll be
Yes,
great to watch. And with a view to qualifying for a final tomorrow morning, is that right?
That's correct.
Yep, I'll be coming back if they manage to win their way through with a finals place. And what will they take through? They take through three again?
Yeah.
Three from each semi.
Three from each semi in the next fastest times to fill a field of 9, I believe. 200 metres. So it'll be to semi-final, semi-finals, final. First, second, third from each semi-final, plus the next fastest time to complete the field of 9. Now, first event will be the girls 8 to 10 years 200 metre.
We may have a little
Yeah, we may have a
little
little
hold
wait.
up here because I can't see the competitors out there yet.
No, nor can I. Those people who are wanting to continue watching, we have the girls' shot put down at the southern end. I think it's the 11 years girls. At the northern end, we have the boys' high jump. And I think that's the junior high jump that we're watching up there. And it looks like there's a discus event possibly going to start very shortly.
Yeah, so there's still some viewing.
So if you want to switch over to those to watch those events, you can do that.
Be back with us in a little while. I'm just going to go enjoy a cup of tea now, if that's all right.
Certainly.
All right.
And welcome back to day one of the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association 2022 Track and Field Championships. At the moment on your screen we have the semi-finalists for the girls 8 to 10 years 200 metres. In Heat 1 we have in Lane 1 Havana Gray from Terry Hills, Sydney North. Lane 2, Rachel Gilmore, Mudgee Western. Lane 3, Lindsay Jabanillo Pico, Sydney East. Lane 4, Spandala Yardam from Bankstown, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Capri Vincent from St Anthony's, Clovelly McKillop. Lane 6, Alara Barnes from St Phillips, CIS. Lane 7, Alicia Jury, St Catherine, CIS. Lane 8, Baylor Fisher from Albury. And lane 9, Sarah Richards from Sydney East Leichhardt Public School. And to proceed to the final, we take the top 3 finishers in both of the heats and the next fastest times. And the fastest qualifier had a time of 28.77. And the first semi-final for the 8 to 10 girls, 200 metres, or the junior 200 metres for girls, is in the hands of the starter. And they're off and racing. And a young girl from McKillop is showing the way, being challenged by the Sydney East girl. She's run a very good bend. And this is young Capri Vincent. And she's gone through in 28.83, followed by Alara Barnes from CIS. And we'll just wait for the official results to come through. So that means Capri Vincent and Alara Barnes are both through to the final. Well done, girls. Heat 2, or semi-final 2, will feature in Lane 1, Maddie Burge from Greenwich, Sydney North. Lane 2, Jasmine White from Yarrawarra, Sydney East. Lane 3, Chloe Anthony from St Catherine's, CIS. Lane 4, Jasmine Morrison, Wallsend South, Hunter. Lane 5, Harlow Pate from Wilton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Caitlin Barnard from Roland Vale, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Ellie O'Brien from Cudgegong, Western. Lane 8, Savannah Cox from Northbourne, Sydney West. Lane 9, Charlotte James from Charlestown. And they're in the starters' hands. And away. The young girl from Sydney Southwest has run a very strong bend. I think that might be Pate Harlow, who's put herself in a very strong position. She's been chased now by the girl from CIS in lane 3, Chloe Anthony. But I think she's going to make it. And Sydney Southwest is in third place, so was
put her cards on the table very early on,
yes,
and was able to hang on. It's a very good run.
And she went through in 29.35. So Pate Harlow, Jasmine White, Chloe Anthony and Caitlin Barnard are the three to have gone through from that event. Our next event, and Matt has got the boys' list in front of him, will be... I'll hand you over.
Yeah, thank you. We've got the boys 8 to 10 years, 200 metres semi-finals. Harper Gallagher, lane 1. St Anthony's Kingscliff, Axel Bryant. Kahiba, Hunter. Kuba Kleindienst, Wingham, Hunter. Tyrese Lloyd, Owusu. Northbridge in lane 4. Ethan Warner will run in lane 5. He's from Avalon, Sydney North. In lane 6, Corbin Fainga, Peakhurst South. He's in lane 6. In lane 7, Max Israel, St Aidan's, Maroubra Junction. And in lane 8, Xavier Owusu, Beresford Road, Sydney West. He will run in lane 8. And in lane 9, Victor Ogbana, Our Lady Mount Carmel, Wentworthville.
And they're under starters' instructions.
They're set and they're away in the first semi-final, 3 of which to go through, Neil, and then fastest qualifiers after that. And they're through the bend, and we have a lead.
Corbin Fainga, I think it is, from
The Sydney East boy.
But the Sydney North boy is a fast finisher. He may just pull up because he's through to the final. Oh, he's got him on right on the post.
Yeah.
In 27.85.
And a few of those boys to meet again in the final tomorrow morning. That was a great run. Semi-final 2 for the 8 to 10 years boys 200 metres will now take place, and the boys that will contest it are as follows. In lane 1, Lucas Hill from Oxley College, and representing the independent schools. In lane 2, Nate Schofield, Lake Albert, Riverina. Isaac Robinson will run out of lane 3, Balgowlah North, Sydney North. Jardi Ikamui will run in lane 4, Harrington, Sydney Southwest. In lane 5, Ryan Jose, Lutheran Public School, independent schools. In lane 6, William Bailey, Villa Maria, Hunters Hill. In lane 7, Billy Herb, Sylvania Heights, Sydney East. In lane 8, Ryan Uni, Camden, Sydney Southwest. And rounding out the second of the two semi-finals, running in lane 9, Nolan Grantham, Baronier Bay, Sydney East. What was that time from the first one there, Neil? Did we get it?
It's 27.85.
So they're certainly going a little bit quicker, aren't they, than this morning? They're getting pushed along by their colleagues.
It's going to run the bend here.
Yeah, strong bend once again.
Oh, from yes.
And catapulted onto the straight.
Oh,
Sydney North here. Is that correct?
Sydney North, yes, between Sydney Southwest, CIS, and McKillop. Sydney North is one.
Okay, it will be Isaac Robinson.
28.32.
Who will be the fastest. Well, he'll qualify through his place there, and a couple of others.
Well, it'll be very tight for those extra couple of positions.
I think it will be, yeah. There've been some fairly bunched finishes around the in the minor placings. Well, we've got the athletes continuing to make their way out, the older athletes for their respective semi-finals for the 200 metres.
And we have the 11-year-old girls up next, and in Heat 1 of the semi-finals we have Quinn Nayland from St Catherine Singleton, Annie Lidbury from St Aloysius Chisholm, Holly Tweedle from Queedwood CIS, Lane 4, Mia Wood, Yowie Bay, Sydney East, Lane 5, Assumption Ayeto Sadler from James Forest Lodge, St James Forest Lodge, sorry. Lane 6, Aria Jensen, Our Lady of the Heart, Sacred Heart Ramwick. Lane 7, Zoe Lynch from Beaumont Hills. Lane 8, Olive Smart from St Catherine's, and Lane 9, Ava Pepper from Skeggs. And in these two semi-finals, we have 3 runners who ran under 28 seconds in their heats this morning.
So it should be interesting.
Yes.
They're away. And plenty of speed in that first 100 to shoot into the straight.
Sydney East girl, McKillop girl is going very strongly. Sydney East girl is coming up inside from the CIS, I think. So that's in lane 5 and 4. Lane 5 was Assumption Aita Sadler and Mia Wood in a time of 28.23 was in Mia Wood was in second place. So we wait to see who the semi-finalists will be out of the 200 metres. We've got our second heat of the 11 years. And from Sylvania Heights in lane 1, we've got Alexa Matheson. In lane 2, Emily Lussick from Dubbo South. Lane 3, Janice Hicks, Edgeworth. Lane 4, Talia Paiulia from Bardia. Lane 5, Divine Chadwadi from All Saints Liverpool. Lane 6, Madison McWilliams from Flinders. Lane 7, Elise Green in lane from Balmain. Lane 8, Imogen Graham from Woy Woy. And lane 9, Melina Greenup from Centaur.
A little warmer this afternoon, as you would expect. Temperatures bumped up to about 24 now, so probably perfect conditions. A little bit of cloud cover, just keeping it a little safer and for everybody, but nice light, no rain, and nice comfy temperature at the moment.
I think the 2 runners to look out for in this race are lanes 4 and 5.
They would be seeded in these semi-finals, so we would expect them to.
The girl from the North Coast has run very well. It's coming into the bend now, and the power of lane 4, Talia Paiuli, but she's being pressed.
She is, yeah.
She's been pressed for the first time from Assumption. And a very good run also from the young girl from South Coast, from Madison McWilliams. And they went through in 27.93. So that was a good run. 27.93.
Yeah, it's pretty nippy, isn't it? It's going to make for some fast finals tomorrow. And we're going to roll now into the event 32, which is a semi-final for the boys, 11-year-olds, 200 metres. Semi-final 1 in lane 1 from Holy Trinity, Granville, Philip Cabia. In lane 2, Caleb Snyder from Lithgow. In lane 3, Zach Bailey, Timbumburi, Northwestern. In lane 4, James Atkins, Knox, Preparatory School, Independence Schools Group. Lane 5, Ali Gabriel, Merriweather Heights, Hunter. In lane 6, Callum Gilchrist, Barker, Independent Schools. Lane 7, Sean Matapuli, Ingleburn. Lane 8, Paini, Ika, Walters Road, Sydney West. And in lane 9, Jake Wood, St Augustine's, Brookvale. They're on their marks and set, and they're away. They've been pulled up. Starter's not happy. Not quite sure there. Someone may have gone early. And this will be a second attempt to get them away, going down onto their marks for the 11-year-old boys' first semi-final. And all away this time. Stagger's holding pretty well, no one dominating yet. They'll come off the bend with Caleb Snyder, possibly Lithgow. And Zach Bailey, I think, fastest two qualifiers, unofficially, of course.
27.61.
Now that's interesting because Zach Bailey in his heat ran 27.32. A little bit quicker. Still, when it gets to this stage, it's if you can run a place in a semi-final, that's good enough to get you through.
That's right.
The time doesn't matter if you can run one of those places. It does help. It would help, however, if you're in a fast heat. If you do not finish in those first 3 places, because you may get carried through, run a little bit quicker, and with a little luck, you'll get taken through as a quicker qualifier into the final. We're going with Heat 2, Liam Last, Mota D Wagga Wagga, Lane 1, Josh Bartle. Lane 2, Newington. Lane 3, Ethan Sherlock, Waniora, South Coast. Lane 4, Michael Melfi, Ferry Meadow, South Coast. Lane 5, Cayenne Seal, Willoughby, Sydney North. Thomas Vedras will run in Lane 6, Normanhurst, Sydney North. Lane 7, Kobe Ryan, Nulkaba, Hunter. Lane 8, Maceo, Wagner, Jordan, Burke Street, Sydney East. And Elijah Kupu, Lane 9, St Michael's, Blacktown. And they're coming off the bend now and into the straight with
two South Coast
boys
and Sydney East
steaming here.
Oh.
And it's going to be, it looks like Michael Melfi,
27.44
to finish in first place across the line, and most likely, and of course unofficially at the moment, going through into the final. They'll have tonight to go home, recoup, and come back, these boys that are successful, to go into a final tomorrow morning.
Our next event is the girls 12 to 13 metres, 12 to 13 200 metres, or senior girls 200 metres semi-final.
It'd be an interesting race, wouldn't it? Yeah, 12 to 13 metres.
Yeah, it'd have to be very quick. Heat 1 of the semi-finals. In lane 1, we've got Ellie Farrell from Harbord, Sydney North. Lane 2, Mads Gadden from St Michael's, Dunedoo. Lane 3, Marley Main from Banks Meadow, Sydney East. Lane 4, Ruby Kerr from Oak Flats, South Coast. Lane 5, Naomi Krankiewicz from Forestville, Sydney North. Lane 6, Taylor Taboni, St Clair's, Narellanvale. Lane 7, Ella Streetfeld from Charleston South, Hunter. Sakura Atwood's in lane 8, and she's from Tacking Point. And in lane 9, Lily O'Donovan from Panania. And we've got 4 competitors under 27 and one under, 4 competitors under 28 and one under 27. So I think this is going to be a fairly hotly contested event.
No presentation. That's why we've got a little delay with the start of this girls' semi-final. On their marks now for this semi-final, and we're away. And as you'd expect, in the middle of the field, coming out pretty strong.
Oh, she's being challenged. And that's Talia Tabane from St Clair's and Rellenvale in a time of 26.88.
It's a good time, but she didn't look like she was really extending herself. She might have a little bit left there for the final.
I think Ruby Kerr from Sydney North came in second. We've got our final heat of the girls, senior girls, 12-13s, 200 metres semi-final. And in lane 1, we've got Estelle Sodden-Smith from St Francis Assisi Paddington, Eva York from Ulladulla South Coast, Annabelle Subonski from Wattle Grove, Sydney South West, and Angelica Batty from Lagrange, Sydney South West, Marley Pay from Arana Heights Western, Madison Trembath from St Patrick's Swansea. We have a set runner from the South Coast, and Amelia Bond from Pymble Ladies College CIS, and Ruby Coote from Forbes Western. And we've got 2 runners under 26 in this, 27 in this event, and 5 who ran sub-28s. So this is a quick one.
Should be some healthy competition here, Neil, I'd imagine. The competition will be great to get through to that final.
They're off.
Yeah, a couple of big bends there.
Yeah. That's young Marley from Marley Pay from Arana Heights, and she's ran well all day, as has
She has.
Angelica Batty, who's in second place at the present. And so they went through in a 27.36, so not as fast as the previous heat. So it's going to be very interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, didn't expect that. Thought that would be a little bit quicker, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yep.
I did. But that brings an end to the girls' 200 metres, and we have the one boys' 200 metre semi-final left, and that'd be the senior.
Boys 12 to 13 years, 200 metres semi-final, and in semi-final 1, in lane 1, Tashan Waits from Brewarrina, Western region, will run in lane 1. Lane 2, Alexander Benford, Rouse Hill, Sydney West. Lane 3, Lockie Samways, Holsworthy, Sydney South West. Lane 4, Owen Trin, Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 5, Harry Keats, Oxley College, and the combined independent schools. Lane 6, Tyler Cunico, Lithgow, Western region. Lane 7, Bo Rootsey, St Mark's, Drummoyne. In lane 8, Dominic Zale from King's School, independent schools. And Noah Kemp is running, as we speak, in lane 9, Ebenezer, Sydney West. And we have...
He's got there by the head.
That's going to be Owen Trin and Harry Keats, who have just crossed as fastest finishes there.
26.5.
Yes, and I think Tahan Waits, lane 1, he may have had some trouble there. It looks like he may have injured himself, which is disappointing for him in a semi-final. If you're watching from your school, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's great to be able to watch some of your schoolmates and classmates from great distances competing at this level. We're going into semi-final 2 of the boys 12 to 13 years 200 metres, and it will be in lane 1, Mitchell Davies, Floraville, Hunter. In lane 2, Zinzan Pure, Kernell, Sydney East. Lane 3, Jacob Wright, Atunga, North West. Lane 4, Ashton Foley, Bonnells Bay, Hunter. Jared Shepherd will run in lane 5, Ride East, Sydney North. Ollie Zavone will run in lane 6, Tacking Point, North Coast. Lane 7, Alexander Bissell, Pagewood, Sydney East. Lane 8, Sam Gray, St Bridges, Brankston. And in lane 9, Thomas Steele, New Lambton South, Hunter region. Fastest qualifiers, Ashton Foley and Jared Shepherd, both running in the 25s, both running in the middle of the field. and that seems to be played out at the moment because they are first into the straight, and it looks like Ashton Foley is going to be able to cruise that in that semi-final, and he will go through. 26.49.
Next series of events will be the 800 metres for junior boys, junior girls, 11 years girls, 11 years boys, and then seniors, girls and boys.
Going into 800s, yep.
800 metres. Juniors are 8, 9 and 10 year old. Seniors are 10, 12 and 13. Sorry, 12 and 13. So the juniors are 8, 9, 10, the seniors are 12 and 13, and we have run the 11 years age group. It appears that all the field events are running to time too, so we're doing very well today, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations to all their officials in their various positions.
Yeah, moving things along smartly.
And the parents and the team managers for making sure their students or children are up at the marshalling tent on time. And having a look at the crowd, we've had approximately 2,500 to 3,500 additional spectators here today. We've got parents and grandparents coming down enjoying their proteges' efforts on the field of play.
And we might have some students sitting in their classrooms today that are not here today but may turn up tomorrow.
That's exactly right.
So I hope they've enjoyed and got a little bit of motivation from watching their colleagues, their classmates participate and compete.
Well, I'm pretty sure there'd be a number of the school relay teams from
Yes.
the regional areas of New South Wales who are probably making their way down.
Probably on their way now. Yeah.
And tomorrow's very special because we run two special events tomorrow, and there's one's called the Norman and Elizabeth Austin Trophy, which is for schools with one teacher, a maximum of 25 students. And we also have the Nigel Bagley Trophy, based on 2 teachers with a population of from 26 to 54. And they are great events because they get the whole community behind them. They all come down. And Norm Austin, or Norman Elizabeth Austin, was a life member of Norm Austin was a life member of the PSSA and was a staunch ally of athletics, track and field. Taught in Sydney and in the small regional schools. Nigel Bagley was the longest serving athletics convener of New South Wales PSSA. He filled that position for 25 years. And he's also a life member of the PSSA.
Well, that's a wonderful way to honour both of those gentlemen, to have those events in their name, and I'm sure the students that are coming to participate very much looking forward to it. As you said, Neil, their communities.
Well, the smaller regional towns, they'll know all about the kids going to Sydney to
I imagine they will. Yeah.
run at the Sydney Olympic Park. There seems to be a little bit of hiatus here at the moment, so those people who would like to watch some of the field events, we've got a boys high jump event on the northern end. We've got the girls shot put down in front of us, and a girls discus is underway also.
That's right.
And I can see the camera present is over watching the discus. There's one down watching the high jump.
And the wind has swung by the look of those flags to, I imagine the 200-metre runners would have had it right in their face coming down the straight. That's hard work. We now have on the track girls 8 to 10 years, 800 metres. We've got a number of heats here because running a lot of athletes together over this distance is problematic. A lot of traffic, human traffic that competitors have to negotiate. Madison Easterbrook, Tiwai Kahuroa, Emma Shields, Eva Chiaramonte, Brooklyn McWilliams, Jasmine Corbett, Phoenix Russell, Charlotte James, Natalia Steiner, Olivia Facer and Scarlett Larson make up Heat 1 of the girls 8 to 10 years age group, 800 metres. Girls taking it out along the back straight. Nice healthy pace. Just in case you're interested, women's far and away from, imagine, girls 8 to 10 years, but women's world record for 800 metres was set way back in 1983 in Germany. An interesting time for athletics by a German lady, Jarmila Krachalova. 1 minute 53 seconds. Right, well, we're building into the final 100 metres here. Young lady from Sydney North, from Tukley, Emma Shields leads them into the straight. Her action is very efficient. She's moving well, and she'll take out the first heat of the girls 800 metres for the 8 to 10 years age group. Second across the line, Charlotte James, from Charlestown. And then we have Natalia Steiner, representing independent schools there, as third across. We're going to head into Heat 2. Harlow Garrett from Thornton in the Hunter region. We also have Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay, Sydney North, Michaela Grohl, South Coogee, Sydney East, Lily Porter, Timbumburi, Northwestern, Talia Hassan, Independent Schools, Ayla York, Shell Harbour, South Coast, Eleanor Scott, Barramurra, Sydney Southwest, Poppy Lee, Freshwater, Alexia Coburn, independent schools, Ava Harris, School of the Air, Barrier, and Vala Parsons from Kororo. And they are away in the second heat. First 100 metres they will run in lanes to avoid any, well, I guess to lessen the chance of collision between competitors. And then by the time that is the crossover point is reached, hopefully they are separated enough so that they can then just enjoy a clear and free race, which they appear to be doing now. As they come through to complete 300 metres and into the straight to receive the bell lap, final lap for Heat 2 of the girls 800 metres, 8 to 10 years of age. Hannah Horry from Neutral Bay is leading this one out. She will lead them into the final lap, closely followed by Talia Hassan, and Poppy Lee will join her, just contesting sort of second and third, a little bit of to and fro there for second, third, and they are certainly within touch of Hannah Horry as they have 300 metres to run. 800 metres, a gruelling event, a combination of speed and strength, but Hannah Horry seems to be holding them off at this stage, and she's having a little bit of a look. It'll be interesting to see what unfolds here, because Hannah leads them into 200 to go. She's basically led from 500 out, so it's a very courageous run. So she's put it to her competitors to see if they're fast enough to keep up with her. And she appears to be making the effort now for the run for home, and
So's the other one.
yeah, Talia Hassan has run wide, come around her, and finishing nicely to take out the second heat of the girls 8 to 10-year-old 800 metres. It's a great race. Heat 3 will see the following competitors. Caitlin Barnard, Narellan. Sarah Amin, Bankstown. Meredith Lee, Chatswood. Charlotte Morris, Penrith South. Michaeli Barrett, Orange. Kaylee Powell, Glendore. Sage Boothroyd, Grays Point. Guyan Townagian, Din Janelli. Emily Halim Randwick and Safi Went Kororo will make up the starting lineups for Heat 3 of the girls 800 metres. Excellent sportsmanship. Girls just standing by to welcome the last runner home, and she is Ava Harris. All the girls giving her a good reception as she crossed the line. About to go in Heat 3. I have to say conditions might be a little warm for an 800 now.
And it's definitely warmed up outside, mate, I can assure you of that.
Yeah. Field is away in Heat 3. Girls are in the lane arrangement here. until they pass that 100 metre mark. But we've got, it looked like Meredith Lee. That's a Sydney North girl out front. Meredith Lee ran to the front, keeps herself out of any trouble. And we've got a girl right on her shoulder and taking the lead now. And
that might be Emily Hull.
Emily Hull.
I think she's in a killip top. There she is.
Emily Hullum.
From Our Lady of Sacred Heart.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She's got a very nice running style.
Yes, she has, and
they both have.
she decided that the pace was good enough, and she was happy, and she was happy to take the lead. So she's going to drag them through 400 in about 1:15, and let the race unfold. Determined effort now from Ayla York. She's trying to impose herself a little bit further up the field. She might feel that the leaders are getting a little bit too far ahead. She's put her head down, gone for a little bit of an effort there with 400 to go. It's Emily Hallam leading it from Meredith Lee. It will be interesting to see if there is a little fight for position here, whether Meredith Lee has something left in this last 200. Emily Hallam is holding that lead. Once again, a courageous run. Went to the front with well over 1 lap to run, and she's extending her lead.
Good fight for third position at the moment.
It is
between Hunter and Sydney East.
It is that, yeah.
Oh, she's closing.
That's an amazing run from both of those girls, and we did say Kaylee Powell put her head down with 400 to go, decided she had to lift the pace to get in that top 3 or 4, and she's benefited there. She's got in the top 3. Just outrun Sage Boothroyd from Grays Point. It's a good run from all the girls in challenging conditions now this afternoon. Pardon me.
It's important that we have the first place from each heat and the next fastest times to complete the field of 9 for the 800.
Right. So finishing in first place is pretty handy here. We've got Heat 4 coming up. Freya Ray from Albury. Includes Freya Ray from Albury, Ella Plummer from Engadine, Capri Vincent, Clavelli, Dakota Ferguson, Tamworth, Michaela Dravandi, Caddies Creek, Amelia Williams, Corindi, Vivian Thompson, Deniliquin, Daisy Ford, Grenfell, Maeva Clifford, Gateshead, and Mia Chapman, Smithtown round out the final heat of the girls' 800 metres, with first place, as Neil says, to go through, and then it's handy to be as far up as possible to try and qualify as one of the fastest qualifiers from outside first. They're away. Now we'll know a little bit more. That stagger's sort of complete as the girls come across. The great angle for the 800 is from that end, looking down the track to watch them all come across.
Yeah.
It's an amazing camera. Yeah, it's an amazing angle, you know.
Yeah.
The finals are tomorrow, so it's possible.
Yeah, for sure. Alex, are you close to having that camera set?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Looking down, they all
They all across Jim, yeah.
Young girl from Caddy's Creek.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Caddy's Creek it is, Neil. Michaela Dravandi, she's going to take them through 400, and Ella Plummer from Engadine is hot on her heels, and it looks like she's certainly going to make a race of this. Try and snare that very valuable first place finish in the heat. Well, she's making her earn it though.
Yeah, she is.
You know, she continues to stride out. She's probably lengthened her stride, and both girls are
coming again.
just running strongly. Yeah, Ella Plummer will have another attack here, and try and go around her before the bend, which is good tactics. So it will now be up to Michaela to try and fight back and hang on here. But Ella Plummer has run for home 200 metres out, and she has a 5 metre lead. And she means business now. She's got the arms going, and she extends the lead. Great running from the girls in third and fourth positions and down through the line as well. Really, really making a great effort in 800 metres. Yeah. I guess they have in mind that, you know, those faster qualifying times. We're going to go to boys.
The boys, and we have three heats here, each with 13 runners, so a field of 39. The boys' record is held by Joshua O'Connell of Abbotsford, Sydney East, and it was a 2 minutes 19.84 seconds, and that was set in 2017. In lane 1 we have Kai Swaddling from Merriweather Heights Hunter. Lane 2, Bernie Irvine from Northmead, Sydney West. Lane 3, Malachi Chalm from Wyong College. Lane 4, Kobe Short from Valentine the Hunter. Lane 5, John Brevillis from Camaray. Lane 6, Carter Bergen from Ironbark Ridge. Lane 7, Cameron Beatty from Borkham Hills North. Lane 8, Isaac Robinson from Balgowlah North. Lane 9, Highland Floyd Kerr from Helensburgh. Lane 10, Billy Bright from Blaney. Lane 11, Patrick Conroy from Howlong. Lane 12, Hunter Roberts from Cumnock. And lane 13, Max Eastwood from Glen Ennis. So 2:19.84 is a target. And they're off to a fast start. We'll see how they're going when they get to the crossover after 100 metres. We'll see how they finish up. We have two runners who are going to the front. We have Sydney North and CIS. And Sydney West, there's a group of 5 there at the moment establishing themselves, with a couple chasing to get into that pack. At the moment going through the first turn is our Sydney North runner. And I'll see his number very shortly. He's in lane 8. So that's Isaac Robinson from Balgowlah North, followed by Carter Bergen from Ironbark Ridge. And right behind him is Cameron Beatty from Borkham Hills North. The South Coast runner, number 9, Harlem Floyd Kerr from Helensburgh, has moved up in the 4th. And the 3rd Sydney West runner, being Bernie Irvine from Northmead, is in that top 5.
And Neil, we had a little chat a while back about the fastest women's time for 800 metres, which was 1:53. by Yarmila Krachalova way back in 1983. Fastest men's time for 800 metres, world record.
World record.
You want to have a guess?
Well,
what
I
that
was
time
thinking Ralph Dubell, but I don't think that he's the one.
No.
800 metres.
How fast do you think they go?
Oh, they'd be looking at the 150,
Yeah, well, 140.
140.
140.91 by a guy by the name of David Rashida.
Oh, yeah.
Now, David Rashid is from a very famous running nation, mid-long distance running nation. I wonder if the kids in the classrooms might be able to have a guess at what what do they know about some of these nations. Here's the finish, this young man. And he's there.
Wow.
That's a good run.
2:28.25, and that was Isaac Robinson from Sydney North. Heat 2 will be ready to go very shortly, and with that we have Noah Kodak from St Joseph's Tweed Heads, Lane 2 Zane Fletcher from Foster, Lane 3 Elliot Webster, Scots College, Lane 4 Archie Herb from Sylvania Heights, Sydney Heats, Lane 5 Xavier Bates from St Christopher's at Panania, Lane 6 Archie Doyle from St Joseph's Merriweather, Lane 7 Billy Herb from Sylvania Heights in the east, Lane 8 Ryder Sharp from Thurlmere, Sydney Southwest, Lane 9 MacArthur Davis, Nowra, Lane 10 Brody Bush, Brisbane South, Sydney Southwest, Lane 11 Colby Creek Gibson, Dorrigo, North Coast, Lane 12 Beau McRae from Glenda's Northwest, and Lane 13 Hamish Bailey from Orange Grove. So, was he from
Getting back to our...
Kenya?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering what the kids at school would be thinking, because Kenya would certainly be one of them, wouldn't they?
They would be.
I wonder what the kids would be thinking of, what are some of those other strong African nations?
Ethiopia?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's from Kenya. He's a Kenyan.
Not Peter Bowles.
No, David Rashida.
Oh,
David Rashida, he's Kenya. Yeah. Ethiopia, Tanzania. Tanzania,
Tanzania has some runners, good runners.
And of course, I think the Kenyans and the Ethiopians shot to fame in '68, didn't they, at altitude? And, the '68 Olympic Games in Mexico, and they just ran people off their feet there. Of course,
some of our listeners would be quite amazed that we could even know about 1968.
Yeah, but some of our listeners wouldn't be surprised at all, because if they think about how old we are, there'd be no problem.
But I've got some homework for myself tonight to go home and find some trick questions for you to put tomorrow.
Some trivia, some athletics trivia. Well, there's plenty of
it won't be necessarily athletics so much.
Broad range.
Broad range. This young gentleman from Polding's stepped out there.
He has. He's put it out there for them, has he? He's going to take them out at pace.
Yep.
And see if he can take a little bit of sting out of them. But they're coming at him.
Yeah, 2 Sydney East boys and CIS lad. Sorry, Sydney Southwest.
Yeah,
so there's a mix
there.
there.
Go, that's for sure.
So we've got number 8 from Sydney Southwest. There's Ryder Sharp from Thurlmere.
Ryder Sharp, yep.
And then we've got 2 Sydney East boys now taking over the lead. And that's Billy Herb from Sylvania and Archie Herb brothers, obviously.
I think they go to the same barber there, Neil, too.
So, well, they are brothers. So we've got the 2 Sydney East, the Herb brothers. And we also have young Thurlmere runner, Ryder Sharp.
Yeah. Well, the Herb brothers are dictating terms at the moment, but is that Ryder Sharp now? There's a
chance.
That's Ryder Sharp's off the back there, isn't he, from Thurlmere?
Yes, he is.
In third place.
In third place.
Well, he's poised there. He's in a great position. He's managed to hang on and gone with the pace, but I don't think...
These 2 Herb boys aren't going to give it to him easily.
I don't think the Herb boys I don't think they're going to just hand it over to him. They're lifting the pace.
I hope Mum and Dad can run, her parents can run, because these two can.
Yep.
And he's going to make his move now. I think he's got
It
a long
is.
stride.
It
He's
is.
going
Gee, this is a magnificent run.
Can he get the last one?
Goodness me. Yeah, this young man's just going to hold him off. But I tell you what, there's some more courageous running there.
Wow, that's a great race, boys.
They ran that whole 800.
2:29. Yeah. Some of the students watching may be wondering how they could be the brothers in the same race. Don't forget the juniors are from 8 to 10-year-olds. So I'd suggest one of them may be 8, the other may be 10. Because they don't look like twins.
No. Yeah.
So
there we go. We've got the entire field completed that now. That really difficult distance, 800 metres. Just asks every question of the competitors. Very, very hard.
yeah, what a great effort from them. Heat 3, we see Hudson Fisher from Albury, the Riverina. Lane 2, we've got Levi McKenzie from Warra, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Davin Carty from Roselle, Sydney East. Lane 4, Raoi Mercer, St. Sevilla, Box Hill. Lane 5, Oliver Halfhide from Warrawee, Sydney North. Lane 6, Archie Galvin from Woonona, South Coast. Lane 7, Alfie Dunstan from St Matthews, Mudgee. Lane 8, Freddie Steele from Mater Dei, Wagga Wagga. From Lane 9, Leanne Banks, Arndell, CIS. Lane 10, Blake Blight from Hillston. Lane 11 is Owen Kelly, West Lawn. Theat Nell from Corindi is in lane 12, and Jesse Stone from Kingscliff in lane 13.
They're away. Into the staggered structure that they will retain for approximately 100 metres until the crossover zone. Have seen runners disqualified in the past for coming across too early and interfering with other runners, and they can come across now.
So at the front we've got Sydney East, McKillop, Sydney Southwest, Sydney North, South Coast making a move up. Now the young McKillop lad is going to go to the lead.
He's decided to take control of events. South Coast boy has a nice arrangement of matching headbands, wristbands and shoes, I think.
Yeah, yes, he does.
Almost, yeah.
Sartorially elegant.
I have to say he's got a favourite colour there, maybe lucky colour. Boys are leading it away.
So we've got Freddie Steele at the moment and Davin Carty locked in battle, and closely behind them is Levi McKenzie.
They're going to go through in 1:14.
1:14, yeah.
1:14.
It's a good split. I'll have to maintain that to keep up with the speed of the first two heats. Remember, first place goes through and then the next fastest times. To build a field of 9.
Well, these two fellas have got away nicely, but not far enough to not encourage these guys in third and fourth to have a bit of a go coming around the bend, and they are certainly interested.
Yeah, I think so.
These fellows.
And Freddie Steele's putting in another effort, as is Levi McKenzie. And we've got two very keen competitors in third and fourth, so it'll be all left down to the kick. And here it starts. Mackenzie's got his head down, or Levi's got his head down, and he's working hard. So is Freddie Steele. He's not going to give it up easily.
That's a hard run.
That's a hard run. Well done, boys.
Into the wind.
And in third place was number 7, Alfie Dunstan. The amazing thing, Matt, is that some of these kids may not get through to the finals, but they've competed at the highest level for primary school track and field in Sydney, New South Wales, and they can go home feeling well proud of their efforts.
Absolutely. A little bit of a story to tell when they get back to school.
Yep.
about their day and their event.
To be considered in some of the top runners in the state and throwers in the state and jumpers in the state. They've done themselves proud.
And I think it would be fair to say that, you know, sometimes people that have been successful as older runners might not have figured
Exactly right.
in the top 1, 2, 3 as a primary school student. They might have finished a little bit further down the track, or not even got to this stage yet, and yet they work, they improve over time and can be successful.
And develop a love for the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we've got another heat here.
Yes, no, we've got the girls now. Girls, 11 years, 800.
All right, so we've got from Goal. You know, she'll start in lane 1, Alexis Patterson, and they'll end up coming out of these lanes on the back straight. Ronia Wazorska, Engadine, Grace Goodlock, Orange, Olivia Kalamvokas, Blakehurst, Imogen Graham, Woy, Frida Caraberis, Cecil Hills, Ellie Stevens, they're away here. Ellie Stevens from Tarara, Isla Geddes, Albury, Chelsea Chapman, Pitt Town, Ruby Harris, School of the Air, Barrier Region, and Maya Turbiki, Floraville, as the girls come out of the stagger and head down the back straight for the first time.
And young Ruby's created a good lead there.
It's Ruby Harris.
Oh, sorry, it might be Grace Goodlock. There's 2 Western girls. The one I'm interested in, Matt, is the girl out of lane 2, Ronia Waska, who ran the 200 and the 100, I believe, and did pretty well. So she's now in the 800.
She's got quite a range then, hasn't she?
She's obviously
Here she is.
Very talented young athlete.
All right, we've got Grace Goodlock.
Grace
leading
Goodlock
this
is
from Ronia. And Ronia has decided that she wants to have a little bit of a run at the front here and just lift the speed. And looks like she certainly has the capacity to do it. Through in 72, 112. And Grace is just going to have to try and hang on here, I think.
And that's Olivia Kalamvokas from McKillop. Moved into second.
Yeah.
And Ronia's stride is still looking strong.
Yes, should be pretty hard to pin back from here, I would imagine. She just looks like she's having a nice old time out front. And Olivia, massive stride,
hasn't she?
For her, for her size, hasn't she? And she's running well. She looks like she's running well enough to maintain that second place in this heat. And
it'll be a good struggle for third, I think.
Yeah, and the girls are going to obviously run as hard as they can to try and put in a respectable time that will hopefully get them through to the next round. Here comes Ronia. It's just a massive run. It's very fluent action. And she crosses in 2:29.
Oh, yeah, that's a very, very good run. Well, she set a time for them now.
Certainly has. We're going into Heat 2. Gabrielle Moller. Heat 2 is made up by Gabrielle Moller from Annandale, Lily Richard, Kula, Kayla Hancock, Yamba, Alexandra Dogan, Ballina. Between those 2 girls, they'll be able to work out where the big prawn is, I'd say. Brooke Moran, Ben Venue, Lucy Sherwood, Balcombe Hills North, I think, Lily Mollicino, Cogra, Erin Casillas, Newara, Alexandra McWilliam, Independent Schools, and Amelia Kirby, Perthville. They probably won't have time for that conversation about the big prawn while they're running, but maybe afterwards. One of them, they both know where it is. And there's a good picture, Neil, of the starter on his stand, getting a good view of the entire field, standing behind the field there to assist his decision making with everybody getting away for a fair start.
Oh, well, you've got better eyes than I have. I can't see him.
He's
behind that
just
tent.
had a nice picture of him on the screen there.
Oh, on the screen, was it? Sorry.
Yeah. I think the screen's great because, they head down that back straight. We can't really see much, but
No.
From here, our spot, but looking at it on the screen, we can pick up a lot that's happening. It must be good viewing. Back in the classroom, we would have kids probably finish school.
Well, they'd be finished. They'd be racing home.
Race home to get it on. Yep. Pardon me. They've come across and are sorting themselves out, and they are trying to work out who wants to lead this.
There's two McKillop girls.
Yep. And there's a few of them there who are keen to set the pace. You come to the front, dictate terms, run the race at the speed that you want it to go. Keep in mind that some of these people, as they become established 800 metre runners, some of them will be better at finishing fast if the race is slow early on, and some of them are going to be better at just trying to run everybody off their feet, as we say, and make it a really hard run over 800 metres. Now, who have we got going through there?
What number was she? We have one.
Is she independent school?
It's CIS.
Yeah.
I might. That might be,
Alexandra? Is that a...
it could be Alexandra,
Alexandra
Bofa,
McWilliam?
or Paxton Buckerfield. Oh, hang on, no, I'm looking at the wrong one.
No. Alexandra McWilliam?
Yep.
Or... well, let's stop guessing. Let's,
Yes. Well, watch her run.
whatever's going on, she's opened it up to 10 metres here. With a very handy distance left to run. That's going to be a hard 10 metres to peg back.
It's going to be a tussle for
But
first and second.
the thing is, in second and third place, the thing that's not working in this girl's favour is they are racing for that second and third place, and that's going to push them along. She's number 9.
Number 9. Oh, Alexandra McWilliam.
Alexandra McWilliam. She has
correct.
60 metres to run. I think she'll hold them off.
Yes. And Gabrielle Moller is second.
Gabrielle. That's been a great race. Those two girls, really hard work.
And Alexandra Dollar in 2:33.23.
Lucy Sherwood across in 4. And some pain on the faces, and rightly so. It's a very, very hard run. We're going into Heat 3. The field is made up of Zoe Tarlington from Kororo, Alana Barnes, Maitland, Leah Fowler, Engadine, Paxton Buckerfield, Independent Schools, Sunny Samuelson from Yuki, Sienna Gilchrist, Corindi, Northwest, Gracie Bishop from Manly, Taylor Murray, Ulladulla, Alexandra Bova, Independent Schools girl, and Taylor Dixon Santa Maria from Tokemwall. That is the field for Heat 3 of the girls, 11 years, 800 metres. And we have a young lady just concluding her 800 metres there, and just receiving a little bit of assistance. She's worked hard. And she's earned a rest. That's Imogen Graham from Woy Woy, just making her way off the track now. Good run. No, that was Brooke Moran and Ben Venue. Apologies, Brooke. Imogen's probably already having a sit in the stand and relaxing. Starter has them away in the staggered arrangement. Heat 3. And a bit of a statement being made there. Girl has gone out quite strongly. What uniform have we got there, Neil? The green.
That's North Coast.
North Coast.
Followed by
Okay.
CIS.
So that would be Sonny Samuelson leading them out.
And you've got CIS just taking it on the outside, and 2 polling goals, Sydney East.
All right.
And the Sydney East girl was making a move, which she's just tucked into the
We've
inside.
got a nice little bunch at the front here.
Yeah, another North Coast girl there.
So it could be a little frantic here
Number
with a lap to go.
Number 4 is Paxton Buckerfield.
Yeah, yeah. And here we go. This girl's just shot to the front.
7.
And
That's Gracie Bishop.
Gracie's just gone to the front and was a little surprised to find herself there. But now that she's there, she looks pretty happy.
Leah Fowler is from Sydney East, has just jumped into second place.
Yep. So Gracie, Gracie Bishop is taking them in to the final 300 metres, and whether she was surprised or not, she is leading the race and basically setting the pace. And she's doing a fine job because she's eating significantly into this 800 metres now, and she's extending her lead. Though maybe she was surprised to go to the lead at that point.
There's a challenge coming now.
Yes, they're coming at her now. And we'll see what Gracie has left. But now...
That could be Alexandra Bofa from
Okay, now the race is on.
Loretta Kirribilli.
Gracie's still got a bit left here. Gracie's hanging on.
She's timed this her kick very nicely.
That is a good kick.
Alexandra Bofa, number 9. And she's been followed in by Charlotte Daran. And Gracie's going to hold on for 3rd.
Yeah.
A time of 2:32.
Very good run.
75. So that may be good enough for Gracie.
Now
to
we've
get
got
through.
Leah Fowler and Alana Barnes across the line. Sonny Samuelson, who led it out. And that completes the event. Heat 4, field will be made up of the following girls. Georgia Lewis, Roseville, Anais Bayassi from Curl. Abby Lowe from Newcastle, Charlotte Dearan, Thirlmere, Lana Crawford, Tarara, Ruth Costello, Abbotsford, Matilda Eddy, Mathara from the Riverina, Zoe Lynch, Beaumont Hills, Molly Walter, Dudley in the Hunter, and Stella Bull from Forbes. They are the 10 runners. And I've got a feeling we might be missing 1 or 2 of them. But anyway, that is the official list, and the girls are ready to go. On your mark, and then the gun in 800. There's no set. It's first, I suppose, of the mid-distance events, going from shortest to longest. Grueling events they are, both on today, 800s and 1500s.
That's a young Sydney North girl.
That's Anais Bayassi from Curl.
And then you've got
She's got some company.
two Sydney East girls. I know, South Coast girl, Sydney East.
Yeah.
A Western young lady in Sydney West. So.
Well, there's a little bit of, wanting to take control here of this race. They didn't let her get away. And they settle into a rhythm now. 3 have broken away. Okay, now we'll get some idea. Ruth Costello. Would that be?
Yes, yeah, it's Ruth Costello,
Ruth
yes.
from Abbotsford. And we've got
NSWPSSA.
She's still there.
Yep. And the South Coast girl.
Charlotte.
Which,
Charlotte Dara.
you didn't unplug it from the fibre pair.
Charlotte. Yeah, no, it's in the South Coast is the...
Lana Crawford.
Yep.
Right.
I would say this is a nice run. It's very well timed, well balanced.
Yeah. The rhythm is good. I would say Anais hasn't finished with her yet, though. She's hanging on, although she's lifting again now. I think she's sort of got the feeling that she can hang on from here.
So she's going to save herself into the...
Goodness me, I tell you what, it's going to be a great final. There have just been some really good 800-metre runs from out front in this, this afternoon. The finals are going to be very interesting. There she goes. Here she comes. There she goes.
Had a very good time.
And
2:29.
that is Sienna. That is not Sienna. That is Ruth Costello, Abbotsford. Looks like she's done it before. She knew her pace and her rhythm. And we're going to head into some boys now for some heats. And Neil,
Yes,
you're going to take it through it.
we have 3 heats in the boys. So again, we got 13 in each heat. So there's 39 competitors. This record was set in 2018 by Joshua O'Connell, who happened to change school from the year before. He went to Trinity Summerhill. So in first heat, in lane 1, we have Cristiano Calcario from St Pius, the 10th. Lane 2, Archie Higgins, Shoalhaven Head, South Coast. Lane 3, Jake Wood, St Augustine's Brookvale. Lane 4, Xavier Sara from Barnia, Sydney West, sorry. Lane 5, Jonathan Namotka from St Felix Bankstown. Lane 6, an athlete we've seen before today, Sui Radazak from Engadine, Sydney East. Lane 7, Bo Adams from Beaumont Hills. Lane 8, Fraser Buckley, Wilton. Lane 9, William Yeo from Canoblis. Lane 10, Jet Hislop from Westport, North Coast. Lane 11, Ethan Vanderworth from Tamworth, North West. Lane 12 is Toby Woolley from Corindai, North West. And lane 13, Ollie Cardile from Holbrook, Riverina.
Very good. I'd imagine that Trinity were quite happy to have Josh O'Connell come across into their athletic team after being such a strong runner.
I believe they would have been.
All right, the boys
are ready.
They are ready.
I've still been switching, so
They're away.
all good.
I'll cross over at the 100 metres.
It's always an interesting point because it's that sort of stage where they sort of work out who wants to lead into the initial part of the race. And I haven't seen a lack of confidence from these runners in going to the front, No, one or two or three of them have always been willing to sort of take up the challenge and just take the pace out. $500 a run, and
number 6.
We've got a bunch of 3 and then another bunch of 3.
That's Sui Radazak in front. He's ahead of Cristiano Calcario, and he's ahead of number 4, Xavier Sara. In 5th place, we've got Jonathan Lamoka.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's
just got shouldered a bit.
Okay, can be a bit of a rough race, the 800. And
yeah, oh yes.
Those guys are just trying to hang on to that front group.
He's opening up a little slight gap. We'll just have to see how those other two respond.
Yeah, we've got, is that Sydney West? Trying to run up to the group.
Sydney West, yeah, I'm trying to run up to the independent CIS runner.
Yes. He just can't make the
Then
gap.
Cristiano, yeah.
He's trying valiantly to try and bridge that gap, but they've got sort of finish line on their mind now, and the race is on. He'll probably find it hard to
Pull him back
to
from
reel
there.
them in from there.
He's now in danger of being overtaken himself for second place. So.
Yeah. This is the run for home. He's established a 7-8 metre lead, and the boys in second and third are running well, but they cannot catch him.
No.
That's a very
And
very
he's
nice
gone
piece
through
of
in
running.
2:22 and some hundredths. Heat 2 will see in lane 1 Swift J. Zend Ausch from Meadowbank, Sydney North. In lane 2, Oliver Trowell from St Ignatius CIS. In lane 3, Jesse Black from Kingsfield on the North Coast. Lane 4, Fletcher Barrett from St Joseph's Glen Innes. Lane 5, Callum Martin, Charleston Hunter. Lane 6, Alfredo Corniani, Sacred Heart Mona Vale. Lane 7, Kian Seal from Willoughby. Lane 8, Owen Lovell Ward, Laguna Street. Lane 9, Lorenzo Panessa from Darlinghurst, Sydney East. Lane 10, Edward McGilvray from Cudgegong. Lane 11, Chase Trappell from South West Rocks. Lane 12, Gus Taylor Rossington from Glen Innes. And in lane 13, Charlie Coulter from Albury in the Riverina. Yeah, they've got a couple of muffins, so go and grab them. Oh yeah, if you want to bring us back one, I'll have one. And they're away. Oh, no, they're not. Tricked you. We still have a couple of field events running. I believe the high jumps have concluded for today, but we have the girls' shot put down here and the girls' multi-class discus currently being conducted. And we're away for the second time, and we're away well. And as I get to the crossover, we have two runners from Sydney East leading out and setting a fairly cracking pace, I must say, followed by Polding, North Coast and Polding. It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain this pace, the two Sydney East boys. They have about a 10-metre lead on the athletes coming third and fourth. And in the lead, taking them out, was Lorenzo Panessa, and he's followed by his colleague Owen Lovell Ward, both from Sydney East as they get the bell lap. And we have, again, we've got the Polding and North Coast lad following up. So they've built a lead now approximately 20 metres, and they're going to push each other all the way, I think. Bit of an attack coming from Owen Lovell Ward, but Lorenzo's holding him at the moment. So the attack hasn't really got him ahead. Lorenzo's held him off, but it'll be interesting as they come up to the back turn. So he's going to have what's left, the most left in the tank. It's been a strong run from both these young boys. Now the kick started. Lorenzo's opened up about a metre, but Owen's not giving it away. He's coming.
approximately 2 metres now, and I think Lorenzo might have held him off, and he has, in a time of 2:23.81. So well done, boys. And in third place, we had Fletcher Barrett. Oh, that's a very good run from all the lads. We go to heat 3 of our 11 years boys 200. And we have in lane 1, Jeremy Lengthen from Sydney Grammar, Edgecliff. Lane 2, Philip Bertinus from King Park, Sydney Southwest, sorry. Lane 3, Liam Fletcher from Foster Hunter. Lane 4, Riley Richmond from Gerringong, South Coast. Lane 5, Sebastian Calhoun from Bel Air, Hunter. Lane 6, Max McIntosh from Pimble, Sydney North. Lane 7, Isaac McCaleb, James Erskine, Sydney West. Lane 8, Benjamin Case, St Mark's, Drummoyne. Lane 9, Lachlan Dorahy, St Madeline's, Kenthurst. Lane 10, Jed Fowler, Shell Cove. Lane 11, Billy Fitzgerald, School of the Air Barrier. Lane 12, Hugh Knox, Millthorpe, Western. And lane 13, Mason Adams, Franklin, Riverina. We have a little technical hiccup, I think, at the moment with the starting apparatus, so the boys have been asked to stand back. Unfortunately, it appears that the starter's equipment has malfunctioned. I think we're going to replace it very shortly. We still have approximately 8 races to go.
You should have a power light near the DC power jack. Like that hole? Yeah. And is there a light next to STI in? Or on that same side. Okay. No worries. Gotcha.
Not left, mate. I got a wrap.
Oh. Technical issue.
We have a lighthouse.
I have it down there.
They did because I thought these guys lined up quite a while back. Not down. They've had to wait.
Yeah, so that is, there's probably 2 pairs there. You have 4 drivers.
Right, I think we might be ready to start.
This is the final heat of the boys 11 years, 800 metres. And away we go.
I think the dark one is got tape over it or something. I doubt, yeah. It has tape on it. Oh. Okay. Are you able to swap it with the other?
And it looks like the runner from lane 2 from Hunter is going to lead them out the way, and that's Philip Batonis. Oh no, sorry. I've got that wrong again. I think it's actually Liam Fletcher from Foster who's taken the lead, followed by Sydney North and Sydney Southwest.
Yeah, you just pull the whole thing out and
But he's going to challenge for the lead very shortly as they come round for the first time down the back straight. And we have number 6, Max McIntosh from Pymble at the lead, followed by Lachlan Doherty from St Madeline's Kennedy, and number 1, the long-striding Jeremy Lentham from Sydney Grammar Edgecliff has forged his way to the front, and he's setting the pace. And they've gone through in 1:10.
He's decided he wants to
Be part
run
of this.
it from 400 and might not have been happy with the pace, so he's gone to the front and lifted it.
And he's taking young Max McIntosh with him.
Yeah, he's happy to go with him, and he's sitting on his shot. In fact, he's
just
challenging him.
He's
Yeah.
just taking pace. Our young friend from McKillop, who is Lachlan Doherty from Kenthurst, and Madeline Kenthurst has tried to put it back on.
Yeah, and that little surge, that's just taken them away from everybody else.
Yeah, I think Jeremy looks like he's struggling a bit with his pace. His head's starting to move a bit, but I don't think he's going to give it up. He's going to fight to the end, but there's going to be a charge from the back too.
Yeah, he's a little concerned now for the chap behind him from third, but he's for the challenge now. They're running out of room, and
Max is running away. Young Max McIntosh. It was a good, well-judged race from the point of view that he.
It was because
2:19.62. That was quick too.
because Jeremy lifted it with 400 to go, and then Max decided to take some more control along the back straight. So
so well
it's a great
done.
run. We have some girls coming up,
Yes.
12 to 13 years. So once again, the big girls are running, and Heat 1, 12 to 13 years girls, 800 metres. It's event 39, and the girls that will contest Heat 1 are as follows: Eliza Lawton from Bulgola Plateau, Grace Mueller, Valentine, Hunter, Georgia Beatar, Harrington Park, Sydney Southwest, Eliza Williams, Manly, Amelia Machino, Balcombe Hills, Chelsea Nicol, Oak Flats in the South Coast, Isabel Chudley, representing the combined independent schools. Neil would be able to tell you the name of that school, but with my inexperience, I can't do it. Woonona, you think? Yeah. Alana Dimmock, Merriweather, Lila Reading, Winston Hills in Sydney's West, Francis Bond, Yuki, North Coast. Right, Yuki? Yukai. Yukai. My apologies, I pronounced it as Yuki earlier in the day. I know that people from Yukai are probably looking for my blood after that. Anyway, my apologies. Lexi Kinder, Merriweather, the girls are away and racing. Lucy Campbell, Millthorpe, and Hayley Forster, Gulgong. Obviously with places that I mispronounce, places like Yukai, I haven't had the pleasure of visiting them yet. But I'm sure they're lovely places. I look forward to getting there someday. Races on here. Girls taking it round the bend for the first time, the home bend for the first time. Young lady from Sydney North.
It's Eliza Wharton from Bilgola Plateau.
Mm-hmm.
And she's followed by number 6, Chelsea Nicol, Oak Flats.
I wonder if Eliza does much training around the Bilgola Plateau. It's quite a hilly area, isn't it?
So she would know the way she's going.
Bit of hill running wouldn't go astray for this sort of training.
We have 2 girls from Paulding in 3rd and 4th.
Mm-hmm.
And she's opened up quite a lead, quite a distance. She's 30 metres.
Yeah, she's just
Powering
decided that's what she wants to do, and she's just running it completely at her pace. And a pretty healthy pace it is. Just ticked over the 2 minutes. She has 100 to run, and she can run it at her leisure. And run it at her leisure she does. She is comfortable, striding, good upper body, good arm movement. And she can enjoy that in Heat 1. That will put her through
2:21
to the final. Chelsea Nicol, Alana Dimmock, and Eliza Williams. Isabel Chudley just crossing. Heat 2 is made up of the following runners from Drummoyne, Sydney East, Sienna Ship, Kaya Gallen, Engadine, Georgie McDonald, Lake Albert, Riverina, Lucy Hoskins, Austinmere on the south coast, Coco Set on Gerringong, also on the south coast, Aliena Roddy from Franklin, Riverina, Kit Purnell, Terrigal, Sydney North, Ivy Kim, Dundas, Sydney West, Claudia Wyatt from Independent Schools, Poppy Barclay, Coffs Harbour, North Coast, Layla Little, Thirlmere, Sydney South West, and Angela Fletcher, Gilgai, North West. Good luck to the girls. As you can see on your screen, they are away in Heat 2 of 12 to 13 years girls, 800 metres. Paces on out front. Runner wearing the number 9 badge, Claudia White from Independent Schools. She's been content to set the pace pretty much from the outset, and she will take them through 400 in 1:08. Kaya Gallen and Lucy Hoskins make up the top 3. Looks like Sydney West runner. Could be Ivy Kim. Has decided it's time for her to put the foot down and try and stay in touch with these girls. But it is Claudia Wyatt who continues to lead. She's led from the start. and she will take a 15, 20 metre lead into the final straight. Comfortable, moving well, great rhythm. She's taken control of that heat and won it handsomely. Really good run. From Kaya Gallen, Lucy Hoskins and Ivy Kim, who tried to regain some contact there, but the girls have just opened up a bit too big a lead for her to be able to peg back. And rest of the field coming in smartly. Great running, girls. Angela Fletcher coming across the line, and Layla Little. And that completes Heat 2. Heat 3, Naomi Krajanchik, I hope that's correct, from Forestville. Sophie Hickey, Leichhardt, Hannah Loxley, Cambridge Park, Amira Shah, Lismore, Amelia Wilson, Aldavilla, Amelia Evans, Rainbow, Chloe Blackman, Springwood, Piper Sweeney, Independent Schools, Hannah Mounter, New Lambton, Georgia Mills, Oberon, Macy Kenworthy, Araya Park, and Bonnie Bakali, Tamworth make up Heat 3. Piper Sweeney from Independent Schools takes them into the bend with 600 to run. And seems intent on setting a strong pace and holding it and letting the other girls come up to her if they can. So she has dominated the pace for the first 300 metres. It is it is Piper Sweeney that will take them through the first 400, and she's running well. So there's a little challenge there at one point, but she has it. She seems to have it covered. And obviously her move to go to the front was the right thing to do. She's confident. She's going away now and extending the lead. She has 20 metres with 200 metres to run. No problems at all here for Piper Sweeney. Here she comes. A little look over the shoulder on the inside, but nothing to worry about for this girl. As she continues to press. And she brings it home, 2:24.60. Amira Shah. Chloe Blackman has done very, very well. She attempted to rein in Piper there, just couldn't do it. So had to maintain that speed, even though she'd made the effort to try and bridge the gap. So it was a very good run. And Georgia Mills completes her 800 metres, and that concludes the 3 heats for the girls 12 years to 13 years, 800 metres. Throwing to Neil, and he's going to introduce you to the boys, the big boys, for their 800 metre heats.
Yes, we are moving into our last three events of the afternoon. The 12-13 boys with 800 metres heats. The record for this was set in 1995 by Andrew O'Neill from Coringal in Riverina. And Andrew was an extremely good athlete. He never lost a cross-country event in his from primary through to secondary. He was also the champion 800 metre runner at PSSA for a number of years and at the School Sport Australia level. So in Heat 1 we've got Luca Rocci from Floraville Hunter. In lane 2, Aston McGinn from St George Basins, South Coast. In lane 3, Flynn Ward from Katara South Hunter. Lane 4, Patrick McMahon, Christian Brothers Lewisham. Lane 5, Shay Casillas, Nuwara. Lane 6, Harry Keats, Oxley College. Lane 7, Hayden Ellis, Blackstone East. Lane 8, Nathan Longster, Northern Beaches. Lane 9, Hamish Kirkman, St Joseph's. Lane 10, Lockie Samways, Holsworthy. Lane 11, Ryder Haynes, Flinders. Lane 12, Daniel Williams, Tamworth. And lane 13, Jed Ferguson, Golgol, Barrier. And they're away, and they're up to just about finished their first 100 metres. And the crossover is happening. Sorry. The crossover has occurred. And we've got the runner from CIS in first place.
Harry Keats, would it?
I think it is. I remember him from this morning.
There are a couple of CIS guys in this event.
Yeah.
It's either Nathan Longstraw or Harry Keats. We'll get a better look here
very shortly. 6. So it's Harry Keats, who did run the 1500 this morning. And I think he also ran the 200.
All right, one of those guys. seems to have a bit of energy.
4, he'll sleep well tonight.
He certainly will.
Patrick McMahon from Christian Brothers Lewisham in second place at the moment. But he's opening up a little bit of a gap. We've got a challenge coming from number 7, Ellis Hayden from Blackstone East.
I mean, Harry's got almost a workman-like style of running there, whereas the young man, Patrick McMahon, did you say?
Yes.
He's got a nice rhythm going. But Harry's just holding it out there. He's obviously feeling pretty good after his efforts today. Maybe some of these other guys have had a run today as well, but he looks fine out in front.
He does. Got a very strong build. I can see him.
Yeah.
If he plays rugby, being a very good number 8.
That's how he's running. He's not. I mean, he's got a rhythm there, but he's.
It appears a little bit laboured.
Yeah. But it's obviously it's not labouring him.
No.
He feels good, and he's just out there doing the business.
And he's going to bring it home, I'd suggest.
He's having a nice old time out in front. He is. Here comes Patrick. He's going to try and have a dash, but I think he's going to run out of space here. Run out of metres. It's a great run from Patrick as well.
It is. And it's fast time of 2:18.
Yeah. Not mucking around now.
Probably wants to get home.
Yeah.
Have a rest.
Now, are we going to have we got some more multi-class this afternoon?
No.
Not going to these ones?
No, it's not on Thursday.
Oh, lovely. All right.
So these are the last 2 events on the track at least. We still have a long jump going on.
Yeah, sometimes those field events.
And discus.
There's no definite finish to some of those.
Yeah.
And we have the young man from Sydney West across the track here, across the finish line, and that would be Ellis Hayden. He's finished. And here comes...
Barrier.
Yeah.
That's Jed Ferguson from Golgol. Well done, mate.
That's a good run. Very good run.
Okay, we'd like to now introduce the runners in Heat 2 of the boys 800 metres. And here we have start off with Ewan Thompson in lane 2 from French's Forest, Sydney North. In 3, Will Wood, Blackstone East, Sydney West. Lane 4, Lachlan Mulligan, St Nicholas's, Tamworth. Lane 5, Cooper Gray, Terry Hill, Sydney North. Lane 6, Nathan Jones, Trinity, Summer Hill. Sorry, I just saw a bit of action on the track and I was wondering what was happening. Then we've got Sebastian Sentis from Summer Hill, Sydney East. Leo Lequette, Balmain, Sydney East. Angus O'Brien, Cumnock, Western. In lane 10, Savo Chiampi, Ampa, Griffith North. In lane 11, Harrison Fanning from Junee in the Riverina. In lane 12, Tom King, Broken Hill Barrier. In lane 13, Ethan Walker, Katingle. And they're away.
They are.
Katingle's in the northwest. Tom King's another one that's going to sleep well tonight. He's been in a few events.
Yeah. But these young blokes, they love it, don't they?
Yep.
You know. Well, their parents will have a quiet night while these guys have a sleep. You know. Good news, Neil. The temperature's dropped a couple of degrees now, only 22 degrees, so that's a little bit better for running 800s.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't want it too cold, and you don't want it too hot.
It's going to be an interesting race. We've already had an attack on the runner at first.
Well, this guy out
Number
in front,
2, Will Wood.
He is just trying to take the pace out.
Oh, sorry, no, that's not Will Wood. What number? You got? Is
He
it 2?
is running hard at the front. He's the number 2. It is Will Wood.
No, they must have changed the lane order because he's Sydney North, that young fella. And I'm just trying to pick up who he is. Keeper Gray, I think it might be from Terry Hills, who should have been in lane 5.
I think they doubled some of them up to get them all on the start.
Yep.
And it's probably better than a bunch line start for the speed that they're going.
Yep.
And cutting across, you know, then
it's a
they
safety
cut
issue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's best to start them and, you know, staggered across the track. It just keeps them out of each other's way. Because as we said, the 800 can be a bit of a jostle. Is known to be a bit of a rough race at times. Here he comes.
He's had a good run.
It's been a very gutsy run. And the race for third is substantial.
Well, that's a great effort.
Lachlan Mulligan running into third.
6 was Harry Keats was second, and I didn't notice the time. Did you?
No, I missed it. Sorry. They put it up on the screen.
They should.
And there's Ethan Walker just
2:22:28.
Okay.
22:28. So we now go to the second heat of the boys 800. Or is this our final heat?
I think this is the third heat.
Third heat, I think it is too,
Yep.
because we just had. It was Ewan Thompson at French's Forest in number 2. Yes.
Heat 3.
Yeah. So heat 3, here we go with Jaden Sanders from Wollongbar, North Coast in lane 1. Aidan Rayner from Balgownie, South Coast, lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Archie Hetherington from Linfield East, Sydney North. In lane 4, Logan Woolman from Jamison Town, Sydney West. Lane 5, we've got Austin Craig from St Peter St Paul, Kiama. Lane 6, William Curtin, Holy Family, Kelso. That's the second. Sorry, I was going to make a mistake then. Taj Ramtel, Summer Hill. Jackson Ayungal from St Patrick's, Sutherland. Will Bittar from South Wagga. And Rocco Eastwood from Glen-Innes. Cameron Justice in lane 11 from Buninyong. And Chase Stacey from Dubbo in lane 12.
All right, Sydney North setting the pace. Archie Hetherington, would it be, from Linfield?
Yes, it probably is.
He's got a long set of legs on him. He's striding out, but on his shoulder.
He's running very comfortably. That number 6, William Curtin.
Yeah, he might be just biding his time here.
Sydney East, number 7.
Although Archie
Taj is
Hetherington,
all right.
he will take them through 400 in about 106. That's pretty. That's
Pretty
a pretty
good.
handy
He's got a
pace.
long stride, hasn't he?
He doesn't look like he's trying to run fast, but he is running fast. His time through that first 400 is good. And he's just maintaining it, even though we thought, while William was just sitting on him, Archie's holding him, keeping that distance. Here comes William now for a bit of an attempt, and he's going to try and do it on that difficult part, which is the bend. And he's taken him quickly, which he's had to do, so he doesn't have to run wide on that bend. I wonder what Archie's going to have to say about this.
Be interesting.
And
because we've got a challenge coming for Archie's.
Yeah, the man coming here, he's number 7.
And he's going to go
Taj.
Right. Yeah.
Taj has run a really good individual race. He stayed back off the main pace there and has just come around them on the bend.
And he's got smiling. He knows he thinks he's got this one.
Yeah.
And I think he probably has.
Nice time.
In 2:18. Yeah, very nice.
Yep. Can run.
Can run. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does bring to a close the track program for day 1 of the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association State Track and Field Championship. Could I take this opportunity to thank my co-commentator, Matt, who has come along and willingly joined in and provided some expert knowledge. I'd also like to thank and congratulate the most important people out here today, the competitors. The sportsmanship that's been shown on the track has been really pleasing, and I'd like to also thank the officials. To Clutch TV, who have provided all the technical know-how, technical equipment, technical advice for the production. We thank you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 of the 2022 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Track and Field Championships. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.